pay to
Listen,
be...
Ziggurats prove the existence of death of the author.
Stop building your Ziggurat! Anyway.
Okay, sure.
Anyway. So...
How often do you make sure that your eggs are from free-range gay chickens?
I mean, all the
We
time.
Alex Jones.
The only chicken eggs that I eat, I make sure that they are gay chickens. No hetero chickens
dare
for
you.
me.
I really want to make some kind of a joke here, but I'm concerned it's actually going to come across as racist because I only purchase like the
Don't worry,
I only purchase like the brown free range eggs.
Wow, we were both thinking of completely different jokes. I was going to say like making a trans egg joke, but okay, you go that way, I guess.
I don't know. Fuck, do we need to restart the podcast again?
Oh my god.
Just keep going.
No, we're gonna keep going. If it's really
Eggs
that
are
bad, I'll
delicious.
just cut it out.
This game doesn't have eggs in it. Why doesn't this game have eggs in it?
Seriously. I'm still wanting to do a what do you call it? A test to see if there's any difference between like the free range eggs and the regular white eggs. Just because like I genuinely want to know if there's a noticeable difference because I know freshness has a lot to do with it. But I don't know if anything else that I know about it is real.
So,
anyway,
Curry, what is your opinion on refrigerating eggs?
About the same as being abducted by God.
Wow, speaking of being being caught by a god, Legends Arceus.
Oh my
Hello,
god.
everybody. We're Experience Curve, and today we're talking about Legends Arceus.
Oh my god.
Woo! No one said a name, so don't worry.
This is the worst series of openings we've ever done. Okay.
You say that every time.
No, but this time I mean it. Anyway, yeah, whatever.
It's fine, just roll with it.
I'm the editor. You need to wake up. You're in a coma.
You've been in the coma for years. The accident wasn't your fault.
Oh dear.
It is me, the producer in your dreams. We'll do it in post.
Oh god.
Okay, Mr. Producer Man, why do you have such a sick bow tie?
Wait, shit. This is the power. Is this the Power World stream?
We'll do it in post. Listen, the editor can handle it. All he has to do is edit in
say
everything into the green screen.
Another word.
Curry can handle it, okay? He knows how to use. He knows how to use Blender, all right?
I will mute. I don't, first of all. Why in the hell would I know how to use Blender?
This is a dream.
I know
you don't know how to use Blender.
I
you
turn
need
it
to
on
wake up.
with the power button.
Listen, it's your dream producer saying in your dream that we'll do it in post and that you're expected to know Blender. But
why in my dream are you the producer?
Because
why wouldn't I be
dreaming?
If you're the producer, I'm running for the hills.
What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean?
How?
I mean, it's an understandable sentiment now, yeah.
What the fuck? I can produce, okay.
Can you? Can you tell me what a producer does?
Yeah, they say we'll do it in post.
No, that's the director.
Oh, okay.
And the producer,
okay,
and the assistant producer, and the executive producer,
says,
and the cameraman.
Yeah, we can't cover the cost for that, and you're fired.
Yes, actually.
That's more like it.
Technically executive producer, but yeah, more or less. Yeah, you're much more on the track now. Oh,
anyway, let's talk about how ugly this professor is, okay?
Why do you think he's ugly? Like, I get it. He has, like, the helmet hat and all that, but I don't think he's that bad.
He has a really dumb hat.
It's hilarious.
Ancient times. Do you think they're all going to be beautiful way back then?
Oh, yeah.
Honestly,
this is the only professor I think has a bad design.
Considering half
we are
of
talking about...
Go ahead.
Today, we are talking about Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokemon Legends Arceus is this new kind of spin-off mainline title series that they started doing. And originally, we thought it was going to be a one-off like Let's Go. But they just announced another one earlier this year.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. I'm looking forward to it. It is already filling people with interest, but yeah.
We'll definitely get more
Zia.
into it because
Pokemon.
I'm the complete opposite. I think the Legends games are some of the worst things they've done.
I really do love this game. Like, I do have complaints about it. There are plenty of complaints to be made about it, but there are plenty of complaints to be
I
made
didn't have
about
enough time.
most Pokemon games. Look, it is not our fault that you decided to try and complete the entirety of the Pokedex.
Listen, I only tried to do that for the first 3 weeks of the recording.
3 weeks! And you only left the first area.
And well, I paused in the middle of it to build a Ziggurat in Minecraft.
Why a Ziggurat?
Listen, that's aside the point. We're talking about this game, all right? Don't try to distract me
No, I'm
with
Look,
your
look,
wizard
look,
magic.
Speaking of distracting and talking about this game, did you actually beat it?
Well, let's check in
Ooh.
at the end of this stream to see if I've beaten it.
We'll
ask that
how
later,
about,
okay?
How about you just tell us now? How about you just tell us now?
What constitutes
No,
beating
no.
this anyway? Because like there's like 5 or
Alright.
6 different post-game.
After you
or
get to
game?
the credits for the first time.
There's credits. I mean,
Oh
yeah.
my god. Oh my god. What is wrong with you?
Oh boy. Anyway, we're
What do you
here
mean?
today to talk
Anyway.
about Trapped in Another Word with my smartphone. So,
Yeah, great show.
I know it is.
it's
Oh
this
god,
is still
nobody says
better
that.
than that show.
Nobody
It's
says
so
that.
good.
You're a fake anime fan. Nobody says that.
What are you talking
So
about? The
good.
show's great.
It's
Nobody
probably
likes that show.
it's probably one of the worst examples of an isekai,
Well,
let's be honest.
it's one of the
But
most hated
it's
It
still
really
pretty
is.
funny. Oh my god.
Man, if
So
someone was
regardless, we're
spicy, they would say no ReZero.
Yeah, that would be
Well,
I would
spicy
kill
and
somebody for-
also blatantly wrong.
Look,
God, no,
look,
ReZero is like one of
can
the
we
best.
talk about the game instead of anime, please?
ReZero is the second best.
No, I want to
isekai
talk
ever
about
made.
Yeah,
the
let's talk
anime.
about the Legends Arceus anime.
Look, there's 3 episodes. It's called the Hisuian Snow or whatever. They're all fucking
year?
great.
Yeah, that's a pretty good little mini series.
Yeah,
but
it's like a 3-episode series on YouTube. They're fantastic. The Zoroark one is amazing.
Let's play a little game because this came out at a time when time didn't work for people really. So I'm gonna ask you, what month and year did this game come out?
Wasn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna guess 2019.
I thought it
this
was
came out-
2020.
I
Okay.
thought it was 2022.
Uh-huh.
January of
All right.
2022.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was hoping for. January 28th, 2022.
Ooh, I knew it.
Whoa, wait, really? It's only been
Yeah.
a year since this came out? That's insane.
It's
Oh,
been 2
it-
years.
yeah,
Or
it's
2
been
years,
2 years.
sorry. I'm still mentally,
'cause it
like,
came
in the
out
process of,
Brilliant
like,
Diamond, Shining
turning to
Pearl.
23.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah, crazy, right? Because like it was Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, which we're not playing, and then after that was Legends Arceus in January. It got pushed back several times, I think, is what happened.
Yeah.
Normally, you wouldn't want to release a big game like this at that time, but whatever. They made it work. It did okay.
No,
I think as far as sales, obviously they're doing another one, so it did well enough.
It did pretty fantastic, actually. A lot of people, like, picked this game up. Like, there were a couple of... what was it? There were a couple of times where people questioned the pre-order numbers, if I remember right, leading up to it. Because apparently,
So
like, Scarlet and Violet sold gangbusters, but I think the estimate was, like, Legends
14.
Arceus did 75% of what Scarlet Violet
I have
did?
got the numbers here.
I don't know.
So as of the 31st of March 2023, the game sold 14.83 million copies, and for reference, Nintendo reported that the game sold 6.5 million copies worldwide within a week of release,
Yeah, so it's launch week was
outpacing
6.
Sword and Shield and BDSP.
That
For the
is-
opening
Now,
weekend?
Scarlet, Violet.
Yeah,
That's good for the
same.
opening weekend. I wonder why it didn't sell.
Okay,
I mean,
Scarlet
I know
Violet
it
was
didn't-
10 million in the opening week, so it didn't outpace Scarlet Violet.
Yeah,
Well,
so,
no, I
so
didn't
it
say it
outpaced them in the
outpaced
opening
it.
weekend, but it lags behind, I think, the other main series games in terms
Well,
of overall sales.
Yeah, let's check overall sales for Sword and Shield.
I think it did a little bit less than standard mainland games, but it wasn't a failure by any stretch of the imagination. It was still very successful.
Yeah, overall sales for Sword and Shield was 26 million compared to the
Mhm.
Legends Arceus 14 million.
Yeah, so
Oh,
it
yeah.
had a lot of hype building up to it, and people bought it. And then I think people.
It had a lot of
I
hype after release too. People were calling it the best Pokemon game for a while.
I think there
Yeah.
was more of a mixed reception, but generally positive. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I never really followed the well, I don't really follow any like discourse for anything involving early any game, but I'm assuming people realized there was no co-op and they said I don't want to play it.
No, that wasn't okay. To be clear,
I don't think anybody felt that.
that is definitely something. Oh no, wait, no wait. You mean co-op as in go into the game
Battle.
and play it? Okay, you just mean battles. Because now that there actually
Oh,
is
yeah.
co-op in Pokemon games, so you have to differentiate those two now. Because like you can join people
Yeah.
in like
Yeah, there
Sword
wasn't.
and Shield and all that.
I mean, considering this
There wasn't
also
any
came
battles.
off the back of Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl,
Yeah.
also made it rise in popularity.
But like
The battle system is still turn-based, but it has more in common with like Final Fantasy X than it does with a
yeah.
Pokemon game.
Well, the what I remember happening when this came out, a lot of people were really hyped about this, and of course, like every single Pokemon game, it has a lot of detractors just because I don't know what the hell this is just about constant negativity. But basically, when it came out, I remember hearing a lot of positive things about it. I remember hearing the same general complaints from most people who even among people who liked it, and none of them were hugely like noteworthy except for the really bizarre like graphical issues that occurred sometimes and also the lack of battling. Like those were the two biggest detractions I heard against the game, and I think that that still pretty much holds up here. Like I personally really like this game. I think it's quite nice, but
I think it's kind of bland, actually.
it's a little bit buggy sometimes. Just a little bit.
Visually speaking.
I mean, okay, I can at least safely say this. It is still much better than Scarlet Violet in that regard. Scarlet and Violet like multiplies the things that were
Scarlet
wrong
and
with this
Violet.
game like by
So
10.
if Scarlet and Violet is the bar you're setting, the bar
No,
is
I
on the
know.
floor.
I know it is. I understand that. But like at the very least when I played this game, like the most graphical issues that I had with this game, I think was like there were a couple of times where a Pokemon model didn't load in properly when I got close, like in particular for Gibble. Gibble was always hilarious because it was missing its teeth, so it was just this like blue Pac-Man running around.
Oh.
And there was
I didn't
one
have any
other
issues.
there was one other that I can't remember. Other than that, it was basically just like the trees popped in every now and again, and
Yeah.
that was the extent of the graphical issues that I had.
Yeah, I had flickering grass, and Dosha has a clip, and I'm sure I can find it probably,
Oh,
where he found the.
I took the clips on my Switch, but I didn't actually end up uploading it. I forgot.
Okay, well, what he did was he found where the trees switch over from being like in the distance, not loaded trees. So, and if he stood
Mhm.
right where he was standing, it just kept flickering back and forth infinitely.
Yeah, I
Yeah, he
have
created an intense
noticed
flickering
that.
effect. Yep, there's bad flickering, pop in and stuff like that. The draw distance or the load distance for objects is like really close to you. That's a problem with pretty much
Yeah, a
all
lot of
Pokemon
Switch
games at
games.
this point, though.
No, not just
Well,
Pokemon games, a
all
lot of Switch
games.
games.
I don't think that that's necessarily true for Switch games. You don't have that kind of problem with Legend of Zelda.
No,
Like-
I've had that exact problem happen with both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Breath of the Wild has objects load in at more than 20 feet from you.
I mean, okay, I'm not arguing that Breath of the Wild's thing is worse than this or the same. I'm just
they have
saying like this is an issue that
Have a
tends to
bow.
happen on the Switch.
Switch
I
Pro
don't
when?
really think it's a Switch thing. I don't know.
I mean, realistically, you could make a really powerful version of the Switch. I think they probably will soon, but I don't know exactly how many problems. Like, it would be really fascinating to me if they went through the effort of making a Switch Pro, and let's say like it's relatively on par with like a cheaper version of like I don't want to say Steam Deck because I know Steam Decks are actually like incredibly like intricate and have a
Well,
lot of stuff shoved
for a
into them.
Switch to be more powerful, I think it would have to be like the opposite of a Switch Lite and being docked only.
I think that would defeat the purpose of the Switch, unfortunately, but like considering all of the advancements that have been made in portable gaming stuff, like the Steam Deck again as an example, I'm sure that they could make a like miles and miles improved version of the Switch with not a huge increase in cost. I mean, Nintendo tends to try to not sell their consoles at a loss, but I think they do every now and again. I don't remember what their stance was because after the Wii U, that stance changed slightly. I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't
I
the
mean,
Wii properly like only like $200?
yeah, you could get a Wii for nothing. And that's what made it one of the... No, wait, is it the most popular console ever still? Or is there something that's above it? I can't
It is.
remember.
I will check.
think it's still the most high-selling one, although... Yeah, there's
It was
definitely
one of the
been...
most accessible consoles.
Yeah. It also had,
So I
like, the
just
most
looked it
shit
up.
on it.
As of February 2024, the highest selling video game console with 158 million units worldwide. Take a guess. It is not the Wii.
The PS2.
Oh, was the place... Yeah.
PSP.
The PS2
Oh, no,
is
it-
correct.
Yeah. Okay, so it was the PS2 and not
Fair
the
enough.
Wii, which is interesting.
So it goes PS2, Wii, and then...
I always remembered it being Wii.
What, 3DS?
No, it goes
think it was
PS2,
DS.
DS,
Oh,
Switch,
yeah.
Game Boy, Game Boy
Wh-
Color, PS4, PlayStation 1, then Wii.
Wait, really?
Wow, really?
The Switch
that
is...
far down?
That's insane. Okay, I didn't think the Switch would... Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that it's that far up. It's just a
I mean,
great
the
console
Switch
design.
isn't that expensive either, right? It's only like what, another $200-300?
Yeah, I think like you can get the Switch OLED
Well,
for
you have to remember-
$350 or something.
At the end of the Switch, at the end of the Wii's lifespan, you could get it for under 100. So, like, I believe they were selling it for as low as 70.
And then there's like the multiple different versions of it. And then the Wii U came out. We don't talk about that. But yeah, no, anyway, to complete my thought before I completely lose it, I think it would be hilarious to see like if the Switch Pro actually happened and then a bunch of games come out for it and we have the same exact issues revealing that it is in fact just programming errors on behalf of all the game companies.
Oh, the Wii
Wouldn't
U only sold
surprise me.
13.5 million units.
No one liked the Wii U. I guess
No one knew what it was.
Well, I would bet that at least a quarter of those sales are just due to like Twilight Princess. Like 100%.
I think most of it's from Smash Bros, to be honest.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I
like,
forgot.
I
Yeah,
think
that
yeah,
is-
Smash
I think
Bros.
we need to get back
Yeah,
on track.
100%.
Yeah. We don't... I have opinions on the Wii U. We don't need to go over that today. We're talking about Legends Arceus,
Yeah, we're
which has
talking
nothing
about
to do with
Put
it.
it on the
Pokemon
Wii U stream.
game.
No, let's do that. We should do,
Let's do a
a
Wii U
stream.
stream.
Yeah, let's do Wii U. That actually sounds great. Let's just go through the Wii U catalog and talk about shit. That'd be
I would buy a
fantastic.
Wii U,
We
though.
can do that another day. But
You can
today is
get a
Legends
Wii U
Arceus.
for like
Listen,
$50.
guys, there is only one game, that has not been that is like a major release that has not been ported from the Wii U to another system, or doesn't already have a version existing on another system. One game is Star Fox Zero. That's it. It's the only game.
They're never going to re-release it ever.
Everything else has been released
Oh,
somewhere
God.
else.
I forgot
Even
about
Zombie U.
I forgot about Star. Oh my god.
So unless
that's
you
so
want to do
bad.
a stream on Star Fox Zero, which I mean I'd be okay with, but I don't think you guys would.
I would
let's
rather do
talk
Star Fox temperatures.
I
I'd
did put
rather
that on the
continue
list
with
if I
Legends
remember right.
Arceus. How about that?
Okay, so
Ark has a
you're
point.
like a person who has a phone, and you woke up, and this void is talking to you, and it's like, "Hey,
Hey,
yo,
Doja.
you
Doja.
gotta learn stuff about Pokemon." And so it drops you on this beach in the middle
Oh
of
my
nowhere, and
god.
you're like, "What
Okay.
the fuck?" And then
Shush.
what?
God. Okay. So Legends Arceus opens up with literally God saying, "Hey, I need you to do something," and then hurling you from your presumed comfy life into uh I don't know if calling this feudal era would be appropriate. Actually, what era would this even be in? Because it's kind of industrial. I have no idea.
See?
It throws you into past Sinnoh, which is known as Hisui. So you're greeted by the
Yep.
Pokemon professor and like a mixed bag of a bunch of different starters from different generations, which I think is actually really cool. I hope they repeat that again with Legend ZA, because I would love it if they just showed up. It's like Squirtle, Chikorita, Infernape, or something, and it's just those three, but they get upgraded versions of their final evolutions like they do in this game. That was super cool. I really like it.
That would be nice.
However, I
They
want
would
them to
probably get
be
megas.
I want them to be more inspired
I don't
than
think it would be that
Hisui
one.
and Samurott. It's just Samurott, but it's got a black shell and a crooked horn.
Well, Hisui and Samurot's okay, but
Like,
you know,
just slightly more creative. Like, give me Hisui and Typhlosion, but 3 more times. Hisui and Typhlosion's great. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sugan Typhlosion is nice.
It's alright.
so after that, you're taken to the village by the resident professor, and I just want to say really quick, one thing that I absolutely love about this game, I love how the village develops over time. I think that that is a super cool, like, it's not even a mechanic, it's just kind of like
thing
a
changes.
background thing.
Oh.
So, like,
Mhm.
as you meet characters, certain characters will just come to reside in the village. More buildings will be built, more things will be included. It broke my mind when this game first came out that I found out I could just grow mints for, like, nothing in the middle of the game. Like, I was just sitting there like,
It's
are
not.
you joking?
It's not nothing. It costs money.
Well,
It costs actually a fair amount of money.
it costs a fair amount of money, but compare this to, like, and this was before Scarlet and Violet, where Scarlet Violet came out, and now you can just buy mints from the fucking pharmacy. But, like, prior to this, the only way to get mints was with battle points or like a rare drop from something. So, like, being able to just
Mhm.
farm mints was absolutely crazy. Like, the farm function in general is just really nice. But
Well, it didn't really matter because you couldn't really. There was no battling. Like,
well, it still affected
Oh, it
how hard your
matters.
Pokemon hit.
Yeah, it matters inside the game of itself, and then also if you transfer it, transfers with the
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
it
It keeps the
Actually,
it does
nature.
matter
I
for
don't know if it does.
transfers, but at least for the first, what is it, like year and a half, 2 years, you could only transfer to BDSP.
I mean that is
Awful.
fair, but now as time has passed more and more, you are able to transfer them to current gen games, and actually some of the things from this game in
And
current gen
BDSP
games
is
are
a
really
competitive
good.
game. It's a competitive multiplayer online experience. Okay.
Honestly, I really think that at this point they should just add some kind of a battle system to Pokemon Home. Like, make a Pokemon Stadium using Pokemon Home. That would be hilarious. I'm sure people would
What if-
actually like it.
like
Do
a
it
central
Pokemon
battle.
Showdown with the subscription.
I
I
mean,
really think that they should do it, but
that's
if they did
fine.
that, they would shut down Pokemon Showdown.
Uh,
So if Pokemon Showdown right now exists with the tentative blessing of Nintendo, they have to work with Nintendo in order to make sure their game is, available, or that they're able to, what am I trying to say here? They work with Nintendo to make sure that their online battle simulator does not get taken down. However, if it ever gets taken down, that's a pretty good hint that they are planning to make their own.
I mean, yeah. I don't think it's like a writing on the wall situation. Like, for something like Showdown, it feels like it could still exist for quite a while, even if Nintendo made their own. But I
No, because
don't.
it's the tool.
With how they took
Yeah.
down Yuzu and Citra, it's not staying.
They took down you. Okay, Citra was just a bloody
That's a
like.
different
It
situation, though.
doesn't matter.
No, okay,
But you
look,
know what
no,
does
no.
matter?
Citra is like
Getting back to Legends Arceus.
But you're the
Citra
one who
got
made the-
caught in the crossfire. I usually I'm the one who's trying to keep us on track, so hearing you do it is interesting.
You see that track
Especially
over? How about we
the
get
same
back on it?
sentence that you tried to bring us off track.
It's okay.
I didn't bring y'all off track. Y'all were already off
This
track.
is
No, you
how
brought up
we
Yuzu and
do.
Citra. Now I have to talk about that.
This is how we do. Yuzu got taken down because they put it behind a paywall like fucking idiots. Anyway, shame, utter shame. It's more of a shame for Citra, but like that's really all I'll say. Cause like, god dang, it sucks.
Yeah, hey
But-
Curry, you see that track we need to get back
Oh,
on?
shut the fuck up. Anyway, getting back on track. What was I saying before we had that? Oh yeah, that the town evolves. I like that the town evolves. And also the town is just cute as hell. I love the entire like city itself. Like every now and again I would just wander around the city just because I loved the design of it. It's really simple and like the buildings are quite samey. But it's just nice to like walk down a populated street like this where it doesn't look like much that's been in a Pokemon game before. It's neat. I like it. It's a very nice touch.
I just think it's neat.
I just think it's neat.
I just think it's
You
neat.
just think it's neat.
Neat. I think.
Now you
It's
need to make
I.
an edit with like 5 margins coming in from
I
all
was
corners.
just grabbing a sticky note to write it
Left
down. I'm
pointing
not kidding.
finger, right pointing
I
finger.
just think it's neat.
nice.
But yeah, no, it really does feel like a past, like you've gone back into the past proper, which is the goal of the game. But they really did nail the vibe of the city or town or village, whatever the hell it's properly called. But
Galaxy Village, yeah, Jubilife Village is what it is.
And that
Yeah,
sounds
it
so
feels like a nice little
eerily
village,
similar
and
to
people
some
feel
place
like
we've
people.
already been to.
yeah, it's like you are basically told, hey, you can work or we can kick you out into the wilds.
So right from
Which-
the get go, you can kind of tell this is a more.
And even if you do work
Growed
for us, if you don't do this first thing correctly, we're still kicking you out in the wilds.
I mean, basically, this is more or less a period where you have to ration everything. So you can't just be
Okay, but-
inviting random people in.
But this also doesn't make sense because they have
Mhm.
explicitly stated that we're the first people in a long time that can actually train a Pokemon. We are a very important asset.
Well, no,
yeah, but
that
if you
makes
can't
sense. 'cause
actually
that-
Yeah.
perform, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, you might need some help, but you still know how to tame a Pokemon, but you might not know how to use it in battle.
I mean,
Yeah, but you're
yeah.
still
You'll
an
recall at the
outsider in
very-
the village, so they're
If you
gonna
recall at the
distrust you.
start, you're so good at it that the people in the Survey Corps don't actually believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
you're so good at catching Pokemon was the thing.
well, you're good at catching
yeah.
Pokemon, which is the optimal skill here, apparently. Like, apparently battling with Pokemon is not as difficult as catching them, if I am to understand this correctly, which kind of makes somewhat of sense. Because, like, once you catch a Pokemon and domesticate them, you just take
Like, they
time to
naturally
train them.
listen to you, kind of thing.
Yeah, which
Well,
is, you know,
catching
catch
the-
them's
they
domesticating them, and
naturally
then training them's hard in a different way. I mean, everybody seems to have some trouble with it. The only people who use Pokemon regularly are the security corps.
Yeah.
Up to that point.
well, not even most of
Yeah.
the security corps. Like, you have to introduce the security corps to the prospect of, like, using
no.
Pokemon.
Some of them you do, but others are using Pokemon from the start. The gate guard for Prelude Beach uses a Buizel before you meet him, for example.
Yeah. Oh, actually,
there are other members.
that does bring up the other thing that I really like about this game. Thematically, like, this is a time period in which Pokemon are viewed as incredibly dangerous and live
Scaly.
mostly separated from humans.
Scary.
Scaly
Yeah, they're so
Pokemans.
scary.
So, like, I really like that
Pokemon are
motif.
terrifying creatures, is a
Yeah.
line repeated multiple times through the game.
Yeah, well, they're all
Well-
right. First of all, Jesus, the little
The only
weasel can
Pokemon
fire off
actually-
a water fountain that can just fire you across the field.
So
They're all horrifying and rightfully so, but you are
The
the
only
one with you're the one with future knowledge, so you are able to tell them it's like, no, Pokemon can be our friends. You just gotta like not view them as enemies, which is a great motif. I love the motif
Yeah, but
that
do
you're
you
the only
actually
one.
remember though?
Do I what?
Like, I don't.
it's never
Yes.
explicitly stated that you remember where you're from.
You remember how to use
I
your
think
smartphone.
it's explicitly stated if you remember that you don't really remember 100% where you're from. That you just know you fell from the portal in the sky. You were talking to Arceus, and you had your phone.
There are some questions that you can answer where you can say, I remember or I don't remember where you're from, right?
Yeah.
So it's up to you to decide whether or not you remember or don't remember things from before. But you like recognize things, you view things through clearly a modern lens. Like you're
Yeah.
able to, if you buy the Rotom devices, you know what they are and what they're used for when
Yep.
nobody else does.
Yep.
You can, operate a phone.
Okay,
Things like that,
but
right?
this does remind me, and it's going to be the first of many on theme, relevant to the game, carrot side tangents.
Mm.
Okay, all right. So
Okay.
I get it. I like the
Debate
idea
time.
of
Let's
having
go.
a old Pokemon. They're scared of them.
Yeah.
So let's all do everything ourselves. Sure, I'm digging it so far. Go make
Yeah.
your own Pokeball. Sure.
Yeah.
But how? Okay, take this rock, take this thing, shove it together.
An
Now it
apricorn.
has fireworks. Where are these fireworks coming from? Don't worry about it. What's happening? You're throwing this rock at a Pokemon. How's it shrinking? They don't tell you. They don't know. How do they do it? They don't know. They never,
No,
ever
okay.
explain
Well,
it.
they
Well,
never explained it in
they do
previous
kinda
games
talk
either.
about-
But they
The
never had
Pokemon-
to. We could just say, "Oh, it's been technology." But we are
No.
making them ourselves.
In
yeah.
Silver and Gold, Kurt made like Pokeballs out of apricorns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah, and
like
it turns
years
out-
of practice. We have never done this before.
Yeah, our Pokeballs are like okay though. They're
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
fine.
like we're just using crude Pokeballs, and we're technically constantly learning as we then are given more complex recipes to make the better Pokeballs.
Yeah.
Reading the descriptions of the items makes me think that it's not the apricorns that are magic, it is the tumblestones that are magic.
Or the combination of the two of them. I remember when Heart Gold, Soul Silver, that's it. When Heart Gold and Soul Silver came out, a bunch of people who hadn't gotten to play the original games asked the question of like, how in the hell are you making Pokeballs from apricorns? To which I don't remember if this was an official response or if this was just somebody like talking about it, but they theorized that apricorns had naturally generated a defense mechanism against Pokemon that caused them to
Oh, that's
shrink.
Loxton, I believe.
Yeah, it was Loxton, thank you. That caused them to like shrink as like a deterrent for eating them, basically. And when you like apply proper methodology to this apricorn, which makes sense that you apply like a mirrored surface, like a rock's mirrored surface, to turn it into a functional Pokeball, then you are able to harness this apricorn defense mechanism to capture Pokemon. That was the theory.
There's only one.
Well, that was the theory, but that
flaw
was
in
before
that
we knew that
theory.
there's a couple of things here. One is that
Celebi
It's-
movie.
well, so that's like a later thing. It doesn't really apply with that. That's so the way it's framed there is that that's like a prototype modern Pokeball. So that's a bit different. With the apricorn balls, so with Loxton's theory, obviously that was working before we understood that. One other thing that's different is that the way that Pokemon going into the balls is framed, it's not framed as this ball apricorn or device we're putting in it has the ability to force Pokemon to shrink. It's that Pokemon already have the ability to shrink down to a small size, and hitting them with the ball somehow does it.
And
That's what
we
they talk
do
about.
have
They say
evidence of
Pokemon
this.
have the mysterious ability to shrink down.
I mean,
That's
Yeah,
one of the first things they tell you about Pokemon.
we do have evidence of that because when you faint a Pokemon, they shrink.
that is
Yeah,
one
that's
of the
true.
silliest things, but it does
You know,
kind of work
It's
canonically.
basically saying
I never thought about
that
it in that way,
being
but yeah, that's
large
true, huh?
takes energy.
I mean, when you think about the standpoint of like Pokemon naturally evolve, meaning they change form and get bigger or in some cases smaller, they just have the ability to completely transmogrify their own bodies once they hit a specific like threshold or a specific requirement. Like they just turn into something else. So it's suggested that they just natively have the ability of changing their forms always.
Well, I don't
that's
think it's that they
interesting.
natively have the
That-
ability to change their forms at all times. It's specifically they have the ability to shrink, I guess, and they do so. Well, I mean, now that you pointed that out, I guess they do it when they get fainted, and they do it when they're thrown into a Pokeball or when a Pokeball hits them. And it's not necessarily implied, I don't think, that they can do it on command.
Well, not on command, but
Especially
when
since we have a
requirements are
move,
met.
right? Yeah. Or they know minimize.
Or minimize, yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, trying to apply real world logic to the Pokemon universe borderline
Listen.
never works anyway, so
It seems pretty clear to me that Game Freak does not think about these things too much. So us doing it is a folly in its own.
yeah, indeed. But anyway,
Still, it's their fault
We're not
for
saying-
showing how Pokeballs were made.
that's the long-handed way of saying don't worry about the fireworks, they're just there.
I'm gonna worry about the fireworks. Have you seen how fucking many fireworks that blow
No,
off when you
okay,
fucking
don't
trade?
worry about the fireworks. If you're going to make this argument, explain to me how when you're trading, the balls literally rocket off into the stratosphere like a missile.
That is exactly what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Okay, also,
Well,
can we
see,
just real
what happens
quick,
is you
hold up.
you glue the
Hold up.
tumblestone to the bottom of the apricorn so that it always has that side up.
Okay, hold
That's
up,
what
hold
you
up.
do.
Can I just say, I genuinely
Look,
think
why
this
are we-
game has the best trade animation I have ever seen. Oh my god, it's so good.
I hope you captured it because I've never traded.
I'll pull it up.
I think that we had it, but like, yeah, no,
It's
it's
okay.
just
I found a video of it.
like the
Oh,
ball
or-
upturns and it just rockets into the stratosphere. Like it is.
So
It's
you go.
so cool. I love this dumb nonsense. Look at this.
This is what happens. Now you see why I was so concerned.
Like, I love this trade animation. It's hilarious how it feels both like old and futuristic at the same time. It's just so weird.
But why are we questioning fireworks when we have a smartphone?
Look,
Well,
Well,
we're the
I
only
mean,
ones
that's
who
normal.
have that.
God gave you
Yeah,
that.
but we still.
Yeah.
Okay, but we
It is
still
my
have a
God-given right
smartphone.
to have this smartphone.
They have made Pokeballs before we got there.
Look, God is your
Yeah.
5G tower. Have faith and you will never be led astray.
But
Hail
That's like
Arceus!
specifically.
that doesn't work. Arceus isn't an
Oh my
internet
God.
antenna.
It can do whatever. It's a god.
No, it can't. It can be caught by a 12-year-old.
I was about to
Sure.
say the internet Pokemon, but then I remembered that's just Digimon.
Or
Well, no,
Rotom.
technically, in the Pokédexes, it says that Arceus has 1,000 arms, which they may or may not be referring to unown at that point.
Like, I remember reading at some point, there was, I don't remember where, it was probably like on Twitter or something, but like someone was suggesting that Arceus allowed themselves to be caught because they're bored and they thought that being owned by a trainer would be fun for a while.
I could see that.
Oh, the Emric rule strap.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it may
like,
not be the original Arceus. We now know, right? Because
or
in this game, when you catch it, it's a copy.
yeah, Or it could just be like, no, literally the Eldrazi. You can see the finger, but you cannot comprehend the full being.
Maybe.
But then it still came out of an egg. So who gave birth to that egg?
Nothing.
Which came
It's
first,
the
chicken or the egg?
well. Okay, so philosophically speaking, it would be the uncaused causer, right? So
Like the universe
that
created the egg so it could
nothing,
create the universe.
I mean, wouldn't that just
or
mean
there
someone
wasn't
from the
anything
distant
but the egg.
future basically created the egg to put into the distant past?
The
I
universe
was
didn't create the
curious.
egg. The egg existed first.
I was curious which came up when I googled 1,000 arms Arceus. You're welcome.
Why?
That's not a
Oh,
thousand
yep, fair enough.
arms.
I mean,
That's
Sounds like
nowhere
something from
near
Bug
close
Leech.
to 1,000 arms.
it kind of does look like a hollow, doesn't it? Just a little.
Let's not go there. I don't want
Anyway.
to imagine Ichigo Kurosaki using his Bankai on an Arceus.
Man, that's actually a very good question. Depending on power levels, I feel like Arceus would just like
How much
slap
prep time
most
does Ichigo
anything.
get?
The standard plot armor amount.
So infinite, got it. No, like, okay, look, no, that's real. In like the end of Bleach, or not the end of Bleach, like in the end of like the first season before 1,000 Year Blood War, uh, Ichigo's father brings him into like the magical dimensional tunnel, throws a few knives into it, and is like, okay, I'm going to stretch time to give you as much as I possibly can. And Ichigo trains for like years in the span of seconds, a la like the hyperbolic time chamber,
Wait, are you
to
saying
beat the
that's
dude.
before he fights Aizen?
Yeah, right before. Immediately right before.
How much
Wow,
time how much time did they actually spend in there? Actually,
I believe it's quoted as like a few years, or maybe it was a few months, but it is just the hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah.
all right. Follow-up question: could Ichigo even begin to approach the power of Arceus?
It would depend on how you compared the power of both universes. I would assume that since Arceus is literally a god, Ichigo would not be able to kill him.
I mean, could Ichigo be able to attack through a distortion of space and time?
Okay,
Maybe.
big question. Does Ichigo have Orihime on his side?
No.
This is a mono a mono.
It's mono
We're
a mono,
not-
yeah.
Yeah, we're not giving him the bullshit that is Orihime's healing factor or effect.
It's so good though.
Exactly, that's the point.
Anyway, so you
Alright,
see
so
that
anyway,
track?
about this Bidoof that
Oh.
Dosha caught.
Yeah, you see that?
My
track
opinion
we
is-
give God?
So here's what I'm thinking right now, right? So what do you guys think about the graphics for the game, the visual style, the way the trees are rendered?
Okay,
Obviously,
so
it's better than Scarlet Violet, like Curry
Yeah.
said, but I like subpar
I
at
would
best.
disagree. I think it's about equal.
I think that it is better than Scarlet Violet by like a pretty wide margin because there's actually some detail here, but one of the biggest complaints I have personally
There's
is
a
that
stylization, right?
yeah, there's a stylization, but I feel like they weren't bold enough with the environments. Like this
Colors
first
are
area,
muted.
this first area looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it. However, you go to like the coastal area and like the what is the other one? The swamp area. And it looks bizarrely samey. Like you can clearly tell these are different biomes, but they aren't like vibrantly different. They aren't like interestingly different. I mean, the ice biome, I guess, is different just because, you know, it's covered in ice, which is, you know, fun. And
Yeah, but I mean, you think that it's all within this like the same kind of area, so it wouldn't be that drastically different geographically wise. So it makes sense that it's kind of samey but still distinctly different.
Yeah, I think that they.
I mean, each area has its own sort of feel.
Yeah.
The way I realized earlier today that I could pretty easily give different areas a season. So it would be the first area you go to is spring, the beach is summer, the Crimson Mirelands are fall and winter's the ice one.
Yeah, it does feel like I do agree that keeping it relatively what is the
I guess
word?
there's 5 areas, huh?
Relatively
Yeah, this
similar to like note that this is the same region. I guess that works fine, but they probably could
because
have pushed the envelope a bit more.
because this
Mhm.
isn't Scarlet and Violet. We're in DLC 2. It is just like one giant accumulation of different environments where it all is
I think
drastically different.
Yeah,
I think this is probably some of the best character design work
100%
in
agree.
realized in 3D specifically. Because I want to be clear, the art for Scarlet and Violet is fine. I just hated the execution as it was in the game, right? The game's really ugly, but this game has really
Tell us how you
cool
really
looking
feel.
characters and yeah, as a relatively for how do I want to say this? It's
What you want
the
to
visual
say,
direction is definitely different from a regular Pokemon game. It's not as vibrant and it's more stylized in a slightly different direction.
yeah.
And I think people either like or don't like that. But the character models look great.
Now see the word you're looking for is Arizu is best.
Arizu.
The word you're looking for is shut your mouth.
But no, yeah,
Risu is the best though.
I definitely
she's
Arizu's
agree.
nice. I prefer May.
I think all of the designs are like in terms of like character designs are basically winners. I can't think of a single like I guess I will agree that the professor is not really a looker, but his design is memorable and his character is fine. So for me personally, I don't think
Very
there's a
distinct.
single missed character, and as far as characters I like go, it is myriad. Like it once you get like the new outfit for your main character, specifically the girl, oh my god, she's so dang cute. Like it is amazing the design work they did with just like the intro costume, not even like including all the rest of the stuff because there's a lot of costume options that you have in this game. But like just like the
I
base character is fantastic.
Beyond the professor, which I've already talked about, I don't like the before the stuff happens at the end of the game, the Mochi Man. I don't like his green eyebrows. I don't think they fit.
So I
Um
think the joke there is that they're fake. He's a disguise,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I know that. I get that.
right?
I'm actually I don't remember if he does have them at the end or not.
I don't recall. However,
I'm actually gonna pull up a picture.
I will make a note and say I did not actually suspect the Mochi Man. So that was actually kind of a
Yeah.
surprise. I was just sitting there like, okay, I expected the
He looks
commander.
weird.
I expected the commander. I was not expecting Mochi Man.
Yeah, I wasn't
Oh my
expecting
God.
him to
yeah.
be a ninja.
That's great, yeah.
I actually have something that I'd like to say about the professor.
Sure.
Really
Um,
quick before you do, I did pull up a picture, and no, he does not have green eyebrows. He has green everything else.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's got a sort of green motif overall.
Did you
And
just
this
pull
looks
up a
better.
Pretty neat. I
YouTube
like it.
thumbnail?
That's what Google. But that's what the only thing I found on Google that showed his old design.
Okay, anyway. What do you want to say about the professor there, Hawk?
so when you first kind of meeting him and he first asks you to do the project, he's like, come now, what do you say? Shall we help one another out, my girl? And I was like, that's a little creepy.
Well, no, isn't he from another region?
Well,
but he
like
specifically
if you're
says,
playing
"My
as boy, he says
girl."
"my boy."
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I
that's
mean, that's a
creepy.
pretty normal thing to say.
Yeah, that's
No, it's not.
normal.
No, it's
not.
normal to say my
not.
boy. It's not normal to say my girl.
How's
but
it
that's just
normal
because
to
you're not
say
thinking of it that
either
way.
to someone you just barely met?
You also have to remember that this is supposed to be representative of like a previous era, so even if through our modern lens that seems improper now, it would probably have been totally acceptable like around the time period where this game is supposed to be set in.
I still found it creepy, and I still felt the need to bring it up.
I never even noticed that, but fair enough.
I mean, I also found that creepy.
Anyway, who else? I love all of like the bandits, the like the gang of
The
people.
bandits
Yeah.
are coming.
Yeah,
They
they're
are
great.
fantastic. I love all of like the past motifs of like future characters from the Sinnoh region. That's a pretty straightforward idea, but they executed it quite well. Like, yeah. So we
But what
have
about the one person that wasn't was basically from your time period?
wait, which one?
Yeah, Train Man.
Oh yeah, Trainman.
Yeah, it's
That was the funniest shit. Oh my god. When he showed up out of nowhere still
Era
doing
I
that
That's
stuff,
refused.
I was just sitting there laughing my ass off because I hadn't seen any spoilers for him. He was fantastic. Oh my god.
All right, so I think we should kind of get into the like core of this game and why it might be controversial for some.
Yeah, because Kara and I are,
Well,
I
there's a
think,
lot of
in some
reasons.
agreement to the game.
All right, so after you get sent out in the wild to prove yourself that you can actually catch Pokemon, you get sorry, you get this little system, the star system. It like goes from 1 to 8, or 0 to 8 technically.
Oh, that's what you're
And
referring to.
when
Okay.
this is the first of many. Um, so when you get this system, when I first played this game, this is my second playthrough for anyone watching. When I first played this
Huh?
game, I thought that was a neat idea. You can rank up your star system by going around catching a bunch of different Pokemon. Because how to
Uh-huh.
rank up your stars is you catch like 5 Starly, and then that thing gets ranked up in your Pokedex. You get points, so on and so forth. And I thought that was neat, but I could ignore it. When I had to get to the realization when the woman said, "Okay, if you want to continue playing the game, you have to get the next star," and I had to stop and drop everything to spend the next 2 hours getting the next star
Wait,
for the
really?
rest of the game
Like,
on my
Really?
first playthrough.
I don't know how to
That's crazy.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I never once hit a snag like that in either of my playthroughs, just playing through it naturally. And I was speed running this shit. So I
Why didn't
don't
you
know how
already
you
have the
had this
stars to
issue.
begin with, actually?
Because like it's
Like,
not
why
Why would I catch the Pokemon?
It's not
Look,
hard
if
to
Well,
get
I
the
didn't play
stars.
the
So
game under the pretext I
there's
needed to catch a bunch of Pokemon, I probably would have hit the same snag.
there's actually like a bunch of different systems in this game that suggests that encourage you to catch lots and lots and lots of Pokemon,
Yeah, because you're
including. I mean,
you're
you get a
s-
benefit. You get a benefit for releasing Pokemon. There is a multi-select for releasing Pokemon. There is the um, the your Pokedex once you set gives you different rewards for catching Pokemon, not only multiple times but also in different ways, in different kinds.
But you'll have
Right.
to release your Pokemon?
I ran out of box space.
yeah,
How did
that
you
is
run out
actually
of
a
box
problem.
space?
No, like because when you're
It was
How is
full.
that a problem?
especially when you're trying to like do the entire Pokedex, you can run out of box space real easy. However, just like Dosha said, you do get bonuses for releasing Pokemon in this game when you never
Yeah,
have before, which I think is a
it's the
great
best way to
inclusion.
get Grit Pebbles.
Yeah, yeah. So like I did not have any problem with the star system at all. I understand like how that could be like irritating,
It was
but
just tedium for tedium's sake. I
it's
didn't
not.
need these Pokemon for combat. Why would I need to
What?
catch 10
Well,
Pidgey?
okay,
What am I using them for?
canonically the reason is because you are a Survey Corps member who is studying Pokemon, and the best way to study
Uh-huh.
them is to capture them by having them domesticated, which
And
is
that makes
why you
sense
are
for the
being
Pokedex,
tasked to go
Yeah,
out and do it.
but it
you
shouldn't be
know how
required.
The
you know how
goal
I
short
of
don't
the
the
know about
game
game
in
would
that.
be if
universe.
you didn't have that star system?
The goal of every Pokemon game is to catch all the Pokemon,
Actually,
but I'm
no,
not
the goal of
gonna
Pokemon is
do it
to be the
anyway.
very best, like no one
Oh,
ever was.
we are lagging
I
a
don't think the
little
goal
bit.
of every Pokemon game is to catch all the Pokemon. This one is very explicitly a catching simulator more than it is focused on battles.
Yeah, like you don't
And
even
there's
have
a couple of
to
systems like that.
fight the Pokemon to catch them, which I think is the one of the biggest departures for this game.
You also don't even have to fight
Well, it's not the only one that
the
does
ward.
that.
You don't even have to fight the big yellow Pokemon, you can just throw sweets at them.
Bombs, yeah.
Yeah, you can throw bombs instead of fighting the bosses.
For specifically Ark and my one of my IRL friends, at least Ark would have if he didn't have the pretense. I don't need those Pokemon other than maybe for Dex completion, which would have been novelty if it wasn't forced upon me. Like what kind of reminds me of is like a lot of people don't like. How do I want to word this? A lot of people
Don't want to bother.
stopped reading casually because it was forced on them in school.
Like, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I just can't sympathize or agree. Like, the point of the game, and the point of every Pokemon game, is to, like, capture and train Pokemon. So, if you don't want to
Yeah,
capture, like, a lot of Pokemon, I get it, but this game specifically is built around that as a mechanic. Like, that is your task in the universe. That is your goal in the universe. Like, the whole idea of it is that you are in the past forming as a part of a survey team, trying to, learn about Pokemon, which canonically this world, as you're in right now, has no idea about. So your task is to go catch things.
Thing. That's all well and good, but in order just to get past the main story that you're forced to catch even just a certain amount, I think is slightly wrong. Like, should you get more rewards and get, like, further into the post-game for more completion of the Pokédex? Absolutely. But for just the main
that should be
story...
post-game stuff, 100%.
I
We're
don't...
talking about... No, it's great as is. I mean,
think it's
I
good,
understand the complaints about it, but as
I'm not
is
saying it's bad.
right now.
I'm just saying, like, it
I
detracts
think-
from me. Like, if I had no pre-context and I was playing this blind, I would have been blindsided by that fact, and it probably would have put me off.
Well, okay.
Yeah, like it did for me.
I
I'd
will
probably
say,
the game
and
is
again,
not for people who don't want to catch Pokemon.
I am not saying this to be rude. I do not mean any offense when I say this.
I now take full offense from it.
Exactly. But, like, the way that you guys are wanting to play this, I would borderline call kind of atypical. Like,
Incorrect.
It's not, like, a common
Playing the
thing
game
to do.
wrong!
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you are playing the game wrong.
God damn it! Shut up.
Tell that to every 12-year-old that only played with their starter Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, I'm just looking at this like the whole goal of this game is to catch Pokemon.
Be an excuse.
Meh.
Okay, so what I was going to say. So I know everyone plays. Everyone has their own flavor of like playing games, like going through things in different ways. How I approach Pokemon is I want to grow attached to a team.
Yeah.
I don't want to have like I don't want to have like 5 teams in the box that I swap through. Like I do this for Genshin. I do this for every game that I play. I do not want to have to switch. I want to stay on one thing as much as I can. Since I do not need to catch the Pokemon for using them, the only reason I would catch them is because I'm forced to and I have to continue playing. That's why I hate it.
Again, I understand your gripe here. I get it. I just cannot agree. Like, the purpose of Pokemon games is to catch Pokemon.
Well, here's the thing.
I've already caught all of those Pokemon in previous games. Why do I need to catch them again?
To catch them all.
Hold on a second. In one of the main series games, it is normal, and even this isn't the main series.
No, this is a main series game. They have Game Freak has stated this is a mainline game.
It is.
Game Freak is wrong.
You
can't
okay,
just say
you
Game
can't
Freak
say
is wrong.
that.
I can say Game Freak is wrong.
It's
a
very
clear
mainline
not the main
game.
series. It is
They
obviously
said
not
it's a mainline game.
It's
They
canon.
can
to
say
the
that all they
Pokemon
want,
story.
and they can still be wrong.
The makers of the game say that their game is mainline.
Yes, and they're wrong.
You don't believe. Is this like your dictionary argument again?
What? No, it's like really obvious. The combat is different. The multiplayer is different. The way you travel the world is different. The gameplay loop
the
is
multiplayer
different.
doesn't exist. Unless you include trading.
This is obviously very different, I mean, if this is a mainline game, then Pokemon Coliseum is a mainline game, and it's definitely not.
That would be
Well, no,
hilarious.
it's not a main. Coliseum isn't a mainline game because they never said Coliseum was a mainline game.
But
They don't need to. It's pretty clear that neither of these things are mainline games because they're clearly different from the mainline games.
okay,
This is not a continuation. This is like, okay, after the first Pokemon game, this is like an experiment on the idea of like, what if we took the Pokemon franchise in a completely separate direction? But whatever. That's not what I was trying to
this is like saying
bring
that,
up.
like, okay, so you get a fried chicken sandwich and a grilled chicken sandwich, and you look at the grilled
Uh-huh.
chicken sandwich and be like, this is not a chicken sandwich.
No, I wouldn't say that. I
Yeah,
would say
that's exactly how.
if
this
somebody
is.
tried to give me a grilled chicken sandwich and tell me that it was fried, I would tell them that they are wrong.
But it's still a chicken sandwich. Like,
Okay,
okay,
but
so
it's not
how
a
does
fried chicken
Game Freak
sandwich, and
saying
it's
this
obvious
is
to
a
everyone it's
mainline
not a fried
game?
chicken sandwich.
It's very, very blatant. They have said, hey, this is a mainline game. We're the creators of Pokemon. They get to
Because I
determine
have
that.
eyes. Because I have eyes, I can tell it's not.
Okay,
They are wrong.
you can disagree that this should be considered a mainline game, but you can't just say, "Oh, are we going to Pokemon Home?"
I mean,
now?"
they also say Pokemon Let's Go was a mainline game.
Okay,
Why
let's
is
That's
go to
definitely
let's
not
go to
even-
Pokemon Home. I guess. Why is this in the recording?
Oh, I guess
Whatever.
we get to see
This
Dosha's
is why are we
bond
talking
and
about
see
that?
how
I
much
didn't want to
Pokemon-
talk about this particular thing. We need a way to separate these things. The easiest way is to refer to the regular games as the mainline games and this as the
Actually, wait,
well, we
hold
can't
that
call
thought. Do I have to
we
blur
need a
the
way to
support
differentiate
ticket?
these things. So calling this a spin-off is fine for the purposes of differentiating it from the mainline games.
I'm gonna have to like blur the screen or something
From the
because
main
there's
series, whatever you want to call it. I don't care how you call it. This is clearly different from those games. Okay.
Like, if you're calling this not a mainline game, that means you're calling Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl a mainline game.
Well,
it's a remake of a mainline game, so
I mean,
technically
it kind of
is.
is, yeah.
No, they have explicitly stated that BDSP is not a mainline game.
I mean,
Well, it's a
there's
remake of
some
a
things.
previous mainline game, so meh.
That's not made by the same company.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of the main thing that would make it not right.
Yeah, but then by that logic, this would actually still be a mainline game because this was actually made by Game Freak.
No. That's not how that works.
Okay. Regardless,
You just
we'll
said
just
that's how
This
it
isn't the
works.
point. Why are we talking about
Gentlemen, look over there.
Because you
Do you
brought it up.
see that? Do you
I
see
brought it
here?
up,
Let me
listen.
get out my binoculars. Hold on, wait. Do you see the track?
this? Listen, I'm trying to get back to it, and you guys keep wanting to talk about
You
this.
are going so far off of it. We are careening, my dude.
It's your fault.
No.
Okay. I'm trying
It's
to
your
talk
fault.
about.
It's your fault, Dosha.
I'm trying to talk about something else, and you brought this up.
Oh my
Legends
God.
Arceus is a non-standard
Listen.
mainline
That's
game.
funny.
Fine. We'll call
How
it
about we just say
non-standard.
Legends
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. The standard game series are focused around the ability to do that. You can, in fact, catch only, use only your starter, or use only a Magikarp or whatever, and you don't have to catch anything.
Oh my
And
goodness.
that's well and good. The whatever I said that we are calling them is, the point of those games is battling. The point of those games is to go through the story and battle trainers and become the champion or strongest in the region or whatever, right? The point in this game is very different. This game is purpose-built to be a catching simulator, which I really like personally.
Yeah.
Other people are not going to like, right?
I think it's really cool.
So I
like
get
the
that.
idea.
I get that.
At
But
the
it's
very
also,
least,
I
this
think,
is the
fine for
best
these
game
to be
get
different.
Shinies in.
This is the best game to, if you want to just catch Pokemon, this is the best game to play. Because it's fun. And you don't have to just stop at catching one Pokemon, right? It's in the whatever it is that we said the other ones were. In those games, it is, I I forgot what term we set up for it, but in
You
those
set up for.
games,
Standard
like
mainline
catching
versus non-standard
stand-
mainline.
I'm not calling them mainline, but I'll say standard. Okay, in the standard games,
Oh,
they
God.
are
The pixelation is back.
catching.
Then it's on your end.
Son of a
Okay.
bitch.
One you
Want
can
me to
catch.
reset, or do you want me to lower
It's
the quality? What do you want me
suboptimal
to do?
to catch more than
Try
one
lowering
Pokemon
the
at a time.
quality.
The
Wait.
optimal route to getting better Pokemon is breeding, unless you're playing in the first generation game, in which case,
Oh, God,
I mean,
no, that made it worse.
you can just train. You can just train Pokemon basically until they max out their stats, so it doesn't matter, right?
God, that's...
How about we train you until we max out your stats?
Okay, hold on. I think
You can
I actually
try.
have to go and reset my router because, like, no joke, this is actually bad. Like, it is.
Well, that's a
working.
very creepy frame I paused on right
Oh,
there.
God.
Oh yeah, that's a great frame.
Catch
Is it
Pokemon,
creepy?
you
He's smiling. Listen, Ziggurats prove the existence of Death of the Author.
Shut up.
Stop building your Ziggurat.
No, my Ziggurat is amazing, and
Hey,
you're
why
all
don't you
just
shut-
jealous of it.
Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up?
God damn it.
Ziggurats are cool, and you are wrong for thinking otherwise.
Just because we've been gone for 15 minutes with technical difficulties does not mean you can build your Ziggurat.
It does mean I can build my Ziggurat. In fact, I already had started working on it beforehand, and will
Technically,
continue
you
to work on it
told
after.
Start the Ziggurat.
God. Okay, hi
Okay,
everybody,
but how
we're
can you
back.
return back to Death of an Author?
We're not
hi,
doing
I
this.
guess we're back.
Why not?
We're
I mean,
not
like, I
doing
can
this.
explain it. Listen, okay.
We're cutting you
see,
off. I'm cutting you
The
off.
ancient
I
Mesopotamia.
am the
No, hold on.
bartender. I am the bartender, and I am cutting you off. No more
Listen,
Ziggurat for
Iran
you.
is. Listen, Pokemon has. All right, fine. Look, fine. We'll move on. Whatever.
Oh my god.
Wait,
I'm
hold
over
on.
it.
I have a question. Important question. Isn't there whenever you get Regigigas, isn't there a Ziggurat?
Shut up. No,
No.
don't get him on this topic.
That's
not
not
a
a Ziggurat.
God, it's a temple. It's like a Greco style temple. Okay.
Finally,
Totally
we're all talking about Legends Arceus again. So we had a bit of a technical difficulty.
Oh my god, we found the
We're
track.
back. I don't think we did.
Or is it a
What were we
mirage?
talking about?
Okay, so before the technical difficulties, we were talking about something. Dosha, you were on about it. What was it?
Your mom. Wait, we were talking about. Let's see. Okay, so when we were talking about how the game.
The game is
hold
built
on,
around
hold
you
on.
have to catch.
Yes, the game is built around catching, but the standard, I guess we'll call it standard actual games. The actual game series is built around battling, and this game is not. And I think that is a turnoff point. I think that was the basic thing that I was trying to say.
Yeah,
that
more or
the
less.
real Pokemon games.
I recall.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, we were on about arguing whether or not it was appropriate to force people to complete the Pokedex before proceeding with the story. That's what we were on about.
I mean, I was already a 7th star member by the time I got my second assignment, so
See,
like,
that's you.
I don't-
Good for you.
I don't understand like what the issue is. What everybody's talking about getting gated. I didn't get gated once. I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
What do you
No.
mean gated? Of course you're not going to get gated. Why would they do that? Come on, just play the game normally like I do and become a 7th star member
First of
before
all,
leaving
you
the first
do
area.
not play the game normally, so don't
Hold
even
on.
start.
Whoa. I don't think anyone could see what you were doing with your run through this. Oh yeah, how far in are you, by the way?
Right now?
Yeah.
Hold on.
How complete is the game?
He's in Ziggurat % right now.
How
I'm talking about
complete is
Ziggurats.
the
We're on
game?
something else now.
Let's not go back to that conversation that these
What's
people
my
didn't
playtime?
hear.
It's 79:22.
79:22 and you haven't beaten the game yet?
No, I've beaten the game.
Oh, you
I don't
actually did
believe
beat the
you.
game?
Yeah, I beat the game.
Did you beat
I
the
don't
game?
never said I didn't.
You got to the credits.
I never said that I didn't. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, you
no,
did.
beat
You
the game.
implied that you did.
Beat the game this run.
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually
Obviously.
did do it.
Look,
And
we
you're
wouldn't
not
have
just saying
started
this to
if I
save
didn't beat the
face.
game. Okay. It's not like I
So-
finished it while we were on break.
I now don't believe
Okay.
you.
All right. So anyway,
I had it done the whole time. Okay, and I was just being coy about it. All
You were
right.
just
Oh my
being,
God.
of course.
Yoshi is
okay.
actually the one that caused the Discord
Okay.
issues, so he could delay us.
Oh my god.
Oh
Right
my
now, I
God.
am
Ghost.
trying to
That would make
Go
total
figure out-
sense though. Wait, quickly. What is that? What is that thing that hackers do to
stop forming
things up?
conspiracies and
No,
help
no,
me
no,
find a
no,
mana
no,
fee.
no.
Stop
What
making
what
it
the hell is
easier.
what the hell is
Mana
the
fee is a psyop.
thing?
Mana fee is a psyop.
The DOS
You're a
attack or
psyop.
whatever. He's DDoSing
DDoS?
us. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
DDoSing.
DDoS.
He DDoSed the stream to buy himself time so he could beat the game.
What is
Look, if
wrong
I
with
was
you, Dosha?
DDoSing
Why
you-
would you do something like that?
Oh man, that's
I
great.
can't
Dosha.
DDoS you.
Dosha, what color
That's
are
ridiculous.
the programmer socks you're wearing right now?
They are pink and white. Wait, no, I don't.
Hell yeah.
I'm not wearing programmer socks. I don't know
Hell
what you're
yeah,
talking about. I
my
don't know what you're talking
man.
about.
You've
I don't-
been
I'm not-
had.
I don't know computer, so like I don't have programmer socks.
Okay,
My man
hey, you
with
see
those
that track we're
ankle
getting
high
off of?
striped pink shorts.
Guys, you see
Yeah,
that
we were
track
talking
getting
about
Yeah,
something
off of?
important. I think I already
Anyway,
forgot.
okay, fuck it. We're
Right,
moving
Pokemon.
on. We're moving on.
Okay. Okay, so, but yeah, like I don't think, like it just they went too hard on forcing you to catch so many things. It's just repetition.
I can't agree at all because like I just passively caught stuff, not even really going out of my way. Like it felt like I maybe explored 10% of each map and I was able to move on just by doing that.
It felt like I had to go through half of each map to go on.
I imagine that in the next Arceus game, or sorry, the next Legends game, they will not have this same structure since it's all supposed to be in a city. But I actually rather like this direction. But I also, admittedly, honestly, I do understand why people wouldn't like it. Right?
Yeah.
It makes
Yeah.
plenty of sense.
Like
There is
Like with
plenty
with
of
regular
people who
Pokemon,
play Pokemon because they like a particular Pokemon rather than because they have a desire to catch them all like I do.
like everyone wants to complete a Pokedex, or maybe not everybody. Most players
No,
want to complete
I
a
don't.
Pokedex at some
I've
point. I
never
believe.
completed a Pokédex.
I am willing to say that a majority of players probably have something like that in mind when it comes to playing Pokemon. They probably at least try to catch as many as they can. Most players,
Yeah.
to be clear.
Are
No,
you trying
not,
to
But,
call
not
me-
see, that's the
me
thing.
and-
This
and-
is the crux of the issue. I've already done that. Why do I need to do it again?
I mean,
so that you
you've
can
already
have it
fought
in every game.
the. You've already fought the Valstrax once. Why do you have to fight it again?
to get
Valstrax
parts.
is fun.
Catching
Okay.
Pokemon is fun.
I disagree.
No.
Having a living dex is
With-
fun.
Fighting
it's-
Valstrax multiple times, I'm honing my weapon, learning more learning the fight. With catching 10 Spearows over again, what am I getting? 10 Spearows I'm not doing anything
You're
with.
getting grit gravel.
What are you getting out of beating Frog on no hit hard?
Yeah, that's wow.
Satisfaction.
That is the biggest call.
And the achievement.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you get
and
the
the-
achievement.
What does
You get
having
the
the
achievement of
achievement
having
do
a
for you?
living dex. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
he
that's
already
I already
has
have a
one. Why
living
would he
dex.
need to do it again?
Okay. I mean, if you really feel that way, then you could just
Okay.
download the Pokemon to this game.
Shiny living dex.
Someone's
Next step.
actually tried that. Or done that. I don't think they've completed it, but they got very close.
It's a
If you're
giant
starting
pain
now,
in the
it's
ass.
too late because there are some Pokemon that you cannot get shiny unless you were a player earlier. And then once the 3DS Pokemon Bank link shuts down, you just won't be able to do it anymore ever.
Well, no, you can do it to some extent because, like,
No, because there's not going to be legal shiny Jirachis in the game anymore,
I
after
mean,
that.
there could always just be another event.
or
like-
etc.
There are so many different versions of whatever. But
Yeah, there may be another event, but the thing is, like, they've been adding a bunch of systems in that are like shiny locking legendary Pokemon, and it's just like,
like, okay,
right?
we've
So
already talked about this, but like,
listen,
why
they're
do
not
they
going to do it.
that?
I don't think
It's just so weird.
it is
Shiny
so weird.
locking Pokemon that are already in a static pre-rendered cutscene makes sense.
Yes, but well, I mean, the main problem is that they also, so like in the most recent game, there's a way to fight um uh, fight Pokemon. Wait, hold on a second. There's
Yeah,
a way to
yes, dear Tosha. There is surely a way to fight Pokemon.
okay, there is a method to fight legendary catch and find legendary Pokemon in repeatedly in the Scarlet Violet DLC.
There's actually two Pokemon
Okay.
that you cannot fight.
Okay, sure. That's true, but that's aside the point. I'm talking about like Mewtwo and Ho-Oh and Lugia. And it's shiny locked.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Sword and Shield, for no discernible reason, none of the things in the den are locked. Like, you can get a
Right,
shiny. That is the only legal way to get a shiny Necrozma, unless you got it from the event.
Right, so those ones are shiny locked and stuff, but these ones, I mean, those ones aren't shiny locked, so you can get some of the older Pokemon that way, but that's not all the Pokemon, you know?
Well, I mean,
That's like
you
there are Pokemon that would, if they didn't shiny lock it, have their first shiny version available, like Urshifu.
you can make the argument that you can do a living dex post this by like trading with other people if you can trust
Actually, I
them to
think
make
there's
sure
no
it's
way to
not
get
hacked.
shiny Urshifu, so
Yeah,
guaranteed there is a way. That would be a Pokemon you could not get a shiny of.
what do you call it? The fucking Cubfu. Cubfu is shiny locked, I believe. Fun fact,
Currently, there
Blood
is
Moon Ursaluna is also shiny locked.
yeah. Currently, there is no way to get certain Pokemon legally shiny, so you can't actually have a shiny living dex currently. And then when they shut down Pokemon Bank, it's going to be even harder. And as far as I can tell, there's not any intent to hand these things out
It
again.
depends.
So,
It just depends.
but you're like
this is all
rolling the
stuff.
die. Yeah, I don't have enough trust in the Pokemon Company to rectify this. I don't think they care.
I mean, meh. However,
Or yeah,
this doesn't really
it's
have
not
much
like
to do
Wizards of
with
the Coast
Legends
where they have to
Arceus, though.
balance. Well, I mean, nothing in Legends Arceus is shiny and locked except the legendaries, right?
I think the Arceus at the end is.
Is it?
I think.
The starters.
Wow.
Starters?
The screen froze at the best possible time, so we just had like a 2-second frame of a screaming Paris.
So did you hear
Nice.
me say the words "the starters are shiny locked"?
Oh, are the starters shiny locked? I did not hear that.
I heard you say it.
They're in a pre-rendered cutscene, so
Fair enough.
Sure, fine.
Yeah.
So they're shiny locked, and
so actually, I have a way to bring us back on track and go straight into Carrot's second off
Oh,
tangent
no.
on topic thing.
I
So
really wish
I
that I had set up like a sound effect for it. Like the fucking
uh
newsroom, like you know, like the big dramatic
this would be great if I had a PNG tuber thing, so like you could just cut to that and just like put a little tie on it. Anyway,
It's Carrot's
Back
Corner
on
with
topic
your host,
news.
Carrot.
in this game, I find it very interesting that okay, I just like that you're sniffing this Paris real hard right now. Okay, anyway,
You just
in this
there.
game, shinies are determined when you enter the area. So let's say you go to the first area and you save. Every single Pokemon that can and will spawn is already determined to be or not to be shiny. So my first thought was, okay, I'm going to do a scan. I'm going to go across the entire map. And it worked. I did find a shiny immediately. And then I had a thought. After you catch/kill a Pokemon, another one takes its spot.
Yeah.
Can I empty out the Pokemon spawns? So I sat there for like 5 hours killing Bidoof and uh, Gen 4 Spearow, and they just kept spawning. So there are three possibilities. Either it's infinite and it's just random and somehow they just recalculate the shiny odds, or it loops. If it loops, you could get a shiny multiple times, but there's no real way to test that because you don't. There's no way to know. There's no way to test it.
Well, by that logic, you could call a loop like running into the same shiny again. But since you don't know where the
Well,
loop starts, it could just be that you randoed into
well,
another shiny of the same kind.
well, the loop could start when you enter the area, and for example, but you could tell if they're the exact same if they have the exact same effort values, moves, levels, gender, nature.
Oh, you mean like legit a clone, like a looped
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
clone.
If it
Okay,
loops, because if shinies are already determined when you enter the area, if the theory of it looping, then you would have a clone.
I see.
So I tried that for about 5 hours. I couldn't confirm it. I didn't really care to continue. I did scan for like 2 or 3 times, and then I realized I don't give a fuck. This game sucks. I just want to be done with it.
I
So that
mean,
ends the second Carrot Corner. I'm back.
realistically, I will go ahead and bring this up since you brought up shinies. Number one, it is super fucking cool that they just give you a shiny to demonstrate to you what it is. Like, that hasn't happened since Johto. Like, you got a shiny red Gyarados,
Mm,
so you knew what a shiny was. But in
that's
this
true.
game, they were just like, hey, let's give everybody a shiny Ponyta, which is fucking great because it's shiny, it's beautiful. And
Yes.
Yeah, it looks great.
I'm really
But its
happy about
evolved
that.
shiny is crap.
I can tell that it's shiny and it's amazing.
Yeah,
I have
like
never done that, so
Its
it's
evolved
just
shiny is crap.
why? It's literally just Rapidash, but the same this time.
It's blue.
Yeah, it's
Wait, what are
blue.
we talking about?
Ponyta is good shiny. Rapidash is bad shiny.
It's the
Why?
same. What do
It's
you
the
mean?
same.
literally the same.
No, Rapidash has a different colored hair.
It has
It's
slightly
blue.
like darker blue, and that's it. Otherwise,
No,
it's the
it's
same
not
motif.
blue.
Yeah, pull it up.
It's beautiful. It's
I'm
beautiful.
pulling it up.
Shiny
Beautiful.
Rapidash
second.
is not blue.
It is. Unless they changed it. I don't know if I ever actually evolved my Ponyta. But I'm moderately sure it's still just the exact same color.
In my original game, the first playthrough that I did evolve the
Yeah.
Ponyta,
What are you talking
and
about?
I had
That looks
Rapidash,
great.
and I kept it on my team for the whole time, and I nicknamed it, and I accidentally gave it away to a guy who wanted to set stuff on fire.
Like, shiny Rapidash, okay, yeah, it's not as like a vibrant of a blue, but it's still beautiful.
It reminds me of
WD.
Spectrier in a way.
A little bit. But
It's about as blue as Eiffel 65. I don't see what the problem is.
a blue I would be I would die. But anyway, to continue with the
Obviously,
thought.
it would be better if it was the vibrant of the Ponyta, but it's still good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I actually prefer the nice purpley color.
I really like that they gave
Purpley
you
indigo.
that shiny. However, my main hang up with this, and this is true for basically all of the games. Why is there no like visual cue? Why?
There is.
Oh, yeah, there is.
There is
Yeah,
a
there is.
visual
It goes-
cue if you walk up right to it and you see it spawn in and it sparkles. That's it.
And it has a sound.
But-
It has a visual cue.
Yeah.
And it has a sound cue.
Well, here's the thing, right? So you have the audio cue. Here, let me give you an example, a personal example, right? So I walked into, I think I was in the Scarlet Bog. So I walked up into the Scarlet Bog, and the second that I did, I thought I heard a sound. It was very subtle. I had my volume up to like, normal levels, but I could have sworn that I heard the shiny noise. I wasn't sure, but the more I looked into it, the more I was like, no, I'm positive I heard it. So first of all, the fact that the audio cue is so subtle that I barely even heard it is kind of crazy to me. Second, The visual cue does fucking nothing if it spawns behind a rock like my green Teddy Ursa did. So, like, you have an audio cue that denotes, hey, there's something nearby. But the visual cue doesn't matter if it's impeded by a structure, which is really annoying. Like, this is just
Which
something...
is why there's an audio cue, though.
I wish that there was, like, just a slight visual cue, like some sparkles would appear at the corner of your screen or something. No, like
you
a
mean
persistent
a continuous one?
Yeah, a continuous one to say it's
Okay.
like there's something nearby. Because, like, if you're just, like, chatting with your friends or in a group call or something, you can miss the audio cue super easy. And if you don't see it spawn right in front of you, again, like my Teddy Ursa spawned behind a rock and was legitimately the last place I checked to get it, you can just miss it. I don't know why Pokemon games haven't instituted some kind of a thing that says, hey, something's happening, you should look at that. When it's literally like a 1 second audio clip and then sparkles when it spawns and then at no other point.
Listen, Curry. This is the most first world Pokemon problem I think I've ever heard you say.
Give me my damn
And I
shiny
thought Carrot
radar.
was bad.
Oh no, I
Violet.
can't hear the jingle over the sound of my Discord call that I'm in with my friends that I have.
It's not really a first world problem. That just sounds like a nice day. I'm just sitting here, I'm just chilling out with the guys in Discord and I'm playing a Pokemon game. Fuck it, that actually sounds great.
Oh no, I was too distracted by what was happening on my laptop to see the little shiny effect.
I was too distracted to see the shiny. All of the strippers that are beside me.
Do we need to bring back the death of the author thing that you've been dying at? How about we bring back one of the 7 other like hills that Carrot's willing to die on too?
I need to bring back Death of the Author. It's generally always relevant.
No, I agree with you, Curry. I was just making fun of Dosha's argument.
I mean, fair enough. But, like, seriously, though, I want something that, like, demonstrates... Like, and again, you can make this argument for a lot of things, but say, hypothetically, like, you're hearing impaled. Impaled? Did I say impaled? Yeah, you're hearing impaled. You're hearing impaled.
That would make you hearing impaired for sure.
Okay, so you're hearing impaired, and your shiny spawns behind a rock. Well, you'll just never see it. You'll never hear it. So, like, even if it's just for, like, the excuse of accessibility, just give, like, a small little...
So are we going to go back to Schrodinger's shiny Pokemon, where if you don't know it existed or could have existed, that you're not missing out on anything?
Like, okay, if you don't actually encounter one, then that's fine. However, if you do encounter one, you should be notified about it, because they are rare. So, like, something should happen.
Notified.
So I like how Palworld did it. How Palworld did it, the Pokemon, first of all, was gigantic. It had a sparkle, it had a sound effect and a visual effect.
Yeah,
and it triggered every other second that you were in, like a mile vicinity.
This is so obvious that it's unavoidable. Like, you will see this damn thing. It is really easy, especially with some of the Pokemon shiny forms. Like, if you find a shiny Gibble, you can just walk right by a shiny Gibble real easy. Because, like, Gibble is one of those Pokemon that does not have a particularly vibrant one.
No, it does. Gibble's like incredibly...
It's Garchomp that does.
Gibble just has, like, a slightly less... Or, sorry, is it
It's Garchomp.
You mean Gabite.
Maybe I'm thinking of Gabite. Anyway, fine. Let's just go to, like, one of the worst examples. The Mice families. And Charcadet. Yeah. Charcadet, I think, actually is more noticeable than people give it credit for, but you have to know to look for the eyes. Otherwise, you don't notice it. Like, if 3 Charcadets were standing in front of you... Yeah, look at this. This bullshit, right?
Beware.
Like, when you're in an instance of, like, where you encounter a shiny that is this bad... having a little thing around you would be way better, especially in, like, an open world game. In traditional Pokemon RPGs, this doesn't matter because you just randomly encounter the Pokemon when you just jump into the grass in the overworld, and there's no need to look for them. So they just spawn in and it's sparkly and it's right there. But man, I would kill if they would just institute some kind of a goddamn feature that just notified you, hey, there's a shiny nearby. Or even if like you were just okay, fair enough. I was thinking of goodbye. That's fine. But like just give me something. Fuck. At the start of the game, just have a professor be like, "Hey, I'm researching this kind of Pokemon. Here, this is a little
So
like
what you want?
gadget that will vibrate whenever there's one nearby or something like that." Like
Yeah, okay. So
give
you want
me
an in-game item to go along with the shiny charm.
just give me an item that
That's
makes it
such a
so I
first
don't
world
have
Pokemon
to
problem.
oh, all of you fuck off.
Wait,
But
no,
like
I have a very good solution to it. Just make it so your controller just constantly vibrates.
yeah,
Oh.
sure. That'd be fine.
Or
Any kind of a
or you
cue.
know, we take what we get when it comes to finding shinies easier because it is supposed to be rare. Not everyone's supposed to find one.
It's supposed to be rare, but like if you do find one, it's really feels bad if you just
If you
miss it.
don't know it's there, did you really find it?
Like what if hypothetically speaking in this footage that we're watching right now, that Cricketot in the
Oh, I've been
background was
watching for one.
shiny.
I've been watching for shinies
Like
because people who have like first time playthroughs of Scarlet Violet ran past shiny pig Pokemon thing, and everyone in chat was like, "Oh my God, did you see that 30 minutes ago? You ran past a shiny." He's like,
Thankfully,
"What are you talking about?" Pulls up the clip, and then he just falls out of his chair.
yeah, like that kind of thing is fucking terrible. Like, okay, even if it's like doing what Pal World did, right? Like, if there is a shiny Pokemon on the map, make it spawn with a pillar of fucking light or something. Not like that's directing you to it, but like, okay, the terastallized looking Pokemon in the overworld of Scarlet and Violet, right? Like, you see them from a mile off, but they're not like all over the place on the map. You still have to overlook the area to actually see it spawn in. So do something like that, something that makes it really
So
stand the fuck out.
I think, and I don't know, I don't think this is an unpopular opinion in this crowd. I think we should go back to random encounters.
Honestly, I almost agree because like it,
um,
I kind
I
of
don't really care one way or the other. I think in this game, though, I think if they continue to do Legends Arceus, then they should continue to do this way. I've warmed up. I think initially I was against having Pokemon be, just encounterable in the overworld. But I think I've kind of learned to appreciate it in its own way. Sometimes it's better. The main complaint against it was Nuzlocke, right? There's not really a good way to do Nuzlocke when you can see every Pokemon that you can encounter. I mean, you can close your eyes, I guess, and just until you hear encounter music, but that's not really a great solution either.
I mean
Especially
like
since
I
yeah,
kind of like
since
it
some
Okay,
when they're
Pokemon are going to
both
be like
there.
but
specific
do they
areas.
need to cater to a way to play the game that they never intended?
No.
No, I'm not expecting them to do it, but I can still criticize them for not
Like
allowing that gameplay.
when I go back, and one thing that I have noticed, and we'll talk about this in the wrap up probably, is like the differences between a open world Pokemon game and a more traditional Pokemon game is primarily our Pokemon in the overworld, like physically,
Mhm.
like can you see them? Like I think that that is probably the biggest difference. I know that that sounds like an incredibly obvious thing, but in terms
Wow, tell
of
me more.
gameplay, it's actually a gigantic fucking change. So I don't know if I necessarily like
I
one
mean,
over the other, but I do
you
know that
basically can just avoid random encounters.
it felt refreshing to me to go back to when random encounters were actually a thing and like just replay games like that. But I don't know if that's just because of my own nostalgia filter or if it's because that style of gameplay is like more preferable in some ways. But I don't hate Pokemon being in the overworld. I just want
Like
a goddamn shiny filter. Give me the fucking shiny
on
Question.
filter. God damn
paper,
it.
Hold on.
overworld Pokemon is great because it's like watching the show or like living out like a childhood fantasy, quote unquote, of sorts. Because you're like running around the world, you're seeing all these Pokemon. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it just comes with all these inherent flaws that on the offset don't seem to be there, but you have to really, oh my God, what is happening in
Whoa.
that Kricketune?
He tried to get something and he would like not
Hey
having it.
guys, you see that rail we're getting away from?
Well,
No,
no, we're
this
still
is
on.
we're on the
This is
rails.
part of it.
We're talking about the open world aspect of it.
Yeah.
But so
But
with,
yeah, so
yeah.
yeah, just from the offset of it, it doesn't seem like it would have problems, but just a bunch of minor things just kind of stack up, and it could be nostalgia for sure, but I don't know.
I think that the 3D Pokemon games are still like as weird as it sounds in their infancy. It feels like they're just finding their ground as to like how to really make it work and how to really make it fun. Like Legends Arceus when it first came out, a lot of people compared it to Pokemon Go in that aspect because like Pokemon Go is a mobile game, but you don't really fight very much in it. You fight the gym battles and you can fight other trainers, and they only just in regards to this game, they had only just recently added actual battling between people into the game when this came out, or maybe if it was even a little bit after this game came out. But like the aspect of just being able to like run around and avoid Pokemon or like just throwing Pokeballs at Pokemon. Like if we were talking about this in a realistic sense, like if you were actually in this world, why couldn't you just throw a Pokeball at an unsuspecting Pokemon and see if you lucked out and caught it? Like that seems like something that a lot of people would actually do. It seems realistic. And then if it
Why
fails, you
wouldn't
battle it.
one just try to kill you?
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah,
like
you shoot your shot.
I just feel like there's just a little bit missing from it that can be improved like exponentially as time goes on. Mainly, I feel like it might be an issue with like denseness and placement of Pokemon. Because in a game like this, where you want to do like a lot of stealth tactics, or if you want to just go run at a thing and throw a ball at it, then you need to like plan it out slightly. So they spaced out the Pokemon accordingly to make it a little more sparse so you weren't going to be beset upon on all sides just for walking into an area.
And they
But
expect you to be on Weird Deer a lot.
yeah, but like by doing that, they clear the way for you to run through and they do this and they like and they do that thing that I just mentioned, but it's like it makes it ironically more boring by making it less impeding, I guess is the best way to say it. Because like you want there to be stuff like just around every corner, but you don't want to overfill it. And this is a problem with overworld games in general, right? Like this is a problem that has
I don't think that's
occurred.
true.
This is a problem that has occurred with so many open world games, and very few of them have actually struck a perfect note of like we have just enough in all the areas of our game for it to be entertaining, but to not impede the player's progress or traversal. It's a difficult thing to balance.
I don't think there's really an issue with balance in that way. When it's all in one direction, every open world game lacks content to do in the overworld, except a very small number of them.
Like Breath of the
There's
Wild.
As
like
someone who has 100%ed the
Breath of the
entirety of
Wild
the
really
Dimension map,
is like Breath of the Wild is still light on content, to be honest.
It's heavier on content than a lot of open world games, which is definitely
It is
saying
heavier,
something.
and that's the sad part.
Yeah, that's the
Open
thing.
world-
That's the thing I'm talking about. Like it's just weird.
That's why it's good that this game is not open world.
I mean, it is sandbox, isn't it?
It's not sandbox either.
Well, you have like what, 4 different maps, 5 different maps.
Yeah, you have like 5 different maps, and you can go around them, but they're crafted and scripted and have like specific spot. The Pokemon, it's not like a procedural experience, right? It's a crafted experience.
I suppose
Pokemon
yeah,
are coded to be in specific locations. They're coded to interact with objects in their area in a specific way. Oh, there's not that much interaction. They could probably do more. I mean, like this is for all the things I like about it. It is still ultimately a game being made during Game Freak's decline era. So
Like,
it's got all the same problems of like clearly rushedness,
like if they
etc.
had, imagine if they had actually given like another year's worth of development time to Arceus. I feel like this game would have been fucking incredible if they had done that. Because like the basis of the game is fine, but the
Oh
problem
boy,
is, okay, not
we're
not
gonna have a
mechanically,
testing ground.
not
No, no, no.
mechanically.
I'm
I'm not
saying
talking mechanically.
no, no, no. I'm saying we're about to have a testing ground for that theory, considering we have 2 years for the first time since Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Black and White,
Mm-hmm. I
right?
know.
For the
I'm
first time in like 15 years, we have a year without a major Pokemon release, and so basically they're giving an extra year of development for the next one. So we
Yep.
will see if with the extra polish that we'll get the extra content that you're talking about.
I'm really
But as
hoping that
is, I
that's the
think it's not too
case.
bad.
Like I'm not.
This
And
is
again,
more like, but it isn't. To be clear, it's not open world. It's like what Monster Hunter has going with it,
yeah, fair
right?
enough.
It's very large maps. You can confuse it with open world,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
not
fair
open
enough, fair
world.
enough.
It's a series of very large crafted world sections, not procedural ones, not with emergent gameplay, really.
Like,
Everything's kind of set where it is. You can always go find. I mean, you're expected to go to these places over and over again, and you could probably make a map of places to go back to and get things and stuff, or find
yeah,
Pokemon that
there's
where
like
you want to
routes
avoid.
and whatnot. But to be clear, I'm not saying that I overall like disliked the way this game was set up. I think that I might actually like this game the most out of the group, if I'm being honest, at least by the sound of it. But like,
So,
I
what
just
was
feel
the
like
chart?
some of it.
There was a chart that had Pokemon Let's Go, and it was a triangle. So it was Pokemon Let's Go, it was
Oh,
Sword
I
and
know where it
Shield,
is.
and
I
it
can
was
go get
this
that
game.
picture.
Okay, great, because I was looking for it earlier and I could not find it. And
What was the third game?
it was Sword and Shield, Let's Go, and Arceus Legends.
And these are like the
Those were the
three
games.
styles of games. What do you mean?
Well, no, it was more talking about how they all have strengths and weaknesses in different areas,
You
and
pick
that
two.
like, yeah, it was like a pick
Oh,
two
it's one
and
of
you lose one.
those. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I mean, I guess it does
I thought it
hold
was
up
great.
in some ways.
I thought that it was a fantastic representation of the issues with each one of these games. Even though, yes, I would probably agree this is the best of those three. Well, I can't say that to be fair. I've never played Let's Go. I had a
I
Let's Go Eevee that I got from somebody, and I lost it before I could play it.
I
He didn't have a
will
case.
I will go ahead and tell you, I actually had quite a bit of fun playing Let's Go Eevee. I think again, I think I was
I
the
heard
only
you
one in
get
the
some.
group who really
I
really
heard you
liked
get
it.
some like overpowered shit moves like Zippy Zap and whatever.
Yeah, no, all of Eevee's moves are stupid. There is one
I'm sure
specific Eevee
Pikachu
move.
gets those too, doesn't she?
Yeah,
Doesn't he?
but Eevee's better, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay, so
like there's one
real-
move. I think it was the water move. It's ridiculous. It's just like the best water pulse ever. It's basically a step below Hydro Pump. It's so good.
Yeah, they give you these like absurd overpowered moves,
So
and
about
your
that rail,
pal ends up being like insane. Well, this is part of it, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, we're
yeah,
comparing the
we're
Let's Go
games.
Pikachu.
yeah, we are comparing the games. So it's just there is what is it? It's like
But
clearly the most polished one is Let's Go, right? And this game has a level of visual style and it pushes boundaries in terms of gameplay.
yeah,
But it's not to everybody's taste and it has its own issues with that. Um,
the
I don't know.
main
Did you find the chart?
the main issue with Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu is the lack of battles. Like I wish that there was
Really?
a way to actually battle the wild Pokemon other than the legends.
Oh, that's what you
Uh,
mean.
but like everything
I'm
else
like,
about it is great. Honestly, I had a
Kanto
fantastic time.
Kanto is like one of the most battle-heavy regions in the entire franchise.
But like
Like,
you
there are
fight the
so many
trainers.
trainers. There's so many trainers
You fight the
on
trainers,
every
but
route.
every like
Exhausting.
wild Pokemon short of legendaries is just Pokemon Go. Which,
Right.
again, it's fine. It's a little bit boring after a while, but it's still fun. And like all the other stuff that they did, visually fantastic. Getting to actually have and interact with your starter, like on the level that you do with Eevee and Pikachu, absolutely fantastic. Like there's so many good things about Let's Go, but a lot of people will just immediately deny it because they see it as like colloquially the like the baby Pokemon game.
Well, I mean, it does, to be fair, appear to be the baby Pokemon game.
It is. Like I can't deny that, but it's still just fun. It was just a fun cool down. It felt like I heard a lot of
Okay.
people compare it to the same level of stress as playing Animal Crossing or something. Like you want to
So,
train and battle, but it's really chilled and laid back no matter what.
if that's the fun Pokemon for babies, then that would make this one.
I would say this one is probably advanced, honestly.
It feels like it's aiming for a slightly higher age group. Not like teen, but like E10, right? That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
It's aiming for E10.
this game feels like it would be easily slottable for like the upper children's age group. The regular like Pokemon release, I would say, is probably in the middle of the two, and then the Let's Go one could be played by anyone who can conceptualize the idea of like what the game wants you to do. Like if you understand
Like,
that your goal is to walk around, fight people, and throw Pokeballs, then you can just do that.
yeah, and like the world is, I mean, like I don't think they pay off on it well enough, but the world is supposed to be this very harsh place, and people are very untrustworthy towards you, and they're just trying to survive.
Yeah.
And later on in the game, you kind of get just thrown out of society in the name of protecting that society, right?
Yeah.
That's not the type of writing that you really get from
A standard Pokemon game, which is
you don't get that from a standard Pokemon game.
Go fight bad mafia who took over the radio place.
I think the execution could be better too on that, by the way. But
I mean, I still had
anyway.
quite a bit of fun with the story. I thought it was nice.
Well,
at the very least, it
do
feels
you
like
want to talk about the story
It feels like the
at this
world
point?
was much more. Yeah, actually, why not?
I think before we go into the story, we should go more in depth about the core differences between the battle mechanics.
Oh yeah, we did
Sure,
forget
we can
about
do
that,
that.
didn't we? Yeah. Fair enough.
I don't know if "forgot's" the right
Also,
word.
really quick, I'm still looking for it. I can't find the exact one. I found this. It's not the same, but
Looks good, fun, playstyle, be useful. Yeah, this thing is overused so much. The only one that's really resonated with me is like study, sleep, social life. Like that one is, I think, the original one, and that one makes total sense. Yeah, that's it.
yeah, I'm still trying to find the Pokemon one, and I'll keep trying to find it. But anyway,
But yeah,
I am not smart enough to describe the battle system in this game. Someone else please do it.
I got you.
I've thought about it a lot, so I've got a great
Okay, go
great
ahead.
way to do it. Let's see. So both of them are turn-based battle systems, right? But so here's how I look at it, right? If Pokemon, this kind of feels like the Kid Icarus uprising of Pokemon. Do you know what I mean?
I have never played Kid Icarus, so unfortunately I don't.
Okay. Well, I never played it either, but I read interviews, and what I'm referring to is how they talk about, okay, so the way we built Kid Icarus Uprising is we just kind of imagined what if the series had evolved over time from that first game. What would it look like? And that's what they tried to build, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
That's what Sakurai tried to build with that.
Yeah.
And this is kind of that. So, insofar as they more or less took some ideas from the first game, they were like, okay, what if we went a different direction? What if instead of staying with more or less the same battle system, we made these radical changes? What if instead we focused more on the single play experience? What if instead we went out of our way to or we pushed into the sort of like open-ended exploration section that the first Pokemon game has, but the later ones have tend to drop off, right? And what if we made it more about wild Pokemon battles rather than with trainer battles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you get? You get a I want to say it's about as radically different as you can get while also staying within a turn-based system.
Yeah.
Of a battle system.
I mean,
It's-
fundamentally, what they did here is basically just take the same battle system, but add in a timing restriction system
not.
to it.
No, it's
So-
way different.
There's one game I played that is close to it, and that is Digimon Cyber Sleuth.
Okay, that's interesting. You like I said earlier in the podcast, Final Fantasy X is relatively close to this. It's so in Pokemon, you have turns, basically rounds, right?
Yeah.
Where it's one player followed by the opponent.
Yep. Depending on how fast the Pokemon is.
Whoever goes first on that round is determined by how fast those Pokemon are. Inputs are put in, and then you're expected to. There's a lot of guesswork that goes into that, right? It's its own thing, and in this game, you don't have that. You have moves put one after another on a timeline, or turns put one after another on a timeline, and you can have who goes.
It's actually just
There
like
really
Star
isn't a
Rail.
who goes first. Yeah, it's more like Star Rail too, right?
Actually, that's
So
really
it's not who goes first, right? There is no real decider on going first, aside from whether or not you're going into whether you're the one who goes in the battle or they have an advantage or whatever. But it's not speed, apparently. What speed does is determine how many turns you get during the battle, right? So, and this can lead to you attacking multiple times in a row. I have a clip where I attack with my Weavile 5 times in a row. There is like some pretty crazy stuff you can do in that regards. But that also means that when you input your move, you don't have to guess what your opponent is really going to do because your opponent's turn is going to be the next one around. That changes the way battles flow. So if you're fighting a trainer and they want to use an item because they're I forgot what I was saying exactly, but
how fights are not determined by speed, how they are determined by like turn after turn after turn.
Sorry, I don't mean the overview. I mean what specifically I was saying at that time. I was making like a specific point.
You're talking about
that was the
items.
overview. I'm talking about the specific point I was making.
No, you were talking about how in traditional like you were saying in this Pokemon game, your opponent will choose their move after you choose your move.
Right. So in that case, what happens is you end up with situations where like your opponent will hit the Pokemon. In normal Pokemon games, what'll happen is you will select a move and they'll select a move, and then if you do a bunch of damage to them, they don't have an opportunity to heal. In this game, you can hit your opponent's Pokemon down to like 1/4 of their HP in a hit, and then they can immediately use a healing item.
Yep.
Right? And then if they can maintain a speed advantage, that's actually advantageous for them to do that. So that's a big change between the regular Pokemon battle system and this one. The other really big one, well, I mean, aside from the styles, which we'll get into in a second, the other really big change is I lost my train of thought there. Okay, so the main one
really
is
big
that
change.
yeah, there's another really big change that happens. I was going to go into the specifics of it. Okay,
It
so
was
you have
status moves.
well, that's kind of more of a milder change.
No, it's a huge change. How some status moves interact with your stats.
Yeah, because
That's
I
a
was
like
gonna
huge change.
you
what I
have
meant is like the
drowsy instead of
mechanical.
sleep.
Okay, I guess what I'm specifically trying to talk about is the mechanical differences between it, right? So turns are one after another, and the moves are vastly simplified
They're
compared
simplified
to.
and also overpowered in some instances.
Well, they're not overpowered. The thing is that the entire formula for damage and HP is completely changed. All stats mean different things in this game than it does in other Pokemon games.
Well, they
Like
also just streamlined defense
that's
and
why
attack.
your level 5 Cyndaquil has over 50 HP. Okay, it's the way stats are determined and what they mean is vastly different. So you can fight something that's 30 levels below you that can still 2-hit KO you.
Yep.
Because of the way stats work and because of the way moves work in conjunction with that. But there's a lot of moves that just kind of do repeating things, right? So Stealth Rock is an attack in this game, and it's like a base 70, and it causes you to take damage over time, but there's like 2 or 3 other moves that do the same thing. Water Pulse is changed into a move that always hits without a secondary effect other than that.
Double hit.
Um,
Double hit makes you adopt a hard hitting stance, but doesn't do anything other than that.
a hard hitting stance causes you to deal basically double damage.
Yeah. So
until it runs out.
They've changed a number
It's
of
like
moves
3 turns.
completely. And it's really strange too,
Yeah.
because like, for example, one thing that I noticed, so Enamorus, the late game new legend, it has a move called Springtime Blossom or something like that. I don't remember what it is. In my mata. But in this game, the move itself is like high power, low accuracy, but it depends on like what form is using the attack. So if you have the regular form of Enamorus use the attack, it has a chance to like boost all of its stats like Ancient Power would. But when you transfer it to a more standard game like Scarlet and Violet, the move changes to, it might lower the opponent's attack by 1 stage. Like some moves are vastly different in what they do, which is interesting.
Yeah. And yeah, like Ark brought up, all of the statuses are different, 100% positive and negative. So instead of being able to stack them up to 6 times, there is no stacking at all.
Yep.
You have a plus and you have a minus, and that lasts on turns. And also, there is no individual stat raising and lowering. There's all offensive, all defensive.
Yes.
There is no accuracy status, right? There's only evasion status, and it's considered shrouded. So when you use Mud Shot, it means that any Pokemon that attacks you has a reduced chance to hit.
Yeah, and a lot of moves use Shroud. I think you can switch off of the turtle as much as I like looking at it. But anyway, like for example, Hisuian Gudra, which on just a little side tangent, when I found out Hisuian Gudra existed, I squeed with joy because I was like, I just walked up to a random area of the map and I was like, what the hell is that? Is that a Sliggoo? That's not a Sliggoo. No, wait, that is a Sliggoo. Wait, is there a Hisuian Gudra? It was like so fun. I was so happy. look at this boy, look at this fat lad. He's great. But his special move is called Shelter, which shrouds him. It's really good. It's like
It raises his defense and shrouds.
yeah, it's just a really, really strong effect. So yeah. I just really like the changes that they made here, because realistically, increasing your accuracy is probably the least what is the best way to say it? The least impactful, like, of all of the stat mechanics. Because when you think about it, you have like, okay, so you can increase your accuracy to hit with a move more easily. But if we go with like a common example of like, or not a common example, a new example of Hydra Apple. Hydra Apple has a theme move that has like 80 base accuracy, but it has an ability that lowers your opponent's evasion, which functionally increases your accuracy. So I'm just sitting here like, man, accuracy is probably one of the most underutilized mechanics in Pokemon, I think. Not like the accuracy of moves, but like raising your accuracy.
Well,
And then like
that's
lowering
not
your
entirely
accuracy
true. I mean,
is just
you can
you
use.
hate it. Everyone hates it.
I mean, Coil exists.
Coil.
Hone Claws exists. You know, these are
Okay.
moves people use.
Fair
But-
enough about Coil, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Hone Claws outside of NPCs that immediately died.
Well, no, you use Hone Claws if you're running Durant.
I ran a Durant, I didn't use Hone Claws.
Yeah, because you know, there's a lot of opportunities where raising accuracy is like a generally net good. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There's no abilities, right?
Oh yeah, no
abilities.
Yeah, no abilities, no held items.
Honestly, half of me likes that change. I don't know why.
I don't think it's good.
I mean, I didn't
It makes
miss
combat
it.
much more boring.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I never missed having items and abilities.
Like, I barely put held
Well-
items on my Pokemon through my playthroughs at all, so maybe I just didn't notice. The abilities one is kind of odd that they just lack all of it, but I don't know.
Actually, no, they don't. There's one Pokemon in the game that has an ability. The
Oh
Giga
yeah,
Oh, Arceus, right?
yeah, that's right. Slow start still exists.
Oh,
I guess
yeah, you're
Arceus.
right. You're right. It does have slow start, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That is so strange.
They're like Regigigas is not allowed to be good ever.
Yeah, that seems. It seems like they weirdly just attacked Regigigas for no reason.
They made a singular exception, and it was to fuck my boy over. Or sorry, not singular
I mean,
exception, two
so that you can
exceptions.
cheese it more easily. So I
They
mean, there's that.
they had to give Arceus multiplate, otherwise it wouldn't fucking work.
Yeah,
You can,
those two.
You can play Regigigas with Weezing now, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
But anyway.
so really quick, I'm just gonna say I cannot find that triangle meme. I've looked everywhere, but
Fair
what
enough.
I have found, are the fall.
That's true.
Sure.
I agree with this.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And two more.
Just found random Lily stuff. Oh, well, yeah, actually.
And there was a section maybe like 5 minutes ago that I just kind of was softly laughing. That's because I saw this.
Okay. I saw that one, I think. That was a really popular... I think it's like a Tumblr meme.
McDonald's. Yeah, fair enough.
Alright. This ends this delay. I couldn't find the meme for some fucking reason. Okay, continue with the stuff.
Anyway. So,
Well, negative, like we said, positive status and negative statuses were changed, right?
Yeah.
So that includes every status ailment. So
Freeze is more like
freeze is
you have
frost.
like
yeah,
Right.
freeze is more like paralyze.
honestly,
Yeah, freeze is frostbite, and
Yeah.
what it does is
lower special
it's like
attack.
burn, except it affects your special attack.
It's great. I love it.
Burn is the same. Sleep
Makes you
is now
drowsy.
drowsy. What drowsiness does, paralyzed works exactly the same, like you would think it
No,
would.
I'm
But
saying asleep
drowsy,
is paralyzed.
it's a little more effective than paralyzed because,
Yeah, if you get hit, it deals more damage to you.
yeah, it makes you take more damage when you are drowsy.
It's like your guards.
In
down.
addition to not being able to move, right? So if you're trying to KO something, making it drowsy is a really great way to get extra damage in. So they removed the ability to stack bonuses, but you can still kind of do that because you can get an attack boost, you can get hard hitting stance, you can lower your opponent's defense, and then you can make them drowsy. So if you do that, that's kind of a ×4.
Like, it makes sense, and I really do like the change to, like, I always thought that freeze was the most uninspired mechanic, and it struck me as weird that burn existed to gimp physical attackers, but nothing exists to gimp special attackers. I really hope that they keep that change going forward, because it just seems not only strangely more, like, viable, but it also is more fair, because
Most people
freeze
agree with
is
that.
really, really annoying when it happens to you. Meanwhile, with burn or frostbite, it's like, well, they're both bad, but maybe I can get around this. Maybe my thing has like one special or physical attack on it that you can use to usurp that differential. But I don't know. I like most of the changes with the status stuff. I think that I mean, I guess there's really nothing to dislike, so I guess I like all of the changes because there's nothing really that has
I just found
changed.
something very interesting about Frostbite. So there are 2 moves in the game that will cure yourself of Frostbite: Flame Wheel and Flare Blitz. That's it. Nothing else.
You're engulfing yourself in flames, and you're superheating
That's
through
really
the
weird.
frostbite. That's interesting.
I wonder why it's only 2 of them.
But they're both physical moves.
Sure, but I wonder why it's just those 2.
I don't know. But what else was there? I mean, I guess. Oh, we haven't talked about styles, right? Styles is important.
How did we go this entire time and not mention the key? Okay.
Well, he
All
was talking about the mechanics, and then we went down the garden path.
I did
mean,
mention
like, this entire recording.
Well, we haven't
To be
talked
fair, I
about
did
it in
mention it.
depth.
Yeah, this is the designated time to talk about styles, so let's talk about styles.
Well, howdy.
Styles is a new thing that's being added into this where you can and it's based off of it only works because there's a new speed system, right?
Yep.
A new turn system. So strong style allows you to hit harder, but it makes your moves slower, so usually you end up losing a turn somewhere. And at the other style is agile, which will often allow you to attack more than once in a row, but you won't deal as much damage, right? Or the effect won't last for as long if it's a status move.
So one gains you moves and the other loses you moves, basically.
Yeah. Excuse me. If you do a status move under strength, if you do like a boosting move, I mean specifically, not a status ailment. When you do it strong, it makes it last longer, and when you do it agile, it makes it last less time. Usually only 1 round.
Is it?
And also, did you already mention the accuracy changes?
No, what accuracy changes?
Moves get higher accuracy in agile, lower accuracy in strong sometimes.
Wait, really? I never noticed that. Is that
I
actually
didn't know
a
that.
mechanic?
I thought it was the. I
Or
mean, I
maybe the
know
other way
that
around. Let me pull
accuracy
it up.
can change, but I didn't think it was that it was higher in agile. In
Let
fact,
me
I
pull it
thought
up
it was
to
lower in
confirm.
agile.
I know it's one of the 2.
Okay, it would make sense the way you put it, but realistically, I used almost nothing but strong style. Like, I think I used agile style maybe 1 time.
I used a fair amount of both, but that was mostly because I'm trying to get Pokedex completion.
Yeah.
So.
Oh well, I mean, for like actual purposes of battle. Like,
I mean, like I use both. oftentimes in the same thing. So I'll do agile style to get an extra hit in, and then I will use strong style to finish up.
Yeah, okay. Increasing strong style increases the power effects and accuracy, increases the speed. Uh,
Mhm.
ba- ba-
Usually
ba.
accuracy on moves like hypnosis, for example. So you could do strong style to guarantee
Oh,
it
you
hits
also
when you really need
you
to.
use more power points as the trade-off, right?
Oh yeah. No matter what style you use, it costs twice the power points. So
Yeah, okay. Here's the
two
summation
usually.
of description for both. Using the agile style reduces a move's power and effects, but increases the action speed, allowing it to execute a subsequent move sooner. Using the strong style increases the move's power, effects, and accuracy, but decreases the user's action speed, causing the user to move later in subsequent turns. Using either style costs 2 power points. This works by deducting an additional power point for the move after it's selected, meaning that a move with 1 PP can be used in either style.
One.
Yeah. But anyway, so that's the general trade-off, and honestly, I think it's pretty cool. I think they could have probably switched what it does around quite a bit because it feels like strong style just does everything, and agile style basically like it's advantageous if you are going up against a thing that is slightly higher power than you, but not enough higher power to like knock you out in one hit. So like if you have time to set up, you can get more turns off of using an agile style move. But from what I did most of the time, even with fighting stuff that was slightly above me, I just used strong style all the time and it just seemed like the superior choice. Like over and over and over
Mm,
again. And I really don't know why that is. Cause like agile style would seem like moving twice, but the move only does like 75% less damage, but
Well,
strong style says you move
well, it's not
slower,
that
but
much
it
less.
deals 200 or something.
usually what I would do is agile, get the second action, and strong on the second action.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess that
yeah,
works.
that's
Yeah,
pretty
you can
standard
stack it. Yeah.
strategy. Yeah, because you can stack that, or like hyper stack moves. Like I said earlier, I did. What was it for? Moves. Hold on, I'm gonna look at it. Let's see. So it's the most recent clip. This one. Oh, but it already starts in the middle of it. 1, 2,
Well, anyway, so
3.
here's a good question that we can answer in the interim while you look into that. How did everyone like the new
Oh,
battle
that's 4.
mechanics? Like the new
Yeah.
battle
Okay.
style.
5 times. I got 5 hits in a row.
Nice.
Nice.
But like, how did everyone feel about it? That's the better question.
So, other than the abilities and items, I mean, I guess I can argue I'm fine with items, but I'd rather have the abilities. Ignoring that, just considering the styles, I mean, there's a lot of points when it can just feel unfair. Like me and my opponent would
Hmm.
go the entire match not doing any styles, and then suddenly they'd take 2 turns in a row.
Oh yeah. So it feels unfair sometimes, and then on top, that's not including the fact that this battle system allows for 2v1s, 3v1s, 4v1s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, you can get
like
ganged up on pretty easy.
you can get ganged
Yeah.
up on, but I kind of like that mechanic. I like the idea of like if you attack like a Raticate, like 3 rat attack come out and fight alongside it. Like that seems cool and actually like real to me.
Well, I mean, there aren't any of those in the game, but
Just as an example.
sure. I think the main one's Parasect is surrounded by
The
Paris.
EVs
Usually,
following along
though,
the evolutions.
Yeah.
I think what that's meant to encourage is there is that whole pre-combat when you're just trying to maneuver around a Pokemon and trying to get a back attack so you can start fighting it solo.
Yep.
That for me that was like a lot of what that was. I'm like, okay, I really, especially in the time space warps areas or time
Yeah.
space distortions, right? especially in those, because those Pokemon tend to be pretty strong, and I don't want to fight a bunch of them all at the same time, especially when they're all different types.
Fair enough.
Right. So trying to figure out how I can get a back attack is, I think, the main thing that makes the combat interesting, not actually the combat itself. Because I think like the combat's, well, it's not as complex, right? And I don't like that.
I think that it's like arguably as complex. The
Oh
main
no,
difference
definitely not.
the main difference between the two is that you make a choice after a choice is made rather than making a choice at the same time. However, trying to like plan out and get like extra moves or preparing for your opponent to hit you twice or something like that is also unique in its own way. I think that
If it was,
this
no,
could
go
be
ahead.
improved. Like it definitely can use improvement, but I rather liked the attempt to shake up the formula at the very least. Like it's much less stale. I can definitely say that. Whether or not I
I don't agree
prefer
with that
it,
either.
whether or not I prefer it is kind of it's up to debate. I don't hate either of them. I think I prefer the traditional one more. But I did like the addition of styles. I think that if they did that kind of thing more so, just like tried out different ways of doing it and just used test bed after test bed until they finally figured out what the golden one was, they could really come up with a neat battle system.
However, they have to come up with a battle system that allows us to fight other people.
Oh my god.
So here's the thing: if it was as complex or deep or interesting as the main ones, the eggheads over at Smogon would have already added it to Showdown, but they didn't. They tried it out. They realized that this is awful, and so they didn't add it because it just lacks the amount of depth that normal Pokemon battles have. And I mean, it's fine as like a breath of fresh air to some degree, but I got bored of it a little bit. I mean, towards the end of the game, I was like over battling in this game. I'm like, okay,
Out of
all right,
curiosity,
when can I get back to playing a real Pokemon game
do you reckon that if they did this
in
game's
terms of
same
battles? I
battle
mean, specifically.
system, like you did
Do
this
what?
game's same battle system, but you had like everyone choose their moves at the same time, and the speed was just determinative of like, okay, you have hit this like threshold, so you do get 2 turns off of that threshold or something like that. But you still had the same thing. Do you reckon it could work?
Do I think that like we did the normal combat system and we did that?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think that would make it unfair. I think that's part of the consideration, but the main one is just whether or not it was fun, and they tried it and they decided it wasn't fun. There's not as much depth because the moves don't do as much. The stats are too narrow in their effect on the gameplay. You don't have as much control over um you can't min max Pokemon, and that sounds like a good thing, but when you have all your Pokemon are well rounded on stats, like they're all maxed out, that makes it kind of harder to just play the game because everything is going to be tanky and being able to deal as much damage as it possibly can. Then, I mean, if your goal is to play in single player, that's fine, because you know you've got um you're fighting NPCs. NPCs are not going to complain when stuff like that happens. But in a multiplayer setting, that kind of thing just doesn't work. Uh, and then obviously no held items, no abilities. It's just so simplistic compared to uh, Pokemon battles in other games.
I don't know.
Okay,
I still
so
thought it was refreshing. What's going on?
a quick
I
aside.
think that's fine. I think it's fine as a break. And I like other aspects of the game enough. I'm willing to put up with it. It's not like they're that bad. But
Anyway,
Alright.
it's just definitely not the thing that I like about the game.
fair enough. Okay, Kara, what's up?
Pit Trip Runner.
What?
Every time I get to the
Oh.
loading screen,
Oh.
every time, it's all I see.
That's interesting.
Oh, is that so?
That's really
I've never
cute.
played Bit Trip. I just remember that it was really big in the 2000s.
Fair enough. I was wondering why we were paused, but yeah, that works. Here, really quick. Before we move on to whatever comes after the battles, which I guess is the story, could you go back to the Cleavor battle, like right before,
Yeah.
so we get a good look at Irida really quick, the best design in the game? Look
Is it though?
at this one.
I mean,
Oh
I
my
can just pull up
god.
a picture of Irida.
She's so bloody
yeah.
cute, Irida. But like, I did want to
Yeah,
ask this
Irida.
question. Did anyone choose the Diamond Clan?
Yes.
Yeah.
You did? Wait,
I
both
mean-
of you, really?
In my initial playthrough, yeah. I like I mean, like, Irida is cute,
Why
but
would anyone like
Adaman's
Adaman?
Like,
Adaman's a better character. Like,
I-
he's just a cool guy.
How?
I
He seems
just,
like a responsible, great
I mean,
dude.
I
I like him a
chose
lot.
Adamant because I thought that I was gonna get legendary within the special ball by
What is there
choosing
not
Adamant.
to like about Adamant anyway?
he
But
is
it turns
not.
out I need to
He is
choose
not
the
Irida.
opposite.
So like,
He's not what?
he is not the other one. But like,
Irida.
He's not a cute girl, and I get it. And she
This
has
is
that whole
the-
gimmick where she's hot all the time. But
yeah, her gimmick is really adorable. But I just wanted to bring this up.
she's not like a bad character. It's just that Adaman's like such a better character.
I mean,
Bruh.
Adamant
Character-wise,
just
he's
like
better.
a cool character
But,
design.
So I kind of
I mean,
like
he looks
the-
good too. I like him. I didn't think I would, but I liked him actually quite a bit.
Okay, anyway. So the thing I wanted to get to about this, I like this one other change that they made in this game where there is one game version, but you choose which team that you kind of side with in it. I wish they did more with it, but I like the idea. And I just remember when this game came out and they revealed both of these, man, the Pearl Clan won out so hard. It's not even funny. Like, everyone just flocked over to their side just because they liked Irida's design
Well,
way more. And I always
she
found
is a
that
cute girl.
interesting. But, like,
Is it interesting?
Look what I found.
yeah, exactly.
It's just a cute girl.
This is exactly the thing. So, like, everyone was just going out of their way to go to pick the Pearl Clan, and this is like the same kind of thing that happened in Pokemon Go with like Mystic, Instinct, and Valor, where Instinct were considered like the weird ones. In this case, it's
Instinct
both.
represent.
Hey, I resemble
That's
that.
me. I'm one of those.
I know. You're
I'm
a
also
rebel.
one of those.
In this case, Irida is basically the combination of Instinct and Valor, and everyone just chose her. So it's actually quite interesting to see that half the group chose the Diamond Clan. I was
To
actually
be
quite
clear,
curious.
I chose Irida this time around, but my
Hey,
first
you know
playthrough
what?
was
The
Adamant.
Diamond Clan
Oh,
also
okay.
has the girl that has the Munchlax.
But the main thing I wanted to bring up with this, aside from like, oh, cute
My
girl,
first pick is
haha.
Adamant because I think he's a great character.
Man, I really want them to do like, if they're going to go to doing single version Pokemon games, which I don't think they'll do for everyone, but having like a slightly branching path, even if it's just one of two choices for like which side you support, I fucking love that idea. I think it's really cool. They didn't do a lot with it in this game, but it's still a neat inclusion. I just wanted to bring that up really quick before I forgot. I've been thinking about it since we kind of went to like the first little what is it called? The noble Pokemon area in the footage. It's like it's so good. Hello there.
Mhm.
Literal stop. Anyway, so
There's a point in the game where where Adamant comments like, "Wow, you know, I think it's less of a Diamond and Pearl clan thing, and it's just a you and me thing. We're just never gonna agree on anything, huh?"
yeah, more or less.
And then that's when everybody was like, "Yeah, they're gonna get married." They didn't, by the way. Spoilers.
They didn't.
Oh no, they didn't get married in a Pokemon game?
But no, like
They didn't get married outside the Pokemon game either. It just, didn't happen.
Give me choices that have a impact on the end of the game for like which side to choose. That'd be great. That's what I want. Please do it in ZA. I think it would be super cool. Although I don't know what on earth sides, because unlike actually, now that I think about it, wait, there were no like double sides in that game, were there? So it would only
It's the restoration of Paris, but I don't know restoration from what? I don't know much about the Paris restoration, so I'd have to read about that.
Oh, yeah,
Does it have
also
something to do
in
with
G-
like what happened after Napoleon, or was the city just like really awful to live in and they just decided they wanted to fix it? I don't know.
it's an
I would
urban
have to read it.
redevelopment plan.
My urban redevelopment plan.
Anyway, was there anything else we wanted to talk about mechanically or just gameplay overly? God, can I talk for a moment? Just like overall, before we move on to the story.
Let me
It's
think
so-
about that.
it's impossible to do Nuzlocks in this game because of how broken the system is.
Well, because you know where, I mean, all the Pokemon are set in where they spawn, right? So,
No, I
There's
just meant
no-
specifically battling.
no, what you can wait. What does doing a Nuzlocke have to do with battling?
The
Because
system
things
is broken
die.
enough, it makes it impossible to really do Nuzlocke easily.
No, I mean, like you probably still could.
Oh,
if
wait,
it
no, I
wasn't for
think
the
I
fact
see
that
what he's saying.
Pokemon spawns aren't
Because you
randomized.
can't catch Pokemon.
I mean, that's part of it. Like, you know
Well, no, I
exactly
mean
where the
strictly
Pokemon spawn, so
within
there's
the
no
means of
randomness.
battle, and it is a lot harder to do Nuzlocks because of how broken the system is.
That's true, but harder's not impossible. You see, if you just catch one, oh, that's very cute.
That's okay, fair enough. Pat.
You catch one, as long as it's a fast enough Pokemon and that I mean, like in the first area, I had some of my Pokemon at level 40 by the time I left it. So I'm pretty sure.
Like you said
No.
previously, even a Pokemon 30 levels lower than you can still two-shot you.
Yeah, I kind of okay. This might be
Well,
a little bit
there's
weird.
a flattening of the stats. That's true.
I almost kind of like that because it's the same thing as like in like Bloodborne or something, right? Like if you get sloppy in Bloodborne or Dark Souls, even lower level enemies can still just murder you straight up.
Mhm.
Because like
Okay,
I
but
think-
they have various things.
therein lies a problem with
So-
that.
I think
Okay,
that's
so-
fine as long as you have a star raptor. It's fast
Like-
enough that it can outspeed everything.
Currently, the barrier to entry for this game
Or
is
Crobat or
go catch
Weavile.
things. It's fun. It's easy. While the combat, you're gonna get, if you don't know what you're doing, because you're a kid, you're gonna die. All your Pokemon are gonna get wiped. These Pokemon are actually out here to kill you, which sure, good for the older players that they like this kind of thing. But I could see a lot of kids being very frustrated with this game for that alone.
No,
I don't agree with that. Kids are resourceful.
I think you're not giving kids enough credit.
Well, like,
Yeah.
so you get beaten up by, like, well, say hypothetically in this first area, like in the area where you get, oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the area, just fuck it, just leave that up. So in the area where you start, there is a Rapidash off to like the western side that's like level 44 when everything around it is like level like 5 to 10. So if you go up to that Rapidash, you're going to get your shit ran. There's no way around that. However, that's going to teach you two things. One, hey, look, this Rapidash is big and scary and has super big red eyes. So maybe it's not a good idea to challenge that quite yet. So it's kind of like a
I don't mean
warning.
that. I mean fighting on-level Pokemon, they still one-shot.
They can if it's super
Sure.
effective, but that's also
can
just
still
teaching you the super effective
one-turn you.
moves.
They can still
I think you're
one-turn you.
underestimating kids if you think that that's
Yeah.
a problem for kids, but I
that-
think that the game will tell you that your moves are super effective or not very effective against every Pokemon, regardless of whether or not you've seen it before.
Yeah.
So I think that kids will be able to figure it out just fine.
Well,
And
also,
even if you're unless you're building your team of only 6 Luxios or whatever, then maybe you have a problem.
there's also the argument to be made, like, of course, this is a game
Why
that's
does
kind of
that
meant for
fit?
like the upper children's age group, whereas a lot of Pokemon games before could be played with a lower age group. I feel like this
Yeah, all
game
ages.
I feel like this game is a little higher. What is the word I'm looking for here? Not conceptually, higher execution, higher skill level, I guess, skill threshold. Like, it has a higher skill threshold because not only does it involve like a more mechanically unique battling
there's
system, there's also dodging.
action gameplay. Yeah,
Yeah, and
action
like
It
boss
has a
gameplay.
higher skill
battles.
floor and a higher skill ceiling.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different, but even so, I've seen kids play this game before. Like, they're fine. It just works. Like, it's pretty intuitive. It's kind of like saying, like, when you look at Super Mario 64 on its face, its mechanics might seem simple, but they're actually really complex because it's like an early 3D platformer. And like, I could go through and play that when I was very young, but for some reason, like, my parents had difficulty even trying it because my parents picked it up and gave it a shot, and they were like, I I just can't get this. And yet I could as a kid. So I don't think that it's necessarily going to
Actually,
translate
kids
poorly to a
might have
younger
a
age
distinct
group, but
advantage
I don't know.
that if they grow up with
Sure,
this,
yeah.
they're just going to be better
So like
because they're
I
going to
don't think
learn.
I think that maybe like the higher mechanics are definitely a little too much for super young kids to handle, but anyone I think like over like 8, 9, something like that, they could probably play this game easily.
I think
Please explain this one.
6-year-olds.
Don't do this
I'm
to
not
me.
going to try. Okay, that's enough of that.
That's enough of that.
I still
That's
think
enough of
maybe a
me.
Yeah.
6-year-old could still play this game.
Okay,
Oh,
just
come
run through
on.
these.
Oh, that's actually pretty cute. But anyway,
So anyway, you get dropped down into this village and like, oh yeah, you gotta prove yourself. And then you prove yourself and you're like, okay, all right, so you're part of the group now and you gotta go quell these nobles who have been whatever, and then you talk to the clan and you solve their problems and usually you befriend one of them. And then you have to knock the sense into the other one by throwing food at it while it's trying to kill you.
Yeah, okay,
Boonga
the infinite
boonga.
bomb
That's the
things are
story.
kind
I
of
figured
dumb.
it out.
Boonga boonga.
Like,
I kind of like the bomb. I think the like logic for the bombs is silly, but I like the gameplay of it.
Yeah, I think the boss battles are quite fun.
I think if
gameplay
it
is
was like,
fine, logic is weird.
I think it was
Uh,
more like some type of sacred incense rather than their favorite foods. I would have been like, it probably would have been a little easier to accept.
yeah,
You know,
I mean, I guess it's like the scent of it will wake them up or something like that. But I think that
that's the idea. Yeah.
it's pretty cute. I like the boss battle idea. It makes sense, and it's actually like kind of. I mean, okay, maybe this is just me. Avalugg gave me a bit of a hard time when I tried it the first time. Like
I had
that thing was
problems
difficult.
the first time around. I had problems with Avalugg and with with Arcanine. And this time around, I was able to beat Arcanine the first time, and Avalugg took me 3 tries.
I got Avalugg in the first run this time because the first time I did
Mhm.
this, it took me like 4 attempts, I think.
Did you
So I
ever
don't.
try Avalugg hard mode?
No, I said fuck that.
I don't remember everything on my first playthrough, but I do remember Avalugg was definitely a place that I had a lot of trouble with.
Like, I don't. And to be clear,
Most of these
I'm not
were
complaining.
It's not the
quite
easiest fight.
Sorry,
most of these
Argon.
were quite easy, and I found most of them to just be boring. I did have to do the Avalugg fight twice.
Okay,
Everything else
interesting.
was first try.
So it's not just me. I mean, that does sound about right. I think I got close with Arcanine as well, but I definitely did it first try both runs.
Arcanine, I said Avalok.
Well, no, I'm saying like that's the only other one that I think was difficult, but otherwise it's pretty fun.
If I remember right, like the first time I did Arcanine, I think what I didn't realize is that when it has the fireballs over its head, that I'm supposed to be hitting it. Because it's like on the other side of an arena, on the other side of this fire thing, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I can't hit the damn thing. I figured it out eventually, but
Dodge roll.
I'm like,
But
oh god, it's doing its big attack.
ooh baby. Roll directly at
Yeah,
it
that
and
one.
throw things
I think
into
I
its face.
either I didn't realize that that was something I was supposed to be hitting it in order to prevent, and I was just trying to stay out of, figure out where out of the way of it was, or uh, it was in its second phase, so the middle of the arena was fire, and I didn't think I could get close enough
Yeah.
to hit it. One of the two things.
But like overall, the noble Pokemon are actually pretty fun. I think that they're really good includes. But the stars of the show, in terms of them, once more, are the human characters, because it seems like I want to call them admins, but they're not. That's not correct. What are they called? Handlers?
They're called wardens.
Wardens. That's it. Every warden except for maybe Cleavors is actually really like fun and memorable or hateable, depending on
Yeah,
who you ask.
yeah. I know that your
Electrodes,
favorite
man,
is the Electrode.
deserves
Yeah.
death.
I love how hammy this Electro dude was. He is the most punchable face character in the fucking game, and he's great. Oh my god.
He's like rude to everybody for no reason.
But who was it?
It's like all the other characters just kind of put up with him
I mean
instead of actually like him.
he's supposedly skilled enough to be like to warrant doing that. But I just like how each of them actually have really distinct characters aside from the first one who is just randomly cowboy. Like I I don't know why he's randomly cowboy. I don't get it. It doesn't really
What do
fit
you
the
Well,
mean?
he's
aesthetic.
Why? He's like the ancestor for Clay.
I
he has the same.
guess.
He has the same character as Hapu. It's not really like is a down to earth serious type
Yeah.
character, which is fine.
But then you compare it to
Those types of
like
characters are fine.
you compare it to like the old woman who's like kind of ferrying you around places. Then you have like the actual like couple, like the romantically inclined couple or whatever.
Uh-huh.
For Arcanine. Then you have uh shit, I forget their name. What's the Lilligant one's name? The warden for Lilligant?
That one is Arizu, isn't it?
Is it Arizu? Oh, maybe I'm just misremembering, but yeah. So you have like a bunch of like really memorable characters to this, which I think is a great touch. Then the challenges are actually quite fun, even if they are a little bit easy sometimes. But yeah,
I think there
I'd
were
be
two of the
interested if you
fights.
can. I would be interested to see if somebody could tell me what Arizu's character is without mentioning her tights.
Oh yeah, what she does is I'm trying to
Smaug.
think of the word.
She's a
Uh,
hairstylist.
Well, yeah, she's a hairstylist,
Yeah,
but her main thing
that's
is
not her
she was
character.
kind of like embarrassed of like she ran away and she was trying to go do things on her own. She wanted to solve this problem herself,
Yeah.
and she like sprained her ankle, and we had to go save her, which was an embarrassing moment for her. But she realized that yeah, it's fine to ask for help.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay.
she like completed a mini
Right, but what
character.
kind of but like what does that tell you about her character though?
Well, that tells you that there are character growth. But and anyway,
Stubborn and
she's like
headstrong.
What kind of character is she though? That's the one I'm asking.
Stubborn and
cute.
headstrong and prideful and cute.
Okay. Okay.
So
So
she's Vegeta,
all
but
right.
cute.
Okay. So at least Curry passed the test.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
At least
But,
one of
like,
you was able to name actual character traits.
yeah, like, I really did. I guess I'm like
I'm not trying to say she
confusing.
doesn't have character. I'm just saying that most people don't think about her as a character is all.
That's so weird. I think I might actually be flip-flopping Arizu with another warden in my head for some reason. But yeah, no. It's, to be fair, it is almost easy to forget that she is a warden after you play the game for a while, because she just kind of hangs out. She's just like, she's haircut now. She's a stylist.
Well,
She's following her
so
dream.
is the conductor guy.
Yeah, like, oh god.
He hangs around too.
Thank you. That's the other one I wanted to mention.
He's Sneaslers.
Oh, he's so good.
Everyone's favorite Pokemon.
So good. Well, they're both very good, but
Wait,
like,
you like Sneasler?
yeah, I like Sneasler.
Oh.
She's good. Or he. I guess it
What do
can
you-
be either gender, but it
What do you
looks
guys
so,
think about
it's
Sneasler
so
other
goth
than
coded that it's not even funny.
It grew on
goth?
me.
She's like a mean girl though. She's like a um um uh what's the term? She's like somebody who's like
Not good.
athletic. She's really into rock climbing and she thinks she's better than you.
Anyway,
Haughty. The word you're looking
Sneasler is
for is
Very
in a
haughty.
bottom 5 in the ugliest Pokemon of all time.
It's fine. I don't know why people do this.
It like its design grew on me.
I was like, when I saw this, I just immediately
I don't hate
started
Sneasler, but I
cackling
also get
because
it.
I know what the internet is like.
Like,
But
I don't even see that for this. This just looks like a bad design.
I don't think it looks bad at all. Like, realistically, it looks lanky, but that's the point. Like, it's supposed to be lanky with big claws. Like, that's the idea of it. Also, its theme attack is one of my favorite theme attacks that they've ever made. It's
What
hilarious.
is a theme attack?
I mean, just because that's the idea of it doesn't make it good.
Like, its signature move, I guess.
Oh,
So,
okay,
like,
that's what you meant.
its signature move, it hits actually pretty hard, but then it just has a 50% chance of giving sleep paralysis or poison. Like, it's it's so neat. It's really fun. I like that. But anyway,
let's
back
talk
to
about
the
the train.
back to the train man. He's so good. Like, okay, the motif of him.
He's so sad. You know, he's a like a set. He's a twin, but without
Yeah.
his other half. So that's sad.
And he doesn't
It
even
is.
remember his other half for like 90%
Yeah.
of the game.
But the best part of it is he's
He, like
like,
vaguely remembers it.
he's just so off kilter. Oh. Okay. Just leave it.
He's staring
Leave it
at this and it
directly
stares
on there.
back.
You leave that there. Anyway, Train Man though,
Oh,
his shtick is, even though he has amnesia, he still has all of his normal train conductor tics that he had before he was flung through space-time distortion. Oh my god, it's hilarious. I love it so much.
yeah, he's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Like-
a good character in this. He wasn't really much of a character at all in the original games, if I remember correctly.
I was going to
Like
ask,
there is no character.
because like I
Well-
barely remembered him, and then I was like, oh yeah, wait, he's from Black White or something. Oh,
He's from
no.
Black White too.
Hey, it's Mr.
And
Popo.
Hi.
I think you like
Back in
have-
order.
a couple of very brief conversations with them. And I think one of them is just when you enter the subway normally. I think one of them is when you story related thing. I don't remember.
Yeah. But like,
But anyway,
they
there's not a lot
really
of
give him a
opportunities.
good character here. Like, for what they had to work with, they did a great job.
Some of his train puns are a bit overbearing, but
It's so good. It's
So
so
you
Yeah.
mean they're a bit overboard?
It's
They are
so
unrelenting.
good. I think what you mean is off the rails.
so anyway, thanks for coming to Legends Arceus. Next time, we buy a revolver and we
I
play
demand a
Russian
refund.
roulette.
I didn't come at all.
Oh, join us next time for us playing Buckshot Roulette. It's a fun game, I promise. Actually is, seriously. Go play Buckshot Roulette. It's really fun.
Let's
It's
play.
How about not?
It's $1.50 on itch.io or
the-
something.
A video
Go
game.
play it,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
No,
Sorry, I
no,
thought you were saying
no,
something else.
no,
I
no.
thought you were
It's
talking
legit.
about like a break action shotgun
Yeah.
roulette.
No, no.
Yeah,
It's a
same.
game. It's a game called Buckshot
So
Roulette.
it's
It's really fun.
we just got
100%
demonetized.
loss
Oop.
rate.
At Walmart.
I liked mine when funnier. It's funnier.
At Walmart in Minecraft.
Hey, it's 10% off right now. It's $2.
Anyway.
So anyway,
But yeah, no, it's a fun game. Anyway, that's beside the point.
so
Anyway,
Back on
anyway,
the story.
anyway. Says the
Speaking of
train
trains,
man.
trains.
You know,
So
actually, we haven't talked about this. Let's talk about the mounts.
Oh, actually, that is fair.
that's
I
true.
mean,
So all of them are wardens that you don't have to fight. It's like the alternative clans. So one of the clan wardens has a lord that is being struck by lightning, gone into a frenzy.
yes.
And the other ward, there's another warden in the same area that has its own lord that is a not frenzied Pokemon and will help you out by giving you a
A
ride.
weird deer.
Once you prove yourself to it.
Yeah, but usually you don't have to really do all that much.
You don't have to prove yourself to get a Sneasler though.
Snizzler's just okay with it. The train man's like, hey, could you help them? And she's like, yeah. And then you just
I don't think
climb into
Weird
a back.
had anything. The ones that you have to convince are the Braviary and whoops,
Ursaluna. Do you have to prove yourself?
Urs-
Actually, I don't remember that. Do you have
Yeah,
to prove
you
yourself to
do,
Ursaluna?
but not to Ursaluna, to the character that
Oh, you have to prove yourself to get the fish.
Right,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Basque
Legion.
Legion. That's what I was thinking of. Correct, yeah.
Right, you have to make
Yeah,
the
you
bait.
have to
You have to
catch a
catch
Dusclops.
specific Pokemon.
Yep.
And that is how you get it.
But yeah, no, I think all the ride Pokemon are mostly good. However, I will say I never used Ursaluna ever again after I got it.
There's no point to.
Like, there were so many items all over the place that I think the only thing I had to use it to get was the, don't you have to use it to get the mud to get an actual Ursaluna for your team, or can you just, like, find the mud?
I think
You have
can
to use
find
that
it.
Luna.
You're
I
talking
think
about
there's
the
a way to
peat,
find
right?
it.
Yeah, the Pete, yeah.
Mm.
Like, I think that's
Yeah.
the only thing I used it for, if that is even what I used it for. I might just be remembering doing the tutorial.
To get an Ursaluna in the game as a playable Pokemon, you have to use your special one to dig for an item.
Okay, then yes, I used
And you
it
can only
for...
do it at night in
During
the
the full moon.
Mirelands during a full moon,
Yep.
and it's still like a random chance
It
you'll get it.
is...
I used Ursaluna more often though for other things because I kept running out of iron chunks for some reason.
I mean, it is kind of easy to run out of resources in this game if you're not just collecting it perpetually.
I am
But
collecting it perpetually, and I'm running out anyway. I don't
how
know
are
what
you-
happened.
What are
I
you
mean, I
making
just
that
kind of
has so
used
many
my
iron?
money to buy it.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
make anything more than normal other than just Ultra Balls.
I mean, I guess fair enough. But, like...
Everybody makes like, I mean, like I've used probably around 400 Ultra Balls over the course of the game.
Oh yeah, we can probably switch back to
I-
actual footage.
Oh, right, I completely forgot. Thank you.
Did not
I just realized I
have
had been
to do
staring at
that
Trade Man
much.
for 10 minutes.
Look, I just completely
And-
forgot.
That's okay.
What I was going to say was, I think I've used exactly 0 Ultra Balls the entire thing. I used sorry, I was scared by the thing in front of me.
I also maxed out on Tumblestones. I hit 999 Tumblestones before leaving the first area.
Are you good?
The highest ball that I used was a Great Ball.
I used heavy balls more than anything else because my favorite thing was just to like sneak up on something and then throw
I
it
used a
behind.
combination of heavy balls and the fly balls.
I actually got
I
pretty
was
good aiming the fly balls.
I was a big heavy ball user the first time around. This time I used a lot more jet balls, and I think it was to my benefit. They are really great,
Yeah.
specifically at catching unknown, and also really good for catching Pokemon that are far away that you're not quite sure you can hit the arc for.
It's also really good to hit Landorus with.
I believe you.
Oh, don't worry.
I
We'll get to
never
that.
did the genies.
We'll get to that.
Okay, so I guess we were talking about the story, right?
Yeah, we went off on a tangent with the Wardens. But yeah,
So you quell all the wardens, and then all the lightning stops, and you're like, "Hooray! Okay, you're gonna go." I mean, that's really how the story goes, right? Nothing major happens throughout any of this. It's just you're
Yeah,
quelling the
well,
Titans.
yeah, you're quelling the Titans, and there's some side stories, like main stories along the way, like
Huh?
um, the three
bandits.
thank you, bandits.
Not
But
much of
like
a
some of the
story. They're
wardens have
just
their
kind of
own
there.
stories. Like there's
Uh-huh.
the plights of this one, and there's the Electrode simp that, like,
Uh-huh. Tell me more.
You sound so exasperated.
he was just bad. He
Bro.
wasn't one of those characters that was fun to hate.
He's like James, but unlikable. It's great. And I mean James from the Pokemon cartoon.
He's like James, but not in any way actually.
Yeah, he's like James, but not at all like James.
He's like,
It's like if he's
oh
a
my
shark,
God.
but not at all because he doesn't have fins and he doesn't live in the water.
He's not
Actually,
like
he's not a
James
shark
at
at
all
all.
because he's not based. Let's see.
He's
No,
still
it's
pretty
like
based.
I just like him because he's so up. Like he's so high that he can never come down, and I appreciate dedicating to a character that unlikable. It's really hilarious
Okay.
because every time I like see an exchange with them, I'm like, I know exactly what's going to happen here. It is just like it's just a matter
He's
of like
gonna sneer at me and make
how
my life harder.
how arrogant is he going to be today? Sometimes you just
And everyone
like
just
bad
kind of
characters.
Adamon just kind of puts up with it. He's just like, guy, can you not do this in front of my friends?
Yeah.
It's the worst it goes.
It's
Oh
like
Come on,
yeah,
Adamon,
and
you could be a little bit more harsh to him. I would, you know, he really is making you guys look bad.
after Melly, which was the Electrode guy, and after Ingo, which is Sneasler guy, we get the dancing small named Sabi.
yes, who gives you the most important mount in the game.
But a bit too late for it to matter.
I mean, you don't want to give what basically
I
amounts
mean,
to
too late for the
open
matter.
world
I used
flight.
it basically for everything after that.
Yeah, like if they gave it to you early game, you wouldn't have had the ability to do anything. Because it isn't like previous Pokemon games where you have like you just fly to set key points. No. You just jump off a mountain and you can fly from one end of the map to the other in like a split second. It's really, really easy. So they didn't want to give you that until like later in the game because it would just discourage exploration completely if you didn't do that. You would just fly around.
This game also kind of encourages you to use lots of different Pokemon at the
I
same time, right?
I don't see that at all, really.
Because it wants you to see Pokemon use different moves, right? So that requires you to swap out Pokemon frequently. And it wants you to evolve multiple Pokemon. So that also requires you to swap out Pokemon relatively frequently. So it kind of gives you a lot of incentives to try out different Pokemon on your team. By the end of it, though, by this point, I did more or less have a set team. And I'd already had a Psychic type, and I already had a Flying type. So it didn't make sense to put one in.
Actually, yeah, since we're talking about Alabaster Islands, we could go over our teams.
Islands?
Icelands. Alabaster Icelands.
Rowlet.
So did you have a Rowlet on your team?
Well, okay, I was making a callback joke, but I actually did.
Aha!
I stopped using it once it evolved.
What the fuck?
I did. I think Typhlosion and Samurott are just so much better. It felt like
Disagree.
it just died constantly. I got to the
That
point
was
where
every Pokemon.
I got to the point where it was so frustrating that I swapped to a Typhlosion just because I thought it would be more effective for the run. And I
Where
was
the fuck
right,
did you
it
get a
was.
Typhlosion?
I transferred mine. Okay, so Decidueye. Decidueye should have a typing that makes it actually pretty good, right?
It does.
However, for some reason, it feels like the frailest start. Like, it feels as fragile as a Meganium with about as much impact, which doesn't make as much sense to me because, like, this is a fighting type that has a really
Sure.
good signature move. But
I
it's
feel
like,
like if you're
it's
saying that,
just
you didn't use Samurott.
it's just bad. I tried Samurott in my previous save file and it seemed fine. Like Samurott's defensive typing is actually better than Decidueye's. Because like
Skill
Decidueye is
issue.
weak to like what is it? Not fighting. Flying, fire, psychic,
Fairy,
fairy. It's just
poison.
it just feels like it's weak to everything I consistently ran against, and it just
Skill
felt
issue.
kind of bad to use. So I just kind of gave up, and I replaced it with a Sneasler, which worked out great.
The only reason that I didn't use or pick Rowlet is because I wanted a Lilligant. That's the only reason.
Ooh, good. But anyway,
Exclusive only reason.
I did not care for it at all. I like its design. I like the idea of it, but man, it just does not feel good to use for some fucking reason.
Honestly, I didn't feel good using Typhlosion either.
That's odd. Typhlosion's my bread and
Skill
butter.
issue.
No, I just didn't feel it. I boxed it.
Mm.
In my first run, I used Typhlosion, and I was actually very excited in my first run because I had no idea what it was going to evolve into. And when I saw what we see on screen here is this like depressed lizard, I
Look
was
at
like
this
kind of
boy.
upset. And then he attacked. Oh,
His animations are fantastic. It's so
those
good.
purple flames are
I
beautiful.
agree. He's
Yeah.
very ugly. And I
In
hate him.
he is the only good looking of the starter evolutions this time.
The fuck?
I mean, Samurott is literally
No,
just
obviously
Samurott.
Decidueye is the only one that looks
No,
good.
Decidueye is the worst one.
What are you talking about? Samurott's the worst one.
No,
No,
hold on.
Samurot's pretty
Decidueye is the
okay, but
worst
he's
one.
not like amazing.
Jesus Christ.
Samurot's the worst
Whoa.
one.
Ho. Easy.
Samurot's the worst one,
Oh.
and Typhlosion's the second worst.
Okay,
I
look.
agree
and
with
then-
Typhlosion being second worst design-wise.
There is no third worst because that one's actually good.
They are all fine in terms of redesigns, but
No.
Samurott is the most
No.
boring because it is literally just swapped to black and red, and it has a crooked horn. That's the only difference.
Absolutely. And also Samurott was already one of the ugliest starters to begin with.
I mean, honestly,
Whoa,
I would.
Hold up.
I don't know.
Hold up,
I would
hold up.
almost agree with you there. I think that in terms of raw redesign, Decidueye is probably the best looking, but it's
It's so
also the
good.
worst of the three to use. So
It's
you
so
have
good, and it's
you have Typhlosion in the happy middle. So I got to pick
You
the
can just-
Typhlosion.
you can just tell they actually cared when they designed that Decidueye because like it actually lumps in with like the design of the region and stuff, and it's got the cool archer fighty hat. It's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's good.
Now,
good
if
design,
only
good
it
design.
wasn't. Now, if only it wasn't
Wait,
bad
is
to
it
use.
still an archer?
Yes. Its special
Kinda.
attack is called Triple Arrow.
I see.
Its attack is really good. Too bad it dies to fucking everything.
it dies like a wizard dies in D&D.
It really no, that's great. Yeah, it should hit pretty hard, but it's kind of just frail as hell. It's like being a black mage, except this one doesn't really it should be a ranger.
But yeah, so what I was saying earlier, in my first run, that got deleted because Nintendo sucks. I had a Typhlosion. In this run, I went for a Samurott. And, like, I don't really have much to say for that specifically.
Typhlosion is best boy.
Mm.
Look at that lad. He's
The
so
only one
chill.
that I didn't use is Decidueye, but unfortunately that is because I really like Lilligant.
This is fair.
Mhm.
That is the only reason.
That is also a
Otherwise I would have picked it.
far better choice.
I don't know if I agree with that. I really like Lilligant though.
It's nice. It looks
So, should we
good.
just run through our teams?
Sure, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I have it pulled up already. So, I don't have the order, but I think I could probably remember it. So, my starter was Nouvelette, the Samurai. This next thing I caught was Robin, which the weird ear, which it's a very deep cut reference that barely anyone would understand the joke for. Um,
Wow.
then I had the assistance of Curry to transfer in a Zorua from later in the game so I could play with it in the early game, and we named it Paimon.
Of course we
Paimon is
did, yeah.
Then
Paimon.
What was the joke with
then
that? There
I
was a bit with that. You
so
wanted
the
to name
bit
it something
was
else.
okay, no, the bit was you were waiting to trade me the Pokemon and said, okay, you've got 5 minutes to think of a nickname. If you don't think of one, I'm naming it Paimon. I didn't think of one, so you named it Paimon.
Oh yeah, that is it, isn't it?
So the next thing I caught was an Arcanine that I named Gaming, because I was coming right off of the Lantern, right?
Yes,
The
gaming.
Say the gaming word.
That's perfectly that
Me.
goes directly into the next Pokemon actually,
Oh god.
which I had a Hisuian Electrode that I named
Ni-
Pip Pippa
Okay.
because Hisuian Electrode looks like it wants to kill itself, and it just was started off really happy as a Voltorb, like yeah, and then it just got depressed.
Hey Dosha, I have great news. We are 2
You
hours
haven't learned
in.
self-destruct. What?
We are 2 hours in. Great news. I don't have to cut that.
Wow. Congratulations.
Anyway,
Cut what?
nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Then
I didn't say
finally,
anything.
I also had an Overquill that I named Gordo.
I said "neh" as in "nihaha," that thing that the Blue Archive character says. The pink one. Nihaha.
Until we meet
Nihaha.
again.
well, uh, so wait, was that it for you? Oh my
That's it.
god.
Oh my god, you pulled up the pink one.
Oh my lord.
Why would you do this? Why would you
It
terrorize
was,
Anyway.
it,
terrorize us
look,
with
all
this?
right. It was the first Google image, okay?
When I say Blue Archive pink character, is that what it was?
No, it was Nihaha Blue Archive.
Oh, okay.
Brilliant. Absolutely
Yep,
brilliant.
fair enough.
Okay, so I guess I'll go next because I have my list pulled up. So my team, I think, switched around more than in any of the games so far. I could probably make up another team and a half of the Pokemon that I actually used. Like, I had a Glaceon, I had that Typhlosion, I had several Pokemon that I just flex slotted in and out because typing mattered in this game more than level, I realized. So, yeah, I had quite a few. But the team that I settled on was Glint the Umbreon, Apollo the Ursaluna, Apollo spelled with one L because I will not be called out on my spelling, fuck you. Kutune the Garchomp, V the Sneasler, Pox the Hisuian Zoroark, and Merlin the Enamorous. And I'll talk about getting Enamorous in a bit. Because I get fucking anxious and exhausted every time I think about it.
haven't gotten to that point, so I don't know what it's like.
Anyway, that's it for me.
Very nice.
All right, then I guess I'll go. So my starter was in fact a Cyndaquil that I ended up
Wow.
benching towards the end. And then I also kind of ported in some Pokemon just to have access to them early, which was a Goomy and a Hisuian Zorua. And then I actually found a shiny that I put into the team, and I kept it throughout the entire playthrough when I found it in a space-time distortion, which
Wow.
was a shiny Porygon.
Oh,
Yeah, boy.
wow. That's a really good one.
And then after I got to like the mid game, I also then just poured in a Cleavor because I didn't want to bother evolving a Scyther.
This is fair.
Okay.
And then I want to say it was the second area where you can catch a Togetic with a air ball. I did
Yes.
catch one of those, and then I either evolved it or I think I just found a random Togekiss somewhere. I don't remember. Or maybe, yeah. Either way, my next thing is a Togekiss, and everything kind of served me well. And then I eventually then kept the Palkia,
Boy.
and that's where I kind of messed up with what team I chose because I thought by choosing Adaman, I would get Dialga with like the special ball and all and whatnot, and try to use Dialga because normally I use Palkia in like the Gen 4 games and whatnot, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
So since Palkia is in the special ball, I did Palkia.
Fair enough. And Diodosha, you are the last one.
Okay, hold on just a second, because I realized I didn't nickname one of the Pokemon.
Okay. Actually, if you need a moment, I can buy us some time because I forgot to mention one thing about my team. So earlier in the podcast, if you remember me complaining about finding a shiny Teddiursa behind a rock, that shiny Teddiursa indeed became the Ursaluna that was on my team. So it is a shiny
Nice.
Ursaluna. Now, allow me to regale you with the pleasantries of evolving an Ursaluna. It's boring as
Oh my
hell.
god. Okay, I'm just going to say this so I can remind myself to bring it up later. The evolution mechanics of the new Pokemon in this game are fucking awful.
Oh, I actually liked a lot of them. I think that they could do to make more of them more creative. Oh god, but anyway, so this one, however, I did hate quite a bit because it doesn't amount to doing anything like neat or proactive. Like with Weird Ear, you have to use a certain move in agile
You have
style
to use
multiple
Ice Shield
times.
Bash in Agile style 20 times.
Yeah, like that's fine. That's easy to keep track of. Heck, you can even argue that like Basculegion's evolution is like super interesting, right? Because like you have to do specifically this a certain number of times, which I believe is knocking itself out with recoil, isn't it? Is that what it was? I know it's
You have to
something to
do
do with
like
recoil.
a certain amount of damage to it through recoil. By
Yeah.
the way, which is the same way that you evolve it in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, I think that all of that is really cool. Ursaluna is easily the most frustrating, and it's frustrating just out of boredom because you have to find the peat moss first. Like, once you find the peat, then you have the item that you need, but then you have to
Then you have
wait.
to find repeat sitting on a bench.
You have to wait until there's a full moon. Like, once you get the peat, you wait until there's a full moon and then you use the block. However, guess what happens in the bog area? It rains all the time. So you don't know what phase the moon is in ever. So the way that you do this, the most efficient way is to sleep until the next night, try to evolve it with the item, and then fail to evolve it with the item and do that like 12 more times. That is the only way to
That's
do
what I
it.
did.
It is so mind-numbingly boring that I'm just sitting there like, wow. Not only is this taking an absolute age, it's just frustrating because even when it is not raining out, you have to wait for the moon to come up. So there's nothing fun or entertaining about it. You have to either wait 5 minutes for the moon to come up, or you just speed run it by trying to use the item on it to see if it meets the qualification. Like that's all you can do. And it's just really annoying. Like I did
So,
not like that mechanic at all.
because I feel like I will forget, because you two have brought it up, I also got a couple shinies. I got a shiny slug, pink
Ligoo?
slug. No, pink slug.
Pink slug. Oh, Shellos, right. You were
Yeah,
in chat when that happened.
it was a shiny Shellos, a shiny Gibble, and a shiny Tree Man. Sudowoodo.
Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo.
Um, yeah,
There we
so
go.
I think the evolution mechanics in this game are some of the worst that they've ever done. It's just tedium for tedium's sake. Why should you, not only, okay, so just Weird Air, for example. To get that agile, to get the bash move, you have to be like, I think it was like 32. To master the move, you have to be level 38. Then you have to do that move 20 times in agile. And remember, in using any stance, it takes 2 power points.
Okay.
It's you have to go back and heal the power points like 2 or 3 times. It's just tedious for no reason.
I don't. Okay. I agree that the Ursaluna evolution is tedious. I can't agree that the Weird Ear is tedious because that's really no different than being like, okay, you have to have like level whatever to evolve it, or you have to have a move to evolve it. It's more complicated, but you get a really cool Pokemon from doing it.
You
Like
also get Pokedex completion out of doing it. Like the way the Pokedex is set up, it kind of
Yeah,
encourages you to
a
devolve it.
lot of these
Yeah.
evolutions are set up to uh give you more
Oh,
Pokedex entries, but you're getting like 2 at that
No,
stage in the
no,
game. It doesn't matter.
no. You're not getting 2 entries. You're getting like 5 because what it says is use an agile style move. 2, use shield bash or Psy
so
Shield Bash.
yeah, it
You
So
will
tells
if
have
you do
already,
you
both
you
at the
to
same
do
most
it.
time,
likely have done one of those 2 things already, because you have to be 8 or so levels higher to master the move. You have already mastered moves prior. You most likely will have done agile moves before this.
Or just use a
oh,
seed of
just use the Seed of
mastery.
Master. Yeah, like I've got a bunch of those
Like
just
I
sitting
have like
around. I don't know what to do with
30
them.
of them. They're everywhere.
Well, anyway,
Anyway, did you did you name your Pokemon there, Dosha?
I did.
Okay.
I
Hold
didn't.
on just a second. I gotta collect these images. Okay,
Images?
so yeah, to explain,
Okay.
and then let's see. This one is
Dun, 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 dun.
there. We go.
Dun, 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 dun,
Which one do you want me to
dun,
pull up first?
dun, 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 dun.
Okay, so my starter was
Okay, I'm done.
Cyndaquil, and I named it Ginseng.
Is that the green one?
Yeah, boy.
No, that's not okay. You don't know what ginseng is. Ginseng is a tea.
I think
No,
you're
of
Ginseng
course I
confusing
don't
it.
know what
No, I
anything
think
is.
you're
No.
confusing it
Okay.
with matcha. Matcha is the green one.
That is not matcha.
Matcha is green.
Matcha is green, but that's not what's pictured, and that's also not what ginseng is.
Oh, did
Okay.
you send him pictures of Jens? Okay, never mind. Totally misunderstood what the conversation
didn't.
was about.
No, because everybody knows what ginseng is, so I didn't send a picture of ginseng. Okay.
I don't know what
Then
ginseng is.
Both
right,
of you
okay.
should
You're the
assume I did.
that's
that I
because you're
know
not a
what
person,
ginseng
all right?
is. What the fuck?
That's so rude, dude.
Do you know what a
Oh my
ginseng is?
God. Okay.
Did you not just hear me say bold of you to assume I know what a ginseng is?
Alright, so that's 2 people that don't know.
Ginseng is a root that is high in
yeah.
caffeine.
Here, look.
Is it used in
It
soda?
looks like this.
Yes. Well, it's used in a
Ginseng
lot
tea.
of shit. Like in Asian stuff, it's used all over the place. It's also just infused
It
into
is
drinks and food randomly.
most commonly used in tea. Well, ginseng is a medium. They probably drink ginseng tea. It's a type of herbal tea, and they probably also have fire. I mean, it's hot tea. You drink it hot.
Also,
It's fire.
Spit hot fire?
really quick,
By the
I
way,
had to pull this up to
did you
confirm.
mark the time?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I had to pull this up to confirm because I didn't want to be incorrect. Seeds of Mastery do not work for evolution moves that unless they learn them from Zizu.
I hate
Huh.
it.
Okay.
Okay, wait, Ark, did you
Sorry,
cut
you
off
said
or yeah, I
you
heard
said
I
I
hate.
hated, and then you
Yeah, I
stopped.
was saying to the seeds of mastery.
Oh no, are we having connection issues
Okay.
again?
Yeah, I think you cut out again. What did you say?
I said
I
with
see
the
it
seeds
lighting
of
up, but I don't
mastery,
hear it.
hate that.
Seeds of Mastery, hate that. That's what I got.
Yeah, because you were just talking about the seeds of mastery, and in
Why?
response, I said I hate that
Why do you
Oh,
hate the
okay,
Seeds of
okay.
Mastery?
because of what Carrot just said about them.
Oh,
Oh,
that they
is that the
don't
only
work for
reason?
the evolution things? I think they're pretty handy otherwise.
I have not used them.
Oh, I used basically all of mine, and I still had a, like, big amount of them.
I forgot to, but I always remembered that they were an option if I like really felt like I needed it. But I was using my Pokemon often enough that I didn't need to.
Anyway,
okay.
back on the track.
So for the leafy one, that is a picture of Shizo. Shizo is what I named my Lilligant. Shizo is a type of, it's an herb that appears in the summer. It's also known as a beefsteak plant.
That is super tasty looking, actually. I would love to eat that right now.
Yeah, that's a Shizo avocado nigiri.
Yeah.
But you know,
Oh, man, yeah.
Shizo is just the plant that is wrapping around the nigiri.
It's the leaf, yeah. But it
Mhm.
looks good. Like, see, that's really cute. How'd you think of that?
The same way I think of what all my nicknames are like this. And then the next one is senbei. Senbei is a type of cracker that a rice cracker that is used throughout Japan, and it's taking holy crap. So, however,
what the fuck? How
these
big is
senbei-
this image?
I'm going to find out the second it loads.
How big
Oh my-
is this crap? It's still going.
these senbei are not normal senbei.
Okay.
They are special senbei. They are known as shika senbei. Shika means deer.
Whoa, wait. That's like $1 for that stack of them. Heck yeah. Yeah, that says
Yeah, and-
150 yen. That's like less than $1. You could get that entire stack of cookies for like 75 cents American. What the fuck?
Okay. Oh, did you not hear any of the explanation I just gave?
I heard you say they were cheap. I didn't see the exact amount or hear the exact amount.
I didn't say anything about price.
Oh. Well, yeah, but like it says the price on the wrapper that's in the picture you pulled up.
Right. Do you know why they're so cheap?
Are they just flour and water?
Because they're not for human consumption.
Oh.
These are not normal senbei. These are shika senbei. Shika is deer.
Oh, they're deer food.
Mm-hmm. You bring these to the deer Nara, and
Oh,
you eat them, or they eat
right.
them.
Wait, I know about this. That there are these parks where just deer have come to gather because humans keep feeding them. So
In
there's
Nara,
just
yeah.
yeah, there's just this giant business of people just handing out deer treats and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Yeah.
it's a Shika Senbei.
Okay.
Senbei is what I nicknamed my weird deer.
Weird.
And then the third image, that is called
Oh my
Anmitsu.
God.
It's a dessert made of jelly.
That looks so delicious and
It's actually
adorable.
it's like an 18th century dessert. It's actually pretty early for a gelatin dessert.
I
What
mean,
Pokemon do you think that one is?
I assume something to do with jiggliness.
So which one?
Uh,
Jigglypuff.
I'm going to assume Gudra.
You're right, it is Gudra.
Yay! I had to
So
fight with myself to not put Hisui and Gudra on the team. I fucking love that boy.
I've never used one until today. And then I have two other Pokemon. I have Su, which is the Weavile, and I have Tamago, which is, I mean, that's the last picture.
Tamago.
Tamago is just egg.
You used
is
the
egg.
Genshin. Okay, so
Is it filled with
It's very
honey?
sensual.
this is
It's
Kujo Sara's specialty, if I'm
it's
remembering
filled with
correctly.
Kujo Sara's love. That's aside the point.
She
Okay.
branded it and has presented it to Raiden Shogun.
What's important here
There's a
is
dick there.
that's aside the point. Listen, these are don't worry about these details.
We-
What's important is that
Oh,
Tamago is
no.
the name of my Togekiss.
Why do I feel like we're spiraling? Jesus Christ.
We've been spiraling for the past 5 hours, dude.
Anyway, so those are my
This
Pokemons.
is absolutely gonna have to be a 2-day recording.
It's okay. Maybe the battles will actually like well we could take a break, I guess, between this and the battles. Oh my god. But anyway, sorry, back to your team.
That's the team. That's 6 Pokemon.
Oh, I must have miscounted. I thought there were only 5 that you talked about.
So tell me which ones, and I'll tell you which ones I didn't name.
I remember you talked about deer food, which is the weird ear, the jelly, which was the Gudra. Uh,
Tamago.
I'm trying. Oh, thank you, Tamago, which was egg, yeah, for Togekiss.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm trying to remember what the first one was because there wasn't a represent. Oh, that's right, the Typhlosion,
Ginseng.
Ginseng, yeah. Then the Lilligant, and for some reason I'm forgetting the 6th one.
Probably because I said it quickly. Which is, like Sushep. He is a Weavile.
Oh, right. Wait, a Weavile, not a Sneasler.
That's correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, in this game, having a Weavile is kind of like having like an exclusive Pokemon. Because nobody else in the game can get one.
In what? Oh, yeah, because you're the only one who can evolve it.
Well, because you're the only one who's dumb enough to go inside of a freaking rift and catch one.
I mean, you can evolve. Oh, wait, no, you're right. You're right because all the Sneasler yeah, Sneasler. All the Sneasler you encounter are or not Sneasler. God,
Sneasler.
Sneasel. All the
All the
Sneasel you encounter are Hisuian. That's right. So you can only encounter it through a space-time rift. That's right. I didn't think about that.
Right.
Fair enough. Actually, speaking of flawless translation, we haven't talked about space-time rifts, have we? We've just like mentioned
Kind
them.
of did, but not really.
We did a little bit.
I mean, there's not really
We
much
didn't
to
go into the
talk about
nitty-gritty
them,
details.
but like I think
Briefly.
space-time rifts are quite cool. They are a good way to like inject just Pokemon that don't seem like they belong into the world, and to give you like items that don't make any sense to show up in this period of time so you can use them. So I think it was just really neat. And aesthetically, it's also quite fun because you're just running around in this giant void.
Can't sneak up on the Pokemon, so you kind of have to battle them to catch them most of the time.
You can sneak up on them if you are careful. There's a couple ways you can do it.
Why did that Stantler tackle take so long?
Tackle. The beaver was repositioning itself. You must
Hold
allow the
on.
beaver to
Let me get back to
reposition.
that 1 second.
But yeah, no, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of in the same vein as like Ultra Wormholes in Scarlet Violet, or not Scarlet Violet, Sun and Moon.
Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Yeah,
So he just issued the attack command.
yeah. You know, now that you mention it, I've had that happen a couple of times where I think the first time it happened, I just panicked because I thought the game froze.
I think it might be why I was running around so much.
Yeah. Like trying to figure out what the hell is happening.
Yep.
But anyway.
It fixed itself. It was alright.
I think that's about it for this. I mean, at the end of the story, it
Other
turns
than
out
the
it's
end of the
like,
story.
yeah, so
Mochi Man was evil.
he's a ninja, and honestly, that was
Well-
a good twist.
He's not really evil. He has mixed feelings on you, but he's specifically serving the
Kinda like
leader of the galaxy team.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, we
that's
forgot
his
to
whole thing.
mention two very important things. The sky is falling. No, that's later. Never mind.
Oh yeah, so you
Yeah.
quell all the lords, and then you go take a nap, and then you wake up, and then you're like, oh, the sky is kind of fucked. So, I guess now we have to
Blame you for it. Get out of this
Yep.
village right now.
You
Yeah,
fell
it's
out
Hey,
of that
so-
thing. It's your fault.
So, I mean,
It's
to be
also a
fair,
callback to the original Gen 4 games too.
Yeah,
while it's really rash, it's
understandable.
you know, it's not completely unfounded, right? I mean, we went through and did all this stuff, and then the sky changed. So, I mean, like, who's to say that we're not doing this on purpose? Right?
Yeah,
We have to
because
find a way
fell
to show that we're
out
not.
from the same place that we tried to help get rid of.
well, the whole game is kind of showcasing ignorance in a way, because like not like in a negative fashion, and actually quite a positive, like grow from it kind of fashion, where like you open up with a situation where no one except for a select few people really knows that Pokemon and humans can coexist, and you show that that's possible.
But
And
you're also
then-
a foreigner.
Yeah, and it's a little bit, well, it's not really xenophobic. I guess it's more tribal in a way, because this is basically like, hey, if we get screwed over, like there's no one coming for us. We have to fend for ourselves. So people are like going to blame the newcomer with a mysterious origin story and point the finger at them, because that happened a lot in this kind of like storytelling and like this setting in this day and age that it's supposed to like represent. So it makes
It's one of
sense.
those. Because it's also like it's too good to be true. Like a foreigner comes in, is really good at catching Pokemon, really good at filling out the Pokédex, and they calm down all the beasts in which some of the other tribes are saying, "Oh no, this is fine. Like this is a test," or they've been blessed with power from our divine being, and then you take it away from them essentially, and then the sky goes dark. And this is still in more ancient times where there's not as much science as modern times. So it's even less explained. Everyone's scared. So they blame the only thing that they can blame and the only thing they can control, which is the foreigner in their village.
I do kind of like that you would just have to use skedaddle, and that you're like put up by the tribes, right? Am I correct? Am I remembering that right?
Kogita. You're put up by Kogita.
Yeah, Kogita.
Actually, both of them reject you. So you just happen to run into your Ginkgo clan friend, and he takes you to Gogita.
Yeah.
And Gogita.
Volo.
Gogita is
Yeah, Volo.
super important
Volo,
for
your
the later
friend.
characters. Really? You
Yeah,
don't
Volo,
say.
your best friend.
We'll get to that. But like, yeah, it's just this. It's, I think, relatively well handled, and it's more or less forgiven upon discovery that like you indeed aren't involved in it. Well, you're involved in it, but you aren't like responsible for it in any way, shape, or form. But you do this through winning the battles and then calming the legend. So you finally fight the actually, this is a question. Did anyone have any trouble fighting the commander?
No.
I really
No.
thought it was quite
No.
easy.
All my Pokemon were level 65 by that point, so I mean, like, I was higher level than everybody else.
I mean, my Pokemon were in their 50s.
I think mine were in the same boat as that. I think I was under leveled for the like the majority of the game, but I still completed all of it.
Hmm.
But
No, but none of the fights really gave me any trouble.
oh yeah, and you also go and you meet like the lake spirits and whatnot, and you have to
Oh yeah, and
fight
you
a
do
bunch
their
of
trials.
yeah, you have to fight the trials, which I didn't realize that Quillfish evolved until that point.
Yeah, I think
Same. My first
the
my first playthrough. That was the first time seeing it.
It's
the
just
first time around, yeah, I think that was the first time I saw Overquill. But the thing is, they do spawn in the Cobalt Coastlands in an area where you can reach them from shore.
yeah,
So it's not like you couldn't have. It's just
Rare.
well, I mean,
yeah.
yeah, it's rare.
I just
I
didn't
think it.
think about it. I was like, it should have made pretty much plain sense of like, oh hey, this has a Hisuian form. Why would they bother giving a Hisuian form to this rather underwhelming Pokemon? And if you even
Hmm.
rubbed two brain cells together with that thought, you would be like, oh wait, does it evolve? But I don't know how that didn't even happen. He's walking around just being dumb, I guess.
Overquill, by the way, apparently has a pretty interesting ability, but I forgot. I think I looked into it a little bit because you can catch them in the Scarlet and Violet DLC.
Yeah.
Overquill's ability, I don't remember what the second ability is, but he has Poison Point.
It is the second ability. I know it has a unique ability, I believe.
Could
If
be
it
the
is, it
unique
has a
move.
hidden ability that I didn't read because it was hidden.
Oh wait, maybe you're thinking of its move, actually. Is that what it is?
Maybe it
Yeah,
No.
I don't.
is.
There's no way any of these Pokemon would have like special abilities only to them because they wouldn't get them until they could be moved to a different game.
Yeah, sure. They
Its abilities are Poison Point, Swift Swim, and Intimidate.
okay.
Wait, Overquill gets Intimidate?
Yes.
That's not bad.
Uh,
There's something people were talking about with it.
Let me look it up really quick. I have Cerebi pulled up as we speak.
Could be
Also,
its signature move.
I want to note, can you look up this boy's
It does have a
shiny?
signature move, Barrage.
Yeah, that's it. Can you look up its shiny, by the way, and pull that up? It's very
Yeah, 1 second.
weird. Let me see here. Barrage, here we go. It has 60 base power, 100 accuracy, 10 power points. User launches countless toxic barbs to inflict damage. The may also poison the target. This move's power doubled if the target is already poisoned. But like, look at
Is that
this
it?
boy.
No, there's gotta be something else. Was it the fact that come on, what was it?
Like, you want to talk about a notable shiny? That's a notable shiny. Like, that thing looks...
Bad shiny.
It's distinct.
It's a distinctly bad shiny. That's true.
Look at
I
it.
would not say that's a bad shiny.
I think I kind of like it. If nothing else, it looks like it's made out of chrome.
Not even close.
Just like, what the heck is this?
It looks more plastic than anything.
Yeah, actually, I can see that. But anyway,
Like you can maybe make an argument for like a type of concrete or something.
concrete. It's poisonous concrete, lad. Watch out
Or
for
no,
it.
wait, no, I'm not thinking of concrete. I'm thinking of ceramic.
But anyway,
Oh, I guess that was the notable thing about it is that
my barrage
Quillfish
deals double
Hisui
damage.
can now have Eviolite. Maybe that's what it was.
An Eviolite, seriously.
It has an NU build.
That yeah, notable. Yes, of course. The
Yeah, I
NU
mean,
build, bro. What the fuck?
most times when people try to make like Eviolite work, it's gimmicky at best.
I mean,
That's fine. It's fine.
it's either great like with Doublade or it's
Is it even that good with Doublade?
yeah, it's
It's
great with
amazing with
Doublade.
Doublade. It's also amazing with Porygon too.
Yep,
Good with Chansey.
Chansey's a
Well,
good one.
yeah,
Yeah.
but those are definitely like the top is like Chansey and Porygon 2.
Yeah, but there's a lot that it works with other than that.
Mm. Well, I mean, I think there's limits to it.
I would say with
a lot of
things
people-
like Doublade and Dusclops would be more gimmicky than anything else.
Dusclops suffers from a really bad HP pool. That's its main thing. So
Yep.
that's why people don't use it.
Let me see here.
I mean, because in the last recording, I had used it with the Corsola,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Other than
Galarian
that,
Corsola.
I think it is notable that there is just an Apex Hisuian Zoroark, just because that's kind of cool. Because like Hisuian Zoroark is, I think, the biggest winner out of all of the Hisuian forms, because it's really cool. I like it a lot.
Well, his Hisuian Braviary is really cool too.
Like the fact that just the typing of it is normal ghost. So the
Oh
fact
yeah,
that it's
normal goat is the goat.
yeah, it's stupendously strong.
It
Like
is only weak to dark.
yeah. And it has access to a toolkitty bunch of moves. Like it doesn't have like an extremely good move pool, but it has a lot of stuff. Specifically, you can do a lot of hilarious stuff with normal stab that you normally can't do anywhere else because it's a bad idea.
It also has 3 immunities, being normal, ghost, and fighting.
Yep. So it's just weak to exactly one thing. Admittedly, it doesn't have like insane defenses, but it is pretty good.
Normal
Yeah.
ghost can, I think, hit almost everything at least regularly effective, right?
Yeah, it can hit for basically true neutral on anything. But yeah, so it's quite cool. But
And it has the illusion ability still as well.
it's just Zoroark, but it's better. I would almost argue that Hisuian Zoroark is strictly better than regular Zoroark just because of the typing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typing's really good.
Yeah, it's a beautiful typing, beautiful design.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
Sucks
not
Unless it's fighting Blood Moon
outstanding.
Ursaluna. Oh,
Like, it's
So
not
you want to know
outstanding
the worst part?
competitively.
Sure.
what's that?
You know what this game has? Doesn't matter what it doesn't have. Its abilities. You know what Zoroark needs to be? The ability.
Just the guy buzzes. I want
Hey,
the guy buzz.
hey, Carrot, do you want me to ruin your day a little bit?
How so?
Okay, so later on in the game, when you unlock what is it called, mass outbreaks or
Are you talking
something?
about the DLC?
Yeah, so the mass outbreaks. The first thing that they use it to introduce you is a bunch of Hisuian Zora, and then you walk into like tell them, "Hey, I found a bunch of Zorua," and you immediately notice that there's a second Munchlax, and one of them is a transformed Zorua, even though it doesn't have the ability.
I see.
Oh my god. I didn't see that, but now that you brought it up, and I'm just like, I can't believe that.
It's really funny.
Well, to be fair, Regigigas still has its ability too.
Which is the worst part of it.
They really had to, like, they made the mistake once in Diamond Pearl Platinum with giving it that ability thing. It's too strong. But now that we're later in the years, they still think Regigigas is too powerful, even for a PvE game
It's
where they're still just
silly.
like, let's give them slow start.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Yeah.
In a game with no abilities, a game with no abilities, that's
Intolerably
stupid.
silly.
Like at this
Powerful.
point, they could give slacking literally a non-ability, and it would be just fine.
Let's give it insomnia.
I don't think that would work for slacking. I mean, just give it pressure.
Anything with basic, though.
Hmm. Well,
Did Carrot fall asleep?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay, I was gonna bring it up, but I thought maybe he was just shuffling.
okay, let's wrap it up, all right?
Yeah,
So
let's get going. Oh my
you get the red
goodness.
chain, you use it to get Dialga / Palkia, and they're like, fight me psychically to whoever, and then you're like ballin', and then you catch it, and then they're like, oh shit, the chain broke. Oh no, the next legendary is here, and it's off the chain. Literally, the chain dissolved. We gotta run, and so you do, and then you're like, okay, but what if we turn it into a Pokeball? And so you do, and then you go back and you fight it for a bit, and then you throw the ball at it, and then everything's Gucci. You did it. You saved the world.
Okay,
No,
look.
no, no. Hold.
What?
All right. Hold on. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, I think that the whole manufacturing the red chain into a Pokeball thing is actually a really cool
The end roll
thing.
credits.
It's super, super good.
Yeah, you're forgetting the part where we still had to fight the other
Yes.
Pokemon.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
But
All right. So pick your
Only fight it with
disability.
just light.
I think I like the time pony more.
Dialga
Would
definitely
you rather
looks
have no
cooler, but
arms or permanently be choking on a pill?
Do I get to die from the pill?
No.
no.
I will say, number one, these forms
I'll
are
take
the
the no
most
arms.
useless things because they don't change the stats at all, right?
Hmm.
No, I think they have different stats.
Do they?
I'll pull them up.
What's the difference?
I'm pretty sure they do.
I was under the impression that it didn't change anything, so maybe
Well, no,
I am
here's the
incorrect.
thing. Because they have origin forms just like Giratina.
Yeah.
And Giratina's form changes
Okay.
its stats.
So yeah, right here.
Oh yeah, I'll be damned. It's slightly different. That really? That's the difference?
20 base speed
It is
and 20 base attack.
it is literally just 20% faster.
And
It
20%
hits
stronger.
20% harder physically. Wait, does that mean Dialga hits 20% harder specially?
I'm pulling it up to double check.
Wait, did
The
that say
answer-
that the attack was reduced or that the special attack was reduced? I thought it said the attack was reduced.
No, it said attack was raised.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, Dialga loses base attack when going into origin form.
Yep.
Wait.
Yep.
What
He
is it
gains
gains?
special defense.
Wait, so Origin Form Dialga is just worse.
Not really. Honestly, the best moves it can learn is special.
Yeah, but it only...
Okay, no, wait. It's the same for Palkia, I just noticed. Origin form Palkia loses 20 base attack,
I was
gains
right.
20 speed.
Wait, no, go back to it. Go back to
Oh,
it.
Yeah, I got it right here.
then.
Yeah, I was right. That's what I thought. So it loses 20 attack and gains 20 speed.
Well, it's a horse now, so you know.
I just
It
noticed
has no
that
hands.
both of them have the same special defense. Palkia is 30% stronger, or 30 points stronger, and it loses 10% defense, or not 10%. It's 20% less physically defensive, but they're both special attackers. So I guess that technically with the typing, Dialga has a better chance of winning than Palkia, but that's fascinating. I never really thought about that. Also, you can see why I thought that the typing, or not the typing, the forms didn't really matter because it changes everything except
Nothing.
for two stats and only by 20 points. Like, what the
Wait,
fuck?
can you go to Giratina and Origin Giratina?
Yeah.
Sure. Is that before or after? It's after. Beep,
Because I
beep,
think
beep.
Giratina has a more drastic change.
Giratina and stats are down here. Giratina, I am looking at it and 100% confirming. He gains 20 attack. He loses 20. No, he gains 20 attack. He gains 20 special attack. He loses 20 defense and loses 20 special defense.
Okay, so it's not as drastic as I thought, but it's still more than Palkia and Giratina, or Palkia and Dialga.
Yep. Damn, actually.
So, speaking of Giratina,
Okay.
We're not there yet.
No,
are we
we
not?
basically are. Like, what else do we
No,
have to
we
talk
gotta
about?
we have to go back to Gokita and get the rest of the plates that we've been gathering through our entire
Oh yeah,
adventure.
no, that's correct. I mean, to be
Oh, yeah, I do have
fair,
to say, at this point, I after the credits, I just stopped playing because I don't like this game.
so this is where I get to talk about shit. Because not only did I have to do this just because I wanted to fight Volo, because I never fought Volo in the first run through I had, but I also wanted to get an Amorous, which means you have to get so much. So to fight Volo is really not that difficult. All you have to do is go and catch a bunch of different legends. Honestly, I got it done in less than an hour. You have to get like Cresselia and Heatran. Heatran was probably the most fun because you have to throw mud balls at it to weaken its defenses.
I
Cresselia, I
didn't
literally
realize you
threw
had
a
to
ball
do
at
that
it.
at first,
Yeah,
so I
because
died.
each of them give you a plate. So when you have all but one of the plates, you go to Mount Coronet with Volo, and he reveals his true colors as in Arceus Otaku.
Well, he's actually Giratina.
Well, Garatina, but he's a fanatic about Arceus. Like throughout the whole story, he's basically like, I'm really fascinated by all this. I want to figure it out. So really isn't like a heel turn. It's
Like
more or
father,
less
like
like
great
a
great 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 great
Oh yeah,
granddaughter.
yeah,
I
exactly.
should preface, uh, unlike all the other people here, this was my first time playing the game.
Yeah. So Volo is actually a fun and difficult fight. Like he's really kind of up there in terms of like power level and team building, and with the specific mechanics of Legends Arceus, you have a lot of moments where he'll just heal his Pokemon out of nowhere, and it's really uncanny if you're used to like regular Pokemon games because it's
Um,
just incredibly
I
swingy.
did not have
I
this issue.
yeah, that happens multiple times throughout my playthrough, so
I've
I wouldn't
never
have been
had that
surprised by
issue
this.
at all.
This is the
Also,
With
I thought the
only
anything.
part
time.
about Volo that's hard is that you're basically fighting 12 Pokemon in a row.
Yeah, you are, but we'll get to that. So, like, basically, with this whole thing, I found this to be the swingiest battle I have ever had because it just went from me doing a move to like 1 to 2 hit KOing his Pokemon to him putting out a Pokemon to counter the Pokemon and then immediately going and hitting me down and I lose a Pokemon. And what basically had to happen was I went through the entire fight and I finally got to a point where we both had one Pokemon left. So I just let the Gudra just tank his entire like Togekiss for a bit and re-resed my team because if you want to go ahead and skip a little bit ahead, just a wee little bit, it shouldn't be too long. But like, man,
Further or
even
this?
this is probably good. I also do want to say my Gudra was very well built. So it was the Apex one. I went and caught another one. But like this thing still hit like a truck. Like this was the easiest Pokemon other than I guess like Roserade to just kind of sit there and heal my whole team up for. But man, even this was like a little bit difficult because it's fucking hard. And he also does like the double move nonsense. If I hadn't invested a bunch of stuff into Gudra, because, oh, it is worth noting, this is also like my fourth attempt at this fight, I think. I had to switch around my team 3 times. And finally, this was the end result that gave me what I needed. But yeah, no, like, I just had to basically just keep Gudra alive while rezzing everything. Because after this comes the big one.
And we just switch forward.
Yeah, a little bit. Do 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 do
Still
do.
it's the last one.
Yep, that's it. So finally, after beating Volo, he's like super dejected and like, why? And then he just summons Satan, just because he can. He's just like, I couldn't do this before, but now because I'm so angry, I can just summon Giratina. And you don't get any time in between these fights to heal. So if you go in there completely ignorant of that, like I did, you have to repeat the fight multiple times. It is probably one of the most difficult Pokemon battles I've ever
Eldritch
done.
Presence.
It's so good. Also, this cutscene is really sick. Like, bruh. But yeah, no, Giratina is absolutely the hardest legend to fight in this game, short of Arceus. It is really beefy. It took a lot of hits. And it also has Aura Sphere, which is such a dick move. I don't know why.
So is he possessed? That's why he knew its name?
I guess. Like, he said that he tried to summon Giratina before so he could get Arceus to, like, come down to him. Basically, he's trying to cause such a problem that God himself will have to come and solve it so he can, like, ask God a question or something. Like, that's his whole shindig. But,
I
yeah,
see.
no, like, it's just difficult because, like, you think, oh, hey, you're done after this. No. And when you kill it the first time, then he goes to its origin form, so you have to fight it twice.
But this time he hits harder.
Yeah, he hits harder, and he's also angrier. So, like, again, yeah, 4 attempts to do this, switching out my team each time. I had to do a lot to get this to actually work. Like, this dude tanks a
I like
full-on
that you had to
Draco
move your
Meteor.
camera upwards.
I don't know why they don't auto zoom out the camera. I guess that's also something I can complain about a little bit. With bigger Pokemon, they should have zoomed it out. But like, he tanks a full-on Draco Meteor. It's not okay. This thing is tanky as fuck. And then I thought to myself, surely the Thunderbolt will be enough to finish it off. No.
You mean the resisted Thunderbolt that you had low attack for?
It had a sliver left. And
Oh,
then I
yeah.
send out my bear and it just dies to the underleveled bear. And then it just comes back angrier. But yeah, no, seriously, toughest fight in the game, bar none. It's crazy. Well, then again, I haven't fought Arceus yet, so I don't
Alpha.
know if that's hard. Wait, what?
I said alpha eyes.
Alpha? But yeah, no, then it just full heals.
Oh, he goes
Difficult.
first. Okay.
Oh yeah, oh, and it also has access to styles, because of course it does. So it just shows off. Just kills the bear.
It's basically an alpha. So yeah.
Yeah. In the end, I did finally get it, but man, it was fucking difficult. And then... Oh, and then... I'm going to try to make this quick because I know some of us are falling asleep. You have to do this in order to fight the genies.
Mhm.
I honestly wish I had never bothered doing the genies.
Well, before we move on to the genies, can I say my experience with this Volo fight?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I didn't even ask.
So yeah, I had 3 attempts. The first 2 attempts, I was in my mid to late 50s with all my Pokemon. Except for, I guess, the Palkia. It was a back and forth in which I lost the exchange on base Giratina. I came back with, I think, mid to basically mid 60s, and it was less of a back and forth as I basically went into Giratina with 3 Pokemon, and I beat Origin Giratina only having to use 1 item to regular revive my Palkia to finish him off. So I had quite a bit of an easier time against him.
Yeah, no. I had very much difficulty. Very
And
many.
this again is a parallel with like Diamond Pearl Platinum, where everyone is so scared of Cynthia, but I did not nearly have as much difficulty with Cynthia as anyone else seemed to have on their first go around.
I think that overall, Volo's fight in a vacuum is not as difficult as Cynthia's, but when you put the fact that there's Giratina right after it on top of it, it's easily more difficult. It's kind of insane. But yeah,
More
no.
difficult? I would definitely say it is more difficult than Cynthia, but I also still had a better time than other people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and once you defeat him, you get the Azure Flute.
Which you can't use until you catch all the Pokemon.
No, not catch. You have to get a 10 in every Pokedex entry for every Pokemon in the game, and then you can fight Arceus. So obviously, I
Wait,
declined
what?
this.
You have to. I don't. You don't have.
No, I'm pretty
I
sure you
did read
do.
that you had to get a 10.
Didn't
I
you?
will
Don't
look
you
it
have
up.
to get a 10? I was told you have to get a 10.
I will Google.
But at any rate, I mean, just getting all of the Pokemon isn't like a monumental effort, but at this point, this happened
It's
2 days ago. I just didn't want to do it because I was already satisfied with my team, and I thought bringing in an Arceus to the battles would actually be kind of rude.
I don't think we would have even allowed Arceus on this battle, anyways.
Well, it
Yeah, you
is
just
a.
have to get one of each Pokemon.
Oh, okay. So that part was made up. But at any rate,
Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah. Getting Mall rank 10 is the shiny charm.
oh, that's what I'm confusing. Okay, never mind.
But yeah, I
Okay.
think for
But yeah,
some of the rules of when we catch certain Pokemon, I don't think we would have allowed Arceus.
I mean, fair enough. Whoop. But finally, after beating Volo, I was able to start my true end game, which starts by talking to Goita. And she says, "Hey, do you know about Landorus, Thundurus, and Tornadus?" And you're like, "No." And she's like, "Here, I'll tell you a couple of neat things about them. Have fun." And then she leaves. Little did I know that this would set me on the least fun thing I have done in this game thus far. So, just to summarize, each of the three have a requirement for them to spawn and also have a mechanic that is shared between them with a couple of small differences. So the first one I decided to go through was Tornadus. And luckily, mechanic 1 I got very easily. So mechanic 1 is you have to wait for it to be a snowstorm. Not snowing, a snowstorm. So what you just do is you just go and you sleep until there's a snowstorm and then you're good. However, in the Alabaster Icelands where Tornadus is located, he is surrounded by Glalie, including an Alpha Glalie, which are incredibly annoying. Now we come to the meat and potatoes of this. So, the shared mechanic between all three of the genies is you have to get close enough to it to throw an item at it to break its shield 3 times. However, if you get too close, they spawn storms that impede you from going, and then they scurry off to the next location. So, in this case, I was just using Pokeballs because I was just like, I don't really have anything better to use. And you can see how well it's going. Like, I'm just kind of sitting here like, this is exactly what the guides are telling me to do. What the hell is going on? And I quickly noticed that this was frustrating. Incredibly so. It was borderline enraging. It is worth noting that this is the first attempt that I did. It took me 4 attempts to get to the point where I could even fight Tornadus, and then I realized that you have to redo it all over again if you accidentally KO it, which I did, because it decided to crit on something that wasn't super effective and it still killed it. So, not only do you have to have this, like, really annoying time with, like, fiddling through tornadoes that randomly spawn and can even spawn on your exact location, you also have to go through and be fast enough to throw stuff at it if you're doing it, like, this way. If you want to skip ahead just slightly, there is a much easier way to do this fight, to do all of these fights, honestly. Jet Ball is an option, but I found it not to be really, or to be not really effective here. The easiest way to do it is you get yourself Stealth Spray, and you smoke bomb your way in a straight line to them and just throw either sticky webs or other, like, spare smoke bombs at it. And then you do it 3 times and you hit it on the back of the thing with a heavy ball and hope to God that you catch it. Because despite being so fiddly with actually getting the ability to fight it, it's actually incredibly fragile to anything, I've realized. So it was just super difficult to fight it straight up. So I found it much easier, I think, for the other two, except for Tornadus, to just go and throw Pokeballs at it. Oh, and it is worth noting, if the catch fails, you have to do all 3 of these all over again. And this includes, like, doing more stealth balls and, or stealth spray and smoke bombs, of which I swear I probably used like 100 smoke bombs doing this, and probably at least a few dozen stealth sprays with all of the attempts combined. I thank God that I got lucky and caught Tornadus very easily in the fight, and that it got paralyzed. But otherwise, it took fucking 6 attempts to do this, so I was just not having it. And this was just the first one. This is the first one. And it's like, you have to go out of your way to basically cheese it. The second one is both easier and more difficult, because it's located in the water of the coastal, like, of the coastlands or whatever it's called. However, it's surrounded by Gyarados, including an Apex Gyarados, that notice you even when your Stealth Spray is active. So it's in, like, the most improper place, and it's super, super easy to just get... God, it's just so astonishingly irritating the way this was set up. So eventually I was able to knock it down and then throw a jet ball at it and catch this one. But yeah, no, the only interesting thing that happened in this fight was I realized that smoke bombs work if you're riding on Basket Legion, which initially I was sure would not. Like, I genuinely thought that would not be a thing. But yeah, finally, that's done. Then there's Landorus, which is laughable compared to the other two. Like, he doesn't require a weather pattern. As far as I can tell, he just needs to have clear weather. He's in this sloped open area that's really easy to hit, and the only thing you have to do is avoid the Alpha Infernape. Like, that's all you gotta do, and I still missed like 3 times.
I mean, you could just catch the Alpha Infernape, and then you don't have to worry about it
Yeah, but why would I do that when I could just walk up to Landorus and do that a couple times and fail miserably and then catch it on the first Gigaton ball? Like, seriously, the other three took like 30 minutes each. Landorus took like 3 minutes. Then, on top of all of this, in order to get the opportunity to fight an Amorous, you have to level their Pokedex entries to a minimum of 10. Which also led me to like the funnest part of this happening, wherein I was finally ambushed by a bandit, which I honestly didn't think was going to happen. But no, Coin found me, so I got to fight Coin. I think that this is
Hooray.
actually the first time that this mechanic actually happened, because after the end of the game, like, you can just get ambushed in any of the 3 areas. Like, you can get ambushed in the
I
first
think there's
area,
like specific. I think there's specific points you have to be in that they can trap you at.
Yeah. But
But so it's not just like anywhere in there, but they're like specific areas.
yeah, so if you just run across them, it's actually quite cute. I like the idea. It's also quite nice because they drop you like 4 nuggets, I think. Yeah, 4 nuggets, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, they
So,
give you money. It's great.
yeah. But no, it's like so finally, after just full leveling all of the Pokedex entries for Thunderous, Landorus, and Tornadus, then you return to Goita. And she's just like, hey, here's this one. And Amorous just kind of like floats
Okay, the
down at you and
Southwind.
shows you. This is actually the first time that I saw an Amorous, I think. Like, I knew what its general shape was, but I hadn't gotten a good look at it. I don't know if I like it or not. Like, it looks like a Jin, but this also this raised a question for me. Were they always supposed to be like spring, summer, fall?
No.
It's northeast and west winds.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the south wind.
So there was just one missing from it, apparently, this whole time.
Yeah, the south wind.
Which is super strange. I never really thought about that. But yeah, no, there it is. There's the thing that took me like
There it is.
an entire playthrough
There
to
it
get through.
is.
Now, I went through this expecting, oh, I'll just go and fight it.
No.
And then Gogeta tells me I have to do it one more time, and I about just throw my Switch. At this point, this is like 3 hours later. 3 hours of solid frustration. Admittedly, Enamorous's one is... No, I can't even say that it's less irritating, because in the end you are trekking through the bog, which makes it not only the same fight over and over again, but it makes it a slower fight than all of the other ones because you're being held down by the mud. And finally, at long last, I catch the damn thing. Full level it to 10.
Uh-huh.
Well, honestly, I didn't even like have to go back to hear that you needed to full level it to 10. I just assumed. And I was correct. Because if you full level it to 10 and then bring it back to Goita, she gives you the mirror. I wasn't expecting... I don't even know what I was expecting, really. I hadn't seen the Therian form for Enamorous. I didn't know what it looked like. I had zero expectation. But boy, howdy.
It is somehow worse than the other genies.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. It's fugly as hell. However... Here, just skip ahead slightly. Just ever so slightly.
More?
Oh, maybe a little bit more, yeah. More. Okay, there we go.
More.
I use it, I look at it, and I'm like, oh god, what is that?
Isn't it like an anteater or
Did you send
something?
it out?
Yeah. And it's then that I realized, oh my god. I know what this
Well, I mean, they're
is.
all ugly, but that one's pretty ugly.
I know what this is. Oh my god, I know what this is!
It's your picture.
Mata.
I
Well, not anymore.
I like legitimately, I laughed so hard I was about to pass the hell out. I was like, I was overjoyed. Now imagine my
So-
frustration when it turns out this version of it, this form, is so bad stat-wise that you can't really use it. It's so
So-
fucking frustrating.
Does that mean you now have to stand this Pokemon because it's your profile picture?
Yeah. It's a mata-mata. I automatically have to stand it. But like, no, like seriously, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like I'm pissed off and tired just recounting the effort I went through to get here. It's because I am.
Was it worth it?
No. I loved Legends Arceus. Like, up until that point. But honestly, the genie fights are so monotonous and tedious and boring. It is just, I legitimately felt my sanity fraying on like the sixth attempt at doing Tornadus proper because I wanted to get footage that we could use for the cast that would be fun.
How
But
did
I
that
just
work out?
gave up and I was like, no, fuck it, smoke bomb strat. I'm not doing this anymore. It'll look way worse. It'll capture even worse, but I'm not having it. So Jesus Christ. I swear to God, if I send an Amorous out into the fights and it dies immediately, I'm actually going to be livid with rage because that will mean the entire effort was fucking worthless.
I mean, would you be mad if I said I was now striving for that?
No, that's why I'm telling you to challenge you because God only knows. At this point, I'm mad enough to do that.
Bold of you to assume it's gonna be a challenge.
Oh God. Well, and with the jumbo amount of pixelation that just happened, I guess that's all I got. Back to you, Cap. I'm tired of talking. My throat hurts. Oh God.
So
Well, I mean, that covers
is,
all the story.
yeah.
Oh, God.
That's literally all of it.
There's a
So
couple
next
other
up
things.
would
Did
be the
anybody
fight.
catch Manaphy? Because I didn't
Well, I
manage to do
guess we
that the
should
first time
say-
around, and I never managed to do that the second time around.
I didn't even know you
I-
could catch Manaphy, I'm gonna be honest.
There's a subquest that you get at the
You
board,
can also catch
and it's
Giratina.
like there's a mysterious creature that I saw from Prelude Beach, and the way it was headed went to Cobalt Coastlands, and somebody's like, "Hey, so there's like a Pokemon that shows up in this book that I don't have. Anyway, good luck finding it." And that's it. That's all the hints you get, and I'm like, "What am I supposed to do? I've looked for this thing so much in my last save file. I don't know where I'm supposed to find it."
Did you find it immediately?
No, I still don't know.
And then, so yeah, if
I
you
have
were
no
to
idea.
catch,
Please help.
if you were to catch all the Pokemon and create one of every Pokedex entry, you would then have the ability to fight the person that brought you to this atrocious land. And just
Arcus.
like with, yeah, Arceus, Arceus, Argus, whoever you want to call it, however you want to call it,
Dios Maximus.
and then you also fight it like you would the other lords with Sweet Scent.
Oh,
But instead it's
that's
light.
actually cool. Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that there was actually a final fight, like a boss fight. I just assumed it would be a normal battle.
No.
Oh fuck.
You have to challenge Arceus for the right to capture it. That's why he said for you to, catch them all, because you are to be like a challenge.
Seek out all Pokemon.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough. Honestly, I might go back and finish the Pokedex and actually do that now that I have that information. I didn't realize that.
And then after you capture this Arceus, if you were actually dumb enough to get Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, you can then actually get Arceus in a Gen 4 game. But
Yep.
it's not Gen 4 anymore.
I mean,
Yep.
the fact that you can get Arceus at all for free is kind of insane.
Oh, I wouldn't call it for free.
For free, he
Well,
says.
I mean,
Non-event.
quote unquote.
The fact that you
Yeah,
can get
okay.
a non-event Arceus is kind of insane.
The fact that you can catch one in the main game.
Mhm.
Yeah, because this is the first time it became available in game. Because they, decided, oh no, no one would understand how to use the Azure flute back in 2010, I think.
No, it wasn't that. It was a weird decision that got made where I'm trying to remember the exact reasoning that they gave.
That's the reason that's been floating around.
No,
Is
no.
that they didn't think people would understand how to use the Azure flute.
The thing with Arceus is that it was an event Pokemon that was locked to only Japan, if I remember correctly. Or maybe I'm thinking of Heart Gold Soul Silver, which is also true. There is a event in Heart Gold Soul Silver that is one of the coolest events in all of Pokemon, wherein if you like bring an Arceus.
Hold up. How about instead we tell the viewers to go back to our Heart Gold and Soul Silver episode where we actually discussed that.
Oh wait, did we? I don't remember.
Yes.
It's been a hot minute.
I explicitly brought it up because I was the one advocating for events.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, like it's a cool event. You get to create a level 1 of the big 3. It's just super neat.
You
But
technically hatch it from an egg.
you could only get it from fucking being in Japan at that time, and now it's just lost forever, which is kind of crazy.
I don't think it was a Japan specific event.
No, it was. At least from as far as I can tell, it was either a Japan exclusive event or a Pokemon Center exclusive event. Either way, it was not widely available.
It could have been Pokemon Center exclusive because there was an American Pokemon Center.
That might have been it. But anyway, yeah. And it's worth noting you had to use that specific Arceus, but still. The fact that you can get an Arceus at all is quite neat.
So to actually trigger the event, you had to trade over a Arceus from Diamond Pearl Platinum.
It had to have like a specific ribbon, if I remember right.
So that event is technically not even attainable either.
Yeah. It's an event that has a lot of JPEGs. I guess it has a lot of JPEGs
imagery
behind.
Big cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually
Yeah,
wicked cool.
It is like I wish they would, I don't know, just bring it back again or something.
I mean, once we eventually go back to Johto, maybe they'll redo it and actually just make it an event you can get this time.
You mean Let's Go Johto?
Hell yeah.
Let's Go Johto, but you get the event this time?
Yeah, boy.
But yeah, I guess that wraps up everything for Arceus.
Indeed.
Except for the fights and the wrap up of after the fights, but yeah.
That's true.
Well, I was going to ask people, are there any final thoughts people wish to engage
We
for
usually
this
get final
game?
thoughts after the fights, don't we?
No.
Well, I think we
final
usually
thoughts
do it before, and then we do it afterwards because we forgot that we did it before.
We kind of
But,
do
like,
both,
anything else,
but the more meatier part is meaty, or the bigger part is usually before the fights.
Well, I guess.
Well, I think we're gonna do the fights separately, right? Do we have? Do you want to do it right this second?
I mean, I'm game to do the fights right now, but
No, fights are gonna be at least not until tomorrow.
Are you joining in on the fights?
I guess. I don't really like. I guess. I still think it's dumb.
Maybe we
I guess
should
to
do
give
it tomorrow when
context-
we actually have energy to do this again.
But yeah, I guess to
I
give
think that's true.
context to
I'm
what we're
tired.
talking about,
It definitely
is the
doesn't
fact
help that I'm running on. I think I've been awake for 27 hours.
I see.
That's a lot of hours.
Man
But yeah.
stayed up for 20 hours, or 24 hours, fueled only on his rage and vitriol for Legends Arceus. Let's go.
And 2 tiny Mountain Dews.
Tiny Mountain Dew.
But yeah, we basically had a discussion on whether or not we were gonna do fights for Arceus, with Carrot being like, "But it's not the main system. We shouldn't do it
Yeah.
because we can't do the fights." And then Curry and I were like, "But we should still do the fights anyways."
Yeah, I'll just do it. I don't care. I mean, realistically, I don't see a difference between redoing the fights in the Scarlet Violet rule set with our current teams than I do being able to use our Pokemon from these teams for the final fight in the wrap-up video that's coming up anyway.
Yeah, because I
Well,
mean,
in this instance, there's a lot of like stipulation we have to make. Like, we pick one random ability that doesn't hit an ability. Sure. No items unless your Pokemon has a form change through an item.
which is
And
specifically
but what about
to
and then
Dialga,
moves?
Palkia, and Giratina.
Correct. And then moves. Some moves don't exist in that format.
Yeah,
Like, for example, Weirdeer doesn't get confusion.
I mean, I don't think that's particularly impactful.
It
Well,
doesn't
Were you
matter if it's
planning
not
on using
impactful. It was on
confusion?
my Weirdeer.
You kept confusion on
Oh,
your
no,
Weirdeer
you have
throughout
to
the
use-
entire thing?
Oh no, you're gonna have to use extra sensory instead. Oh no.
Bruh,
No, I already had extrasensory.
Bruh, I
What?
can't have
What?
drain.
What?
Oh my god.
Why? Okay, whatever.
There was no fourth move until like after that
Bruh.
point.
Why do you have confusion on your like level 50, 60 some weird here?
Specifically, I took a picture of the levels because I knew I'd forget. The highest level Pokemon on my team was Paimon at level 53.
Oh,
I mean, okay.
Everything else
Right.
was 50 and below.
I'm impressed by that, honestly. I had to get mine to like low or high 50s before I was able to beat the whole thing. Fair enough.
Well, keep in mind he didn't fight Volo.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I have to remember that. Never mind. Then yeah, that tracks.
even so, they're all 60s towards the end of the game, low 60s, so still pretty good
I
to
mean,
beat
to
them
be
at that
fair,
point.
Togekiss, I had to switch out half its move set because it doesn't get Calm Mind or Moonblast in Gen 9 Nat decks.
Why does it not get Moonblast?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Isn't it Fairy? It got changed to
Yeah.
Fairy, right? Why the hell does Togekiss not get Moonblast?
It gets
Lots of
Dazzling
Pokemon don't get
Gleam.
Moon Blast though, that are fairy type.
That's
It gets
weird.
Dazzling Gleam.
I mean, I guess
Yep.
that's fine, but like that's very bizarre. I mean, I think I lost out the most here because my Sneasler can't have Drain Punch because apparently that's not legal. Like you can have it in
Well-
Legends Arceus, but you can't in Scarlet Violet.
Also, Cleavor does not get Psycho Cut.
Wait, really?
It does, like, you can get it in Legends Arceus, but in Gen 9 Nat decks, Cleavor does not get Psycho Cut.
Huh. Okay, fair enough. I mean, this is
No, it's not.
this is the issue with translating these games. Like I like a lot of the changes that they did to some moves, but it feels like a lot of the moves that
Did we lost Carrot? So
Okay,
should we
well,
just
I
wrap
guess
up
we're
now?
stopping for now.
I guess that's the end of the podcast for tonight, boys.
We'll see you in a day, but for you, be like a second for the
Oh
fights.
god.
And
I'll let
welcome
you know.
back. And just like that, we're here at the fights.
Oh my god.
And this time, I won't fall asleep, maybe.
If you do, it would be funny though.
It would be.
Can you do it
Yeah,
for
if
the
you
memes?
fell asleep, we'll time you out. We'll time you out and equate your battle to be a loss.
Can we bot Carrot?
Nobody's
Bot
streaming
Carrot.
these days? Okay.
What do you mean by?
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Okay, I can see it now.
I posted the linko. Okay.
All right. So, I don't really know what to say as a preview for this. These two have been sitting here looking at the team for a while because we've been setting up. Have you guys decided on what you're going to start with yet?
Oh no,
No,
I
not
was
at all.
waiting until we recorded because I wanted to make this fair.
I was
Fair
just
enough.
looking
a
at
straightforward,
the
no
team.
frills battle, 1-on-1 with a very limited move pool, and the ability to hold items has been disabled. The ability to use gimmicks has been disabled. Let's see what happens.
With one exception to items that change form have been allowed.
Yep, with the only Pokemon that really matters for is Palkia in this case.
That's true.
Shit. This could go so well or so bad. Yeah.
And for everyone watching, how he
Wait,
handled
what?
abilities is no hidden ability, just pick an ability.
Wait, slots? Choose slots? Okay. That's interesting. I've never seen... I guess that's part of the National Dex archetype? You choose what slots go where?
That's part of Hisuian Zoroark because illusion.
Oh, you're right. That is indeed fair. I won out!
We start out with Garchomp versus Cleavor. So I dropped off competitive wise, so I don't really know what Cleavor can do. Do you, Dosha?
Cleavor is a Pokemon that you can actually catch in the DLC for Scarlet and Violet. It appears on one of the mountain areas, and it has a relatively low spawn rate. I think it only really spawns every once in a while. At any rate, it is a relatively slow, very, very high physical attack Pokemon with a novel, well, not quite novel, Rock Bug.
Oh,
Those down
wow.
40%. Close combat down 44%, but also
Oh.
losing that drop.
Well, that did... We both did less than I thought we were going to. I'm
Well,
gonna
there was
be
almost
real.
killing Cleavor, but not quite enough. Close combat, almost killing Kutune, but not quite enough.
This is slightly interesting. Do I risk that? Yeah. Okay. I was thinking you were going to switch into Togekiss to avoid the Earth Power. I was like,
Fair
Is
enough.
Sheer Force the hidden ability? Because
Oh
normally,
hey, no, the shininess is there. It just didn't show up in the game preview.
Okay, fair enough.
what ability did that Cleavor have anyway?
I think Sheer Force?
Yeah, sharpness is the hidden ability, Dosha.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, but Sheer Force should have disabled the close combat effect, shouldn't it?
No. When it disables effects, it's like the effect of things like Life Orb or the chance to paralyze.
Well,
Sheer
I'm
Force.
aware
This
of that.
Pokemon's
but-
attacks with secondary effects have 1.3 times power and nullifies the effect.
Yeah, but the effect wasn't nullified in the case of close combat.
Oh, it has a priority move. Okay, fair
But
enough.
Porygon Z has
Oh,
Sneaky.
no, it's not.
That's-
That's the Zoroark.
That's a very sneaky, shiny Zoroark.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was kind of debating it, so I went for the neutral hit move, but it doesn't matter.
I found it hilarious that you just accepted the fact that Porygon Z had Shadow Snake.
Look, I'm gonna be real. That's part of the fun.
Switching out,
Neutral hit, bro. Let's go.
switching out Porygon Z into Porygon Z.
Just neutral hit the shit out of it. Let's go. It's synchronized, baby.
Oh no, it's synchronized.
Both Pokemon are now paralyzed, but she gets through the tri-attack.
And there's the
On
crit.
Dark
Are
Pulse.
you kidding me?
Ooh, baby. Go, Glint, go. Glint is the goatee. No, seriously, this Umbreon... I had this Umbreon for so long. I didn't think it was going to be on the final team. It's so good. Crap, actually. What do I do here?
Okay, so I just looked it up, Dosha. Moves that lower the user's stats are not considered to have an additional effect, even if they also raise a stat, such as Scale Shot. HP
wow.
draining, such as the effect of Giga Drain, is also not considered an additional effect.
That's interesting.
Does Dark hit Beardra for neutral?
Yes.
Yeah,
You could do /weakness Gudra.
Mhm.
Thank you.
because Dark and
Slash
Ghost
Gudra Hisuian.
are no longer
Hisuian.
resisted by steel,
Is there a
and Dragon
space or
doesn't
an
resist
underscore?
those.
Yeah. Gudra dash.
I can tell
Hisui.
you the weakness is ground, fighting, dragon. Yeah, ground,
Yeah,
fighting,
okay.
and dragon.
That's about what I thought.
Not gonna
Yeah.
lie, first I thought it was doing shell smash somehow.
Dark Pulse again with a crit.
So, greedy?
Iron Head though.
Oh, there it
Oh.
is. But after 5 moves, holding on.
Oh, even with the Iron Head flinch and the para.
Yeah, Umbreon cannot be docked. Let's see. What do we do
Not
here?
gonna lie, I thought it would have at least flinched once. Perhaps it was not on my side.
It is Merlin. Now,
That is not Merlin.
You
now-
sure about that?
I'm just imagining a little like fade to gray and we see Curry say, "Now, if this thing dies immediately, I'm gonna be upsetty."
Wow.
Huzzah! It is not. You have
I
seen
knew
through
it.
the ruse, but it
I
don't
did see
matter.
through the ruse.
Send out your snowballs.
Sends out a Palkia origin form, or does he?
Now, see, this is the actual question. Because I don't think I really... Oh, man, I could do the funny, or I could save the funny for another fight.
What will you do, Curry? What will you do?
What's the matter, trainer?
Actually, wouldn't Zoroark be the Togekiss because of the way the order works?
I don't know, actually. That's a really good point. However,
I thought it
we're
was-
gonna go with funny! Yep, I knew it.
Wait, yours is faster?
Yeah, baby. Zoop. Boom. And it's burned.
Still went down anyway, but
Let's see here.
the burn's not going to affect its offensive capability. However, it only has at most 3 turns to do KOs.
Yay, the Ursulina is shiny.
We have a big cuddly bear. And
bear is
vengeful
cuddled.
soul.
Why did
I
you
was
use that?
animated.
Stupid. I'm stupid.
Why did you do that?
I did a stupid.
Did he forget that
Hi,
Apollo is
Palkia.
also part normal?
Raichu,
Okay,
Palkia,
hold
Apollo,
on a minute.
Palkia. Well,
I mean, it's a
I do wonder what
Palkia.
Curry's
I
gonna
think
do
the
in this
Palkia
situation.
definitely has the bigger chance here.
Depends on
Especially-
who's faster, which is probably the Palkia, right?
Most likely. I mean, I can't see that, like, especially considering how slow the mount was. I don't think Arcea.
Yeah, I didn't think
Yeah.
I was getting out of that. Anyway,
2-2.
so...
What will happen now? I'm excited to see if Merlin gets killed immediately in one hit.
I don't think that there's anything Palkia has that can.
Ooh,
Wow.
3%.
Oh, never
It
mind.
could-
Or it can just do that.
Or it can just one-shot Merlin.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
So at most we'll have a speed tie here, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Running.
Wham!
Alright, 1-1.
The getter.
So, okay.
Yes.
Oh, that poison. Oh,
No. Okay, fair enough. That was fun.
That was
though.
it.
Good game. Good
Nice.
game.
Good
Good
All right.
match.
Dosha, fight me.
I guess I am.
Good.
Let's see, I
Good
gotta
game.
close this.
Hey, remember when you
Um,
said you would be upset if it got killed immediately?
Well, no, it almost one-shot the
Why would I
Palkia.
want
That's
to find
fine. I
myself?
just didn't want it to sit there and do nothing. Which is
Oh, by
really
the way,
irritating.
I'm glad I did my specific EV investments on that Togekiss now.
I mean, yeah. It's a good one. It's very, very nice. Oh well, I'm
I-
pretty happy with how the team went.
I
There we go.
explicitly invested it
All right.
in one of its defenses.
All right,
And
give
I'll
me.
post a link.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Now, because this didn't come up in my playthrough, I have to ask because it's been I don't think I ever used one competitively. Please remind me how illusion works.
Illusion takes the last Pokemon in the slot, and then that Pokemon is what you clone.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and yep, we are in. I can see you guys.
All right. I have to think.
Oh, these are some wild and wacky teams.
Oh yeah, look, there's a regular Weavile instead of a Sneasler.
I really don't know what either of you could lead with that would be good here.
Yeah, thinking of my lead, this has taken me a second.
I think I know what lead would be best for Dosha. Yeah, I definitely know which lead would be strongest for Dosha. I wonder if he'll do that.
And I think I know one of two Pokemon that could probably be Carrot's lead.
I love that 3 of us have a Hisuian Zoroark.
It's a cool Pokemon. Normal Ghost is a cool combination.
It's really good. I can't
Yeah.
blame anybody. It's just fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with 3 immunities, and I believe, what is it, only one weakness?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
weak against dark and nothing else. Actually also has, hold on a minute. Let me just look this up.
It has, I think,
The-
a poison resist and a bug.
Ooh, that's a lot of thinking that's going on, huh?
I'm almost done.
It is resistant to poison and bug. It takes neutral from
Oh.
everything else, and it is immune to ghosts, fighting, and normal.
fighting.
So it has, yeah,
Hmm.
1 weakness, 2 resistances, 3 immunities. Very strong
Arcanine
overall.
versus Weirdeer.
I just don't think it's
I-
bulky enough to take advantage of its neutrality.
No, it's not bulky, but the whole trick is like you try to get it to fake out. So we have Weirder versus possibly Arcanine. If
Well,
this
it'd be
is an
definitely
Arcanine,
Arcanine, right?
it's
Because
it's
the
been gimped slightly.
Illusion would not wear off due to effect like
I guess I don't
Intimidate.
necessarily know what the last one is.
Okay,
Oh, I see.
yeah, it
Oh.
is. Yeah, it is. There he goes.
Wait, I thought high horsepower was. Oh no, high horsepower is ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep,
Oh,
it was in fact the illusion.
There's a lot of like normal mix types in this game, and Weirdeer is actually again pretty good. Hold on, let me look up its stuff. There you are. It is.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go it this way. I don't really have another choice.
Weirdeer actually also has very few weaknesses. It's only weak to bug and dark.
all right.
It is
I
resistant
think I'm
to ghost.
fine with that. Lowering that special
no.
attack could be relevant.
It's immune to ghost and takes half damage from psychic. Yeah, Weirdeer is actually also very, very well balanced. Its shiny is kind of hideous, though.
Like you should be talking there, Curry.
Are you suggesting my shiny is ugly?
I mean, I'm not suggesting your shiny is pretty.
Damn.
You're fucking right. It's beautiful.
Wouldn't know, haven't met your What's the
I
word
was hoping to
for?
get the other minus. Anyway,
Well, down it goes.
We haven't met your clone to know if you have a shiny version.
I think this is gonna be relatively easy of a choice.
Is a child with a different hair color than you, like your progeny with a different hair color than you, is that a shiny version of you?
No.
Someone edit
Interesting.
in Pippa the Rippa.
Pippa de Rippa.
I
Hello,
mean, there's only
Pipkin
one person
Pippa.
would be editing this.
I've actually never seen a Hisuian Electrode being used. I always thought it was super cool, though. I like his
I see.
typing a lot.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Why are you getting lucky? I don't get
That
it.
is a 10% chance that you just clapped right out. Good lord.
And watch, you get the. Isn't it like another 30% chance to actually be fully paired?
Yeah, it's a 1 out of 3, I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't remember.
It's either 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 2.
Okay, so I before so what I want to do, and tell me if you're fine with this, Dosha. After you've selected whatever you're going to do, I want to monologue what I think you've selected. Make it more interesting for the viewers.
Okay.
Well, go ahead and give it a try, I suppose.
Okay, so you're expecting I have to switch. So you're gonna set up with some kind of a defensive buffing thing. But God, what do I even do if I expect that? Like, I don't even think attacking. Yeah, cause.
What's the matter, trainer?
God damn it.
So, Carrot, how'd that monologue go for you?
Monologue's going great. I'm certain he's going to be doing some kind of a buff of some sort.
Is
I
that
can't
so?
really stop him from doing that.
Bold of you to assume he would stoop so low.
It's very obvious.
Not unless he didn't run a defensive Guja.
I have to switch to Weird Ear.
Oh,
You
that
got
is
now-
really
lucky.
unfortunate.
Now
You got
we
a
won't know what he went for.
clean switch in.
Yeah, he got the 10% plus the 30%.
My monologue didn't matter. Okay.
You're right about that one. Because we will never know.
Wow, that did a lot.
Also,
I did
weird.
half. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh,
baby.
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
As there are no items, there is no chesto resto.
Yeah,
That's
that.
Is
bold.
We
that
saw
bold?
bulldoze.
You have okay. So in the back, you've got a low health Weird Ear and a sleepy Gudra. If I get the upper hand, I can really tip the scales here.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do to a Togekiss?
See, that's the problem. Togekiss is a bitch. Always has been. This thing's bulky as hell and powerful as shit. What do I do against a Togekiss?
You hide.
It's a
You know-
decent question. What do you do against it?
That is a decent question indeed. Yeah, I think that's the wait. Well, no, I can't.
Now I'm
use-
gonna monologue and see what they're doing. Carrot, fearful of this big creature, decides to run away.
That didn't do very much of anything, actually.
And neither did that.
I'm surprised Try Attack did that little. I'm gonna be real. Honestly, I'm not sure how bulky Weird Ear
Weird Ear
actually
has a
is.
really high HP pool, and you have to remember that Togekiss is no longer normal type.
Weird Ear has base 103 HP and base special defense of
Jesus.
75.
Jesus.
And a defense
However,
of
this gives me
72.
important information.
That's actually quite crazy. Alright.
Ah!
Nope.
Now the question is, did he go for the Serene Grace Togekiss?
Oh, baby.
Well,
Like, that's even a question.
Yeah, my
What's
god.
the other option? It's not very good.
Yeah, like Throwing Grace is the only
Whoa.
option. You don't build Hustle.
Weird Ear is
So-
actually bulked as shit. It has 105 attack and special attack. Reasonable defenses. Speed's a little low, but other than that, it's pretty damn good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got like
Alright,
a really
it's
good
already out of the
stat
game.
spread
Okay,
to
so I
be
don't even
like
have to
a
worry about that
tanky
anymore.
attacker.
Get lucky?
No.
Yeah,
Well-
I think the best way to run Weird Ear is to EV invest in its defenses and just have something that can decently attack.
I almost want to do that, but I probably shouldn't. Let's do that instead.
Oh, no, it's a miss!
Missed. Oh no.
Yeah!
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa,
No.
whoa, whoa.
Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, are we about to witness the sweep?
Are we going with the sweep?
No.
I couldn't risk another miss.
Damn. I mean,
No,
that's
sweep for
appropriate,
you.
but that's also a little disappointing.
Super Kami Guru's disappointed.
Why is it asleep? You slut.
Oh, that did a lot.
Can we even
It does
say
have base
that?
power 120.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Raging
it is-
Fury is kind of crazy.
It's literally outrage, but
Not
fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess
That's-
let's see you outrage with fire.
Alright, let's
on
take use of the
Whoa.
situation.
Okay, wait, I know what's gonna happen here. This is gonna be interesting. Oh my
Ooh.
god, it lived. Oh, greedy.
Oh.
Very greedy.
Oh, he's being greedy here, boys. Okay.
Greed
if I get
monster,
hit
greed
by
monster.
confusion-
Greed
No!
monster, greed monster, don't greed. Oh no. This is problematic.
For you,
No, not at all. I'm not the one fighting that thing.
but you will.
I mean, yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you now, huh?
Yeah, boy. I'm looking forward to fighting
I
the
wasn't
only
expecting crunch.
team that doesn't have a Hisuian Zoroark.
Bold choice.
That's... I mean, it's fast as hell, so maybe he just wants to outspeed you.
Yeah, it's fast as fuck, boy.
I am going under the assumption this will kill.
No. No, it won't.
That did.
Oh, man.
Ginseng is going on a rampage.
Please tell me this
Oh.
son bitch knows Thunder Punch. I will be so happy.
Or Dark Pulse.
Either
Wait,
This
never
would
mind.
be amazing. Thunder punches wouldn't be a good move in this case.
Oh yeah, it is a special
Now, there's no way
attack,
I'm
I
gonna
suppose.
hit, but if I hit, it would be hilarious.
Is it Focus Blast?
Oh god.
Focus Blast isn't in Arceus Legends. It's Hyper Beam.
Oh!
Yeah!
Oh.
Parrot, what are you going to do?
Oh my god, dude. Okay, hold on. No, that...
Can you believe it?
Help me.
Parrot, you have to hope Overquill can do a reverse sweep.
This is actually... I mean, okay. Ginseng is gone. So, there is a possibility that no way that is not outspeeding.
Yeah, no,
Weird Ear is not
Weavile-
outspeeding
Goodbye, Weird Ear. Goodbye.
It has our shard too. Now what can
Alright,
this
Gordo.
do, baby?
All right,
He's
Gordo.
gonna puff you up.
Alright, Gordo, do your thing.
I have to think. I have to. God,
Man,
I have to
I
think.
hope he doesn't go for a knockoff. That would be just terrible.
Boy.
Wait, actually, didn't Weavile lose knockoff?
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, that is incredibly greed, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, of course I'm
Even
going
if it
to, right?
doesn't one shot,
Yeah.
that overkill
I mean,
is.
worst case scenario, you just go into something else. You have options. Oh my god, it
If
lived.
that froze, I would have screamed.
It lived. Okay.
I lived, bitch. No, yeah, I'm probably dead here, but
Do you possibly outspeed the Lilligan?
no,
I don't
there's
think it
no
matters.
way. It does matter. I can one-shot the Lilligan.
If you outspeed or the Lilligan somehow misses, then you can pull it off, but then you also have to get through the weird here.
If I outspeed, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Good fight.
All
Easy.
right.
Good match.
Fuck, okay.
Who's next?
I itch. Garrett, do you wish to redeem?
I mean, redeem? No. Fight? Yes.
Okay, fight me.
Fight!
Raw.
Oh,
Put
that's
a
not the
fight.
correct one.
Grr.
Here we go. Boom. I am here.
Chow. National.
I don't see it.
How about you give him some time?
No.
I have sent you the thing. I'm posting the link now.
Thank you. One moment so I may adjust.
You can adjust these nuts.
That's okay. I have to think about what the fuck I lead with here.
Yeah.
I'm
What are you
actually
gonna lead
really
with?
fascinated with what your choice is going to be. I am so curious.
Okay. I'm actually gonna deafen and think.
Okay.
Oh god.
Been doing a
he's
lot of
deaf.
thinking today.
I think I
Careful,
actually
whose brain might short out.
I think I actually do know what I'm going to go with. Haha, we are gonna do the funny.
Oh, I already know what you're gonna do. Well, I know vaguely what you're gonna do. I don't know exactly what you're gonna do.
This is gonna be funny.
Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Okay, there's one thing he could send out that I would
Okay.
be okay. I see.
Oh.
I either guess right or he knew that I knew that he knew. Okay.
We're not playing these games. You don't know how to play them.
Have you ever seen that movie?
What?
Once in creative writing class,
He knew that I knew that you knew that they
Wait,
knew.
what movie?
I don't know the name of it.
Princess Bride.
He was on
Moot.
he was on the history.
I was indeed. That was the one thing I was like, you're not
He may
gonna
seem
lead
like he
with
doesn't
the
do the
electrode,
thinky,
right?
but sometimes he remembers to do the thinky.
God, actually. Oh wait, crap! But this is. Wait a minute. If I hit cancel, I get to reselect the move, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, no. It just cancels the battle and you lose.
Well, that's what I
Yep.
was worried about.
Yeah, that's why I tricked you with it. Duh.
But yeah, I caught the last half of it in creative writing.
Nice.
Mm.
Screw it. You know, we'll go for it. Why not? At least I do know that this is actually the goddamn Electrode because it used Thunderbolt.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that still.
I don't believe Zoroark can learn Thunderbolt.
Most normal types can learn Thunderbolt.
Can someone look that up?
No.
No.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad I went for the neutral attack. Now the question is, do I outspeed? I believe I do.
I would say most likely.
I do wish to point out, I really I wish there was a way to make, like, Pokemon the Apex versions. Because I have Apex Zoroark, Apex, and Apex Garchomp. So I'm like, I really they're so big.
How dare you use Apex?
They're
I'm in
so
a bit of an awkward situation right
big.
now.
Why? Just use Ice Beam.
He outspeeds.
Big.
Big. Okay, just use Ice Shard. Duh.
Use Razor Shell, lol.
I don't have a good switch.
I assumed as much. Now, what will be sent out next is my question, because I
No ceaseless edge? Question mark.
don't know. Well, no, okay, actually, there's one on there that might be able to do something to me. But I don't know if you've built it like that.
Useless Edge isn't a priority move. Gonna be honest, I don't think my team can beat yours.
That's an interesting statement to make. I hope you're not just forfeiting.
I'm not just forfeiting, I'm gonna continue playing the match. I'm just saying the way it is. I don't think I can counter a Garchomp.
Interesting. Okay.
That is unfortunate.
I wasn't expecting Garchomp to stonewall. I was expecting it to sweep. You know, fun fact, one thing that's really frustrating about Legends Arceus, Earthquake doesn't exist.
Why didn't I know that?
Bulldoze is the best one. Oh, you did get the poison.
Isn't it 100%?
Is it 100%?
No, it's 50%.
Oh, okay.
Remember, folks, if it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate.
Remember, folks, if you find redacted, leave it there. Otherwise, it'll redact it.
Yeah, I don't have a good swap.
Okay. Oh, no, that might do
Wait.
something.
Why didn't you just go into Weird for the Intimidate?
Yeah.
Partially because I forgot I had Intimidate, because I didn't have abilities for the entire playthrough.
Fair
I
enough.
mean, you're not wrong.
Fair enough.
You are not wrong.
I mean, Sandvale is completely useless. Oh. No, you're probably gonna get. Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna get through that. I'm not going down without a fight though. I will not go softly into that Dark Knight.
Alright, Independence Day, let's go.
We will not vanish without a fight.
Umbreon.
We will survive! We will live on!
I will survive. For as long as
Still-
I know how to love, I'll
For
know
the
I'll
first
stay
time
alive.
today, I've selected the move first.
For the first time today, you're gonna... I was trying to transition to Persona 5.
Damn it. Okay, I guessed wrong.
Woo!
Oh, that's
Fair enough.
huge.
That's bad.
That. Yeah, but can it
Son
still?
of a bitch.
But can it get through your wall that is Umbreon?
This is a very valid question. Also, am I faster?
Do I
You
say
are. Why'd you go for the resist? Oh, that's why.
it? Yeah, Umbreon can't learn Flamethrower, you guys.
Fun fact. I forgot to put a dark move on Umbreon, so I was like, oh wait, Weird is normal. Why did I switch into that? So
Oh my
that
god,
was,
I was
a
switching
bit
because
of
I thought
a...
he had a dark
No,
move.
that was a bit of a punt. I'm gonna be real. Oh god, that did way more than I thought it would.
I'm on plus flash fire, remember?
Yeah, this
What
is
the
fair.
fuck is
Wait,
headlong
I thought-
rush? Okay, lowers user defense special to 120. Oh yeah, 100 accuracy too. That's a really good move.
It's
Yeah, it's
very
close combat.
powerful.
Wait, doesn't Flash Fire increase special, not physical?
I don't remember, honestly.
I have to think really quick. 1 second.
Oh wait, it says it in the log. It says fire types move Rose. So I was wrong both times. It is neither special or physical. It is just fire.
Oh, wait. What happened?
What?
You disappeared on my screen.
It might have been me in an alt tab.
Like your Pokemon disappeared. It's on the recording, too.
Oh, there's no Pokemon in play because it's dead. I'm deciding
Oh,
a
it
Pokemon.
just blinked away. Okay.
Wow.
That's interesting. Alright.
Okay, yeah, we'll just do that.
Okay, so that's actually... I'm gonna be real, I was expecting the Hisuian Zoroark.
I mean, I don't see why you'd expect the Hisuian Zoroark.
I don't know.
Because you sent in the Voltorb on an Ursaluna.
Yeah, I
Well,
sent out a
it's
grass
faster.
Pokemon against a fast grass against a low HP ground.
That is also very slow.
I'm
Hmm.
very slow.
Honestly, hmm.
Ooh, you got the crit. No paralyzed, though. That did
No
less than
paralyzed.
I thought it would.
Did a
Is
lot more than
Vol-
I thought it would.
Is Voltorb kinda tanky?
Uh,
I'll throw it into the chat.
I invested into
The-
Umbreon's defenses, not its attack. So.
Electrode. Kisui. Pretty basic stats, but that 150 speed is hot.
It go fast.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Alright, so
faster,
I
faster,
want to do another quick
faster.
monologue. Have you selected your whatever?
Yes, go ahead.
This has a chance of really fucking me over, but if it doesn't fuck me over, I kill Umbreon.
I'm actually very curious.
70% accuracy is 100% accuracy if you believe in your heart. Fuck!
You get one more chance.
I guess you didn't
You
believe in
should
your
have
heart.
just done Thunderbolt.
You get one
70%
more
fuck!
chance.
Carrot, why?
Okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure that this is the Zoroark. If so, this will be the first time I've ever seen a Zoroark sent out last. I mean, honestly, Weirdeer probably has a good chance of womboing Umbreon here. Because, like, it is kind of low health, and Weirdeer is pretty dang strong, so...
Hey, except it's RU.
Yeah, I guess his defenses aren't very good. I definitely outspeed it, I think.
I mean, its defenses are decent with its high HP. That's
Oh,
pretty
I
tanky.
don't outspeed it. Wait, really? Oh. Yeah, that was it. Fair enough. Hi, Intimidate. How are you? Bonk. Oh, that was
Oh wow.
the crit to BM. Thank you, Glint. I appreciate it.
Damn, a 4 to 6. Okay. Or 2 to
My
6.
team isn't. I mean, all of my teams for all of our fights aren't built for like actual human battles.
This is
Speak for
fair.
And that's
yourself.
they're built using the same restrictions. The
That's-
difference here is that you got really unlucky, I think.
Yeah, if you had hit
Indeed.
that thunder, you would have actually had a pretty good shot because I wouldn't have a really good switch in against your. Honestly, your Electrode was the most threatening thing on the team to me because I was like, you definitely outspeed Ursaluna. You can probably use it to kill Garchomp. You can definitely use it to kill an Amorous. So all of the counters are like, okay, Umbreon, don't fail me. So
I guess let's get this over with as well. I'll do my last fight.
okay,
Oh,
fight, fight, fight.
you've come
I'll
to
send it.
challenge me.
Kururuka.
You dare approach me?
I burp in your general direction.
Technically, there is less likely that you actually did do that.
I'm gonna look up which direction if I'm facing north, south, east, or west. Hold on.
A what?
Where's my phone?
Why?
Which direction
Just
is
see
the
if I
sun
burp in
setting?
your general direction.
Just to
That
actually
means I have to
see.
open the window. I don't want to do that.
Okay, I have the fight pulled up when you're ready.
Okay.
I am ready. My body is ready. Honestly, I am... God damn, I really don't want to be rude, but I think I have to go with Hark on this one.
Let me rephrase that. I think I have to go with the guy that has a legendary.
No, the legend is actually dealable. Like, you have things on your team that can deal with the legendary. The thing that I think is going to kill you is the Goodra.
No,
Why?
I'm fine with the Gudra.
I think the only thing you have on your team that hard counters the Goodra is Arcanine.
Even then, that's still a neutral hit.
It's just, Goodra is so good. Hisuian Goodra. Just both Goodras are fucking great. I love Goodra. He's my gooey boy.
Yeah, but just imagine they're like, let's give Gudra a new form. How do we want to do that? Let's slap a shell on its back.
Yeah, I mean, it works. He's a slug dragon,
yeah,
so make him a snail dragon.
I think that's what I'll start out with.
Okay, let's see what we got.
And then I have to organize the rest of the team.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because of Zoark.
Here we go.
Ooh.
It is a gooey boy, or is it?
That is the question. Is it the gooey ooey juicy boy?
I mean, either way, Dark hits it for neutral or kills it.
Lisa's Edge set spikes.
Oh.
Well, it is indeed. Oh boy. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I forgot it did that.
You forgot? Oh yeah.
Like it's
It's like the main thing.
yeah, it's
about it.
real good. What is it? Space power actually? Does anyone remember off the top of their head?
75.
It's 65.
65 and it
okay.
set spikes. Jesus Christ.
Its downside is 90% accuracy.
That's not that much
Downside
of
is that it's
downside.
65 base
I mean,
power.
yeah, but think about this. Cleavor can set rocks.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that too.
Or
Honestly,
can set rock.
yeah,
Yeah.
one of its
it's,
moves.
Yes, it's like Stone Axe or whatever can set rocks.
Stone axe. Set stealth arc on the target side. 65 power, 90 accuracy. Yeah, that's the
So-
same same spread as Cecil's Edge.
They just
Okay,
made spikes and Stealth Rock into attacking moves just because that's,
Yeah,
needed.
'cause
Hisuian
they weren't
Samurott is
meta relevant
currently
before.
very high up on the OU meta at the moment.
Who
Really?
was?
Really? It's in OU? Okay. Last time I looked, it was a
Cleavor
step
is
before that,
UU.
or below that, rather.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll have to do. So, have you selected your move?
Maybe it's changed since then. That was
yes, I
back when it
did.
came
All
out.
right, so
Mhm.
I'm expecting that he knows that I know that he knows he has to use his. He knows that I just studied physical attack. I probably have to switch because he's setting up plus defense. Fuck you, water pulse. Fuck.
I mean, you did tank that.
I thought that would do a little bit more than that. Face's Edge did a lot.
Yeah, because that's a physical attacker, not a special one.
No, like my
Plus-
physical attack and my special attack are basically the same.
Well, I mean, don't forget Dragon resists water.
Well, yeah, but I seem to do at least like 15%.
Bold of you to assume it does anything.
Oh, man.
Actually, that must have just been a low roll then, because
Yeah, that must have been an incredibly low roll.
I think your Ceaseless Edge high rolled and then your Water Pulse low rolled.
That
Oh,
had to have been it, yeah.
oops. I forgot to mute the chat. Let's see.
God, Dragon Pulse, huh?
Maybe I Dragon Pulsed again, or maybe I didn't.
It's true.
Udra does have other moves.
Okay, there
It's
we
true.
go.
He also could just be doing another version of Shelter.
That is also true. I could be sheltering,
More spikes.
but I didn't.
That's okay. I knew he was dead. I have 2 layers of spikes now, which is nice.
Oh, there we
I
go.
knew he
Discord
was
is
dead
muted
when he
now.
walked in. Now you see me. Da, 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 da.
I'm just sitting here like, for some reason I was remembering a Breaking Bad song, and I don't even think that's the lyrics. I was like, can you see me? Or something like that, like some angsty bullshit that I listened to in high school.
Overquill, huh?
That's an interesting choice.
If it is Overquill,
That's fair.
that is not Overquill. There's no way. It is.
Oh, whoop. I forgot I forgot Steel was immune to poison. That's okay, nothing happened.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's just
Knowledge was
reset.
gained.
There was nothing that occurred in this trade. The two trains passed by each other. They high-fived
then-
as they went.
You got lucky you didn't get punished for that. You're feeling lucky, punk.
God.
No, however, I could be feeling lucky.
You
Oh,
could
no.
be feeling lucky.
70% accuracy is 100% accuracy if you believe hard enough.
No. 20% chance is 100% chance.
20%, you're going for the flinch. I mean, yeah. Actually, no, that could work. Like, Dark Pulse is just a good move.
It is.
Hell, you got him to a low point.
Yeah, basically anything can KO it, I think.
Yeah, I think
With the
what you
spike
have
set
in
up,
that-
Rahim is in sort of bad shape.
I'm just trying to think what you could switch into after the kill.
It'd be really hilarious if you switched out right now and then just let it die to spikes when you threw it back in.
That would be hilarious.
I made that mistake once. It was painful.
Why? Because you thought you had one more Mon and a chance?
I risked the fact that it would leave me with like 1 HP or something.
I think Pipkin Pippa is my best opportunity right now.
Of course, I deleted the one Pipkin Pipka thing from the soundboard.
Cleavor.
That's a big... Well, actually, no. Maybe that is a good choice. I don't know, actually. That could go either way. Because I think if Electrode gets hit once, he's probably down. But he's fast. And he hits
Fast
pretty
fuck,
good.
boy.
Look, I'm just gonna say this. Even on Cleavor's highest speed stat, the lowest speed ever Electrode would still outspeed it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually
Okay, so
remember
I'm
that...
going to...
Go.
Actually... Oh, that might work.
Oh, you're thinking about that. I remember there was someone who said, I don't really need to invest in my Electrode speed stat at all, so I put it all into special attack and something else.
Mm.
Because, like,
Have you
Electrode...
selected your choice?
Electrode's good.
I mean,
Oh no,
yes.
is it time for another one?
Fun fact, if you've never used a Hisuian Electrode, it has a
Yeah.
signature move.
Explosion.
No. With 150 base power and 95 accuracy, I activate Chloroblast!
That- oh.
It cuts your own health in half.
That... I'll be
That
real.
is news to me.
I didn't know that
Cleavor
existed.
has a base special defense of 70, so I made a risk and it worked.
That is powerful. And that is a weird choice to go into.
Well, he's probably expecting to get the cheeky revenge kill, even if I do deal a lot of damage here.
Well, you're gonna outspeed it. No
Well,
balls.
yeah, I outspeed, but I'm not. I don't kill it.
No
for
balls.
Sure.
Yeah, but everything. He outspeeds everything.
No balls.
So.
Oh! Okay, I mean, that paralyzes. That matters.
That paralyze does matter, actually.
That huge matters, actually.
That paralysis actually doesn't matter.
Okay.
Everyone else is like, it matters. It matters. It matters. The trainer, no, it doesn't.
It literally doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't.
Okay. Does that mean it doesn't outspeed? How fast is your Togekiss?
Not fast enough.
I did not invest in speed.
Was that supposed to be a bluff? What did you mean it didn't matter? That totally... I'm very
Because
confused.
I didn't outspeed anything, even without paralysis.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, fair enough. There
Alright,
it is.
Horsey.
Come and
Okay.
get some horsey
I'm
boo.
gonna do a DT Palkia Origin. What the fuck was the change in stats again?
It loses
Palkia.
defense and gains... Oh, no, wait.
Origin.
It gains special attack? No, it gains speed. It gains speed and loses attack.
150 base special attacks. Pretty scary.
I mean, if it hits you, you die.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't outspeed here. Okay, yeah, okay, this is what I'll do. I think that's my best bet. Okay, yeah, you probably outspeed, but in the off chance that you don't... Oh, yeah. And that crit did not matter at all.
That crit was just
I think I just killed you 3
That
times
was a
over.
4x super effective critical hit.
Yeah,
Nothing is surviving that without endure.
yeah.
That's probably not true. A resisted hit would still.
No,
Oh, wait, you meant the
yeah,
4 times.
Yeah, it's 4 times special effective crit. Ain't nothing surviving that unless you have like a sash or a endure or anything like that.
But now the question is he going into Weird Ear or is he going into Weird Ear?
I have
Yeah, which weird ear is this weird ear?
I have such good news. You've scouted the
weird.
fact that it knows a water attack. This is very good information to have.
That's true, I did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everyone's just like, no, no, no. You don't get to be funny.
Well, since his Zoroark is still in play, it actually is technically relevant.
Damn, actually. I mean, that did way more damage than I thought it would. I'm gonna be real. That did half of its health, almost. Bitter Malice is kind of good. Does Hisuian
34%.
Zoroark get, what is that? Oh, it survived.
But it's over.
Yeah, that's
What's
it.
your question, Dosha?
Huh? I didn't have a question. I was just saying, well, I mean, it's not really much of a joke when Hisuian Zoroark's still in play to say that the water Pokemon uses water attacks is actually relevant information.
This is fair.
Not in that specific case.
Yoshi. Yoshi, fight me.
I suppose that's me.
Do it.
Do it.
Bring me the fights.
Do it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's time for the
Nobody's
losers
added
bracket.
me as a friend yet. What the fuck?
Oh, I haven't even, like, gotten my account set up for that. But it's fine. I challenge you.
It's time for the losers bracket. Yeah.
Where is it? There it is.
Already done. I did it first. Haha.
Huzzah. We're in. Okay.
Congratulations.
Copy. Okay. We are here. And we get Hops music. Of course, we get Hops music.
Are you gonna post the link?
It's
Okay.
right there. Now, your team, I honestly don't know what the best one to go for it with is.
What will Curry do?
Hmm.
I have made poor decisions.
I figured you
Errors
might
have
choose
been
that at the
made.
start.
Oh god.
Or did he?
Hmm.
He could be totally hamming it up right now.
Do I?
That doesn't sound like hamming it up to me.
It'd be very funny if it was a ham up.
That is what he wants you to think.
Do I live this attack?
Wee!
Bonk.
Yes, you do.
Oh,
But probably not the next one.
Huh.
that is
Oh, he says.
indeed a huh.
Huh.
Oh, look at that attack stat. Okay.
I forgot it did that, honestly. I mean, either way, I don't have a good switch in, so...
Leaf Blade.
Uh,
Backslash.
The question is, can Umbreon take a hit?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Oh,
Oh,
I wasn't
but it
sure if
lived.
was an
Cannot
Umbreon.
dish a hit
It
though.
lived? Dang,
You
that's
forgot it was
insane.
fighting type.
Priority. Damn it.
Priority indeed.
Still not enough.
Damn.
Are we going to see a leaf sweep?
Okay, well.
No.
Wow.
Man, this guard
Wait,
shop is kind of
what?
wacky, isn't it?
When does Garchomp get shadows?
It doesn't.
Let's see here.
But what do you mean? His Garchomp just used Shadow Sneak.
It'd be incredibly funny if this actually was Garchomp and it just somehow learned Shadow Sneak in Legends Arceus
yeah.
and no one knew.
I
Man,
definitely outspeed, so
I don't think I'm going to live this, but if I do, man, it's gonna be fun. Oh my god, I
ow,
do.
that hurt.
I actually do outspeed. That's
I
kind of
was right.
crazy. Okay, I didn't think I would outspeed. However,
This is an interesting.
A battle of the cousins.
Oh, it's fine.
That's still pretty good for an ice shard.
it's not bad.
Indeed.
Okay, what will you do? I assume I know already. I'm gonna be real, I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, it makes
Bold.
sense.
Bold of you to assume you knew what you were talking about.
Resisted.
Oh,
Let's go.
50%? Oh my god, I lived. Come on, come on, come on. Give me something.
Gimme
something.
lady.
Dang it, that's not the one I wanted, but okay, that's about as good as we could get.
Oh,
Wait,
no,
do
I'm
you
poisoned.
do you have poison touch and then that move can also poison?
Dire Claw has a 50% chance to sleep, poison, or paralyze.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeet.
Alright, 2 to 3.
Wow. Enamorous actually did something useful.
Was it worth it?
No, probably not. See, this is where it gets wacky.
Egg.
Egu.
Okay.
Very, very curious
gonna
as to what I
outspeed,
can
right? So-
do here.
Let's just get lucky.
I'm very curious. Hold on. Just to remind myself.
You can do slash DT or slash weakness.
Is Togetic spelled with an E or an I? I forget. Togi.
You
It's
can
over
mouse it over.
Togekiss.
It's not
Togekiss.
Togetic anyway.
Or not Togetic, sorry,
It's-
Togekiss. Togekiss.
Yeah, Toge E kiss. As in
It also
wants
says it
to
in the
kiss
chat.
Okay, so... Doesn't... This would be funny if it worked. It did.
Okay.
I would have laughed if he got the stat buffs.
I guess we're just gonna fight it out?
Ah,
Moonblast for the finish.
Well
2 to
then.
2.
that was unfortunate.
I can't believe the Serene Grace did not trigger. Okay, well... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
To be honest, I
Dragon-
probably should have done this
Dragon
first.
resists fire, right?
That's
Yes.
true.
Okay, so this would just hit for neutral. That's fine.
Correct.
Whoop.
That was a critical?
Oh no, my special attack is down. Anyway,
Fair enough. Alright, well, now we
You won.
fight.
One last fight.
ow, that hurt.
Oh,
Yeah, fair enough.
GG.
Oh,
are
man.
there any fights left?
That Lilligan
Yes,
actually
it is
won you the
Dosha
match.
and
That's
my fight
crazy.
now.
Okay, fair enough.
Brilliant's good.
Is Dosha Vyark the last one?
I regret getting
Yes.
an... God, that thing did basically nothing. I'm actually quite disappointed in it. To be fair, its move pool is way better in the other games, but god dang, that just does not do.
I have sent you the challenge.
Okay, let's try it out then.
Give me the link.
Accept or die, Holmes.
Maybe I'll just die then. I don't know.
Now this is gonna
Kill
be
him.
interesting.
This is actually a pretty well balanced match, I think. Or it will be as soon as you post the link. Wherever it
Yep.
is. Where could it possibly be?
I thought you were gonna post it. Well, that's fine. I've got it.
Thank you.
My bad.
Properties.
Well, no, I guess you have a Zoroark. It's fine.
Oh, you guys didn't wait for him to set up.
Oh, well,
Nice.
that's fine.
We haven't done the first move.
Anyway, it is Weirdier v Cleavor, the two of the wardens.
In the same area. Let's see who wins.
I have very little doubt. Let's see.
Does Cleavor eat stuff by scooping it up with his axe hands?
He chops it up and then eats it.
Ow, that hurt.
Is Weirdier for dinner?
Oof.
That
Interesting.
did way less than I thought it would. Holy crap!
Mine did more than I thought, honestly.
I'll say
I assumed that that X Scissor was going to one shot.
the ground moves in this game are kind of whack. There's nothing that's really powerful.
Oh right,
other
I
than,
did
like,
almost forget to mention the reason that I feel like I did worse this time around than usual. I had 0 ice moves.
fair.
I'm in a bit of a sticky wicket.
Set rocks and die,
Hey,
lol.
do this.
Oh.
Whew.
Oh. It
Missed.
missed.
Oh, this
Oh.
is huge.
Hit it high, hit it high, hit it high, hit it high, hit it low, hit it low, hit it low, hit it low. There it is.
I knew it.
You
Well-
can't risk that not greedy.
Can't beat free.
Indeed, you can't. Holy crap. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
I was about to
I
say,
was very
whoa.
concerned. Yeah.
Holy
We all
god.
forgot Zoroark existed. Again.
I mean... The Bitter Malice does nothing.
It still has its animation, which terrified me for a second. I was like, oh no! Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, it lived. Oh, baby.
Interesting that we return to this.
I mean,
But I guess it makes sense.
I think it's a pretty safe switch in, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very pretty safe. Yeah.
Yeah. Knew it.
Nice call.
The stone axe sets the rocks.
But it doesn't.
Wait, it doesn't? Why not?
Sheer force.
That's fine.
Oh, you're right. I think you still die.
I thought Cleavor was faster. Why'd you switch?
the intimidate.
I mean, well, yeah, I guess that would have been a safer switch in general. Because if he had waited, he would have lost it.
I guess?
Yeah, you understand the motivations here. Okay. Here comes the fun part. Shh, that hurt.
Both of them are at 36%. And even not any longer.
All right.
Alright. Oh, survive!
Oh my god, dude. I will survive.
Togekiss is the GOAT!
For as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive.
Hmm.
I mean, wow, I wonder what you're going to do next.
No.
Oh, interesting. You didn't even go for the Ice Shard.
I mean, he
Well,
definitely
you already
outspeeds.
You already said you didn't invest in speed, so it is known knowledge.
And it...
Yep.
Yep, there
Yep.
we go.
2 to
Cleavor is
3.
doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
And he
Indeed.
still has Palkia.
Now the question is, do
Egg.
you invest in speed?
I feel like the obvious answer would be yes. That's kind of what you always want to do.
Yeah, but the thing is, he
Oh,
1%.
Oh, we got it.
It's ominous wind rod. Oh
Oh
my
no!
god!
Oh no, Tony!
I don't think Tamago can take down Porygon Z in one hit, even with the stack.
Hey,
I don't need to.
he can flinch.
He got the
oh
flinch.
my god!
This is the luck that Dosha was looking for the past, like, how many games?
This is where we're going.
Oh my god! It works!
It works.
Is the problem?
Oh, wait,
Oh.
wait. Huh? Wait a
Oh,
minute. Mine
wait.
said 399, yours says 372. How's that possible?
372 for what?
Speed.
My speed is not 372.
What is your speed?
What?
339.
Ooh, baby.
Well, it's over.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Boom.
Okay, game
Good game.
What was the speed on your Tamago?
399.
Ooh, baby.
Wait, but then Tamago would outspeed.
Yeah, was confused too.
Are you sure it was 399?
Haven't we encountered the same thing before?
What happened was I misread a special attack stat as a speed stat.
Yeah,
Go
because my
into,
special attack is 399.
Hold
Here,
on.
we can test this really quick, Dosha. I'll just initial
Well,
battle.
I mean,
for you,
all
you
I
do
have to
Almost
do-
Wind.
Actually, while you
You don't have
test
to
that,
test it,
there
it's
is
just-
someone at my door. I will be right back.
How
Here,
are we
I
going
will
to test
initial
this?
battle. You just do Ominous Wind.
Oh, it was 312. Okay.
Oh, 312.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, mine was 339. So yeah, that was the battles.
Man, all I had to do was be a little bit faster. Well, if I invested a little more in speed than I did, then maybe it would have been okay.
Well, if you had invested more in speed, I think I would have killed, wouldn't I?
Yeah, because of the 1%. What did you invest in?
Let me just go ahead and double.
Well, it's
on my-
208 HP, 48 speed, 252 special attack. But if I invested less in special attack, then I would have been fine.
See, I invested 252 in special attack and 252 in HP on my Togekiss. So yeah, that base HP saved me.
Sure, but I wasn't talking about cutting HP. You can cut special attack because the main thing is want air slash to
Yeah,
stun,
but without
so it
without
doesn't
the
matter how much
ability of a
damage you do.
without the ability of a scarf, I decided speed Togekiss wasn't the best idea because it only has base 80 speed. So if you can't scarf it, it's not going to be that fast.
Okay, I am back. What have
It'd
we
be faster if you
discovered?
use ominous wind.
His speed was 312. So yeah, normal outspeeded correctly.
Dang,
I guess I
okay.
misread it.
Well,
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just said the speed was 312.
Well, yeah, but when I read it, I thought it said 399.
Yeah. Was that just maybe your special attack?
No, because it's at the very end of the thing. It says 399 speed. SPE.
I mean, like we could just hop in. You could do Ominous Wind really quick, and we could just see exactly what it would be. on all the
We don't
stats.
need. Well, we don't need to. I can. It's okay. It's 339 normally for a special attack, right? So 99 more wouldn't be a 1.5. It would increase to like 400 something, right? So,
Oh, we're talking about speed, not special attack.
but you just said okay. So that's how I know it's not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I can just do math because it would have been 508. And I know that my speed would not have been 508. So I must have misread something. Right? Right.
Regardless, that misread was in my favor.
Well,
baby,
it didn't really matter at the end of it.
No.
baby beluga. Well, anyway, I guess that's it for Legends Arceus, everybody.
Yeah.
Woo,
Like,
yeah.
anybody got final thoughts? Anything they want to say?
It was mid.
I think calling it mid is giving it too much justice.
I
Shut up, Carrot.
absolutely love the
You
game.
are absolutely biased against it. I am a neutral party.
Of course I'm biased against it. This game is awful. I will talk a little bit more in depth about this in the next stream, but I'd say confidently this is the second worst Pokemon game that they've made.
I don't know about that, but at any rate, I rather enjoyed it. I think that it is quite fun, even with all its flaws. I like that they're trying new things with it, and that they're going to continue to explore the Legends formula with ZA coming up in the next year and a half or something.
At the very least, it is still better than Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl.
I agree.
Sure, yeah, but they didn't make the game, but yeah.
Just play Platinum. It's still
the
better.
Pokemon. Yeah, Platinum is still the best way to play Gen 4, and that's kind of sad.
This might be better than Platinum.
Interesting.
I completely disagree.
Whoa.
You can make
Platinum's
that
not even the best
argument.
Pokemon game anymore.
No
What
one
would
said
you?
it's the
Well, I mean,
best
we'll talk
Pokemon game.
about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about the best Pokemon games, which were Oros, obviously, but
You shut your mouth.
Oh boy. We're gonna have a loaded cannon. I'm gonna walk in and be like, "Hey, I really liked."
oh
Like,
yeah, actually, okay.
I really
Let's
liked
talk
X
about this really
game.
quick. So, me and Dosha talked about this a little bit briefly, so we have a couple of bullet points, and
Yeah.
I'll send them to you as well. So, for anyone who is watching this,
Am I gonna be able to
sometime
talk about the
hopefully
game?
next week or maybe the week after, I don't know, we're going to be recording the final wrap-up stream. We're going to go over all of our thoughts of the franchise as a whole and everything around that. Like,
Wait, why are we
I
going so
thought we
far? I
agreed
haven't
on-
talked about the game yet. You guys just went on.
oh, I thought you
Hold
already
on.
did.
No, I didn't. I didn't have a
He
chance. You
didn't
didn't
say
give me
a
a chance.
word.
He spoke
I was
literally
waiting.
one sentence.
I was waiting for you guys to finish and
Go forth.
okay.
I thought you already did, so whatever.
No, I was saying I don't think I can compare this to other Pokemon games directly because it's so incredibly different. In fact, it probably won't be on a numerical list compared to the others. I don't think I'll include it. There's no way to numerically compare something this different from other Pokemon games. Is my opinion on it. But I really, really liked the game. I think it's probably I mean, I'm glad they're continuing to do this, and I hope they continue to do this for a while yet.
Amen.
I hope we get a new one of these every 2 or 3 years.
Here, I agree.
From now on, forever.
Well, hold on. Let's not go that far.
Here, yeah. No, not what you just said. What Dosha just said. Totally agree.
Okay, that's my final thoughts there.
All right, so
Okay.
report back.
You can
to
talk
us
about the
within a
wrap-up
month.
stream now.
Okay, so we're gonna
Okay.
do some fun.
So we have bullet points we'll be going over, and we have a video. I don't know how long the video is. We have a video we'll all be watching together. And
One video? There's more than one. We've
you
got
only,
a
you only
number
put
of
one
things.
video on the link.
I put 2.
I thought there was only one. I can pull it up. Hold on.
There might even be more than that.
It is over here. Yep, there it is.
If we're watching videos, I would like to suggest that we all watch Murder Drones. It's actually a very fun show.
How about no?
Well, we're not watching different shows.
Why not? I wanted to have movie night.
I think that would break YouTube TLS.
No, not
I don't know
really.
if you're aware, but
If
this
you're
is a
reacting
Pokemon
to
stream
it.
about our Pokemon stuff.
Is it? I had no
Yes.
idea. I'm just sitting here like I don't
Yes, I can tell.
I don't
thought
know.
this was the carrot hate hour on Legends Arceus.
I mean, I guess.
This is the stream where we vent our frustrations.
Okay, I can't find the links. I thought there was only one. Okay, we're watching probably a couple of videos going over things about the franchise as well.
We
But
might
we
do
don't.
other things. There's
Yeah,
there's like a whole list we could
yeah, we have a
do.
bunch of bullet points that we'll be going over as well, and I'll send
Yeah,
them to
this
both
will-
of you so you can review.
And we're gonna
This
be
will
talk
doing
about-
round 3 of who wore it best.
We're going to talk about which games we what we enjoy and what we don't enjoy about Pokemon,
Probably.
about Pokemon going forward. And we're also probably going to do other games if we have time. Gartic Phone, stuff like that. Maybe. We'll see. We'll
Oh,
find
we're
out.
doing
Longest
another
video
Christmas
yet.
spectacular. Yeah, let's go.
And
Oh, it's not
and
Christmas.
really quick, go ahead. I'm gonna throw something into Experience Curve. I don't think this is the same picture. I think this is close enough. You can throw this up on screen later, Curry.
Oh, good.
I don't think the rest of you will. I will, however, be doing a revamp. I'm gonna send off the
Oh.
franchise. Might as
Oh.
well send it off the correct way.
That
I
Of course.
is
agree.
interesting. Yeah.
Of course I'll do that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, I just need to remember the website for it.
I
There isn't
will.
one. I don't think you have to do
No,
it in
there
Photoshop.
is.
No, there's a website now.
Yeah,
made
'cause
Oh,
one
they made a
since then.
website.
However,
it
I
gives you
recommend
the
doing
options.
I'm
I
gonna
recommend
probably
doing
end up
it in
doing
Photoshop anyway
yeah.
because you can. It's just not as good.
I wonder like how much of mine will actually have changed.
I'll
wouldn't
be able
know
to
how to
compare
do
because
this
I
in
know where my old
Photoshop.
picture is.
Actually, wait a minute. This one. No, yeah, it does. It does. Never mind.
And as much as I disagree with it, we'll also be having a final fight in the wrap up as well.
Heck yeah. It'll be made of the best of the
That
best.
makes sense to me.
That's the
That you
problem.
disagree with that. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of doing a wrap-up stream, after all.
Yeah, we're gonna top it off with the final fights with our favorite Pokemon throughout all the Pokemon games.
Heck yeah, boy.
Like it's just like in the anime where you go to the big tournament and you use all of the Pokemon that you've journeyed with up to that point.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Mine is
Someone
going
gets it.
to be quite bizarre.
I don't know how mine's gonna turn out.
I don't know. I took a look at our pools, and I think both Curry and Ark have a chance of just sweeping everyone.
It is quite possible.
We could probably be more strict with the rules. I've got some ideas for what limitations are, but I'll be writing that up later in our own chat.
Alright, fair enough then. Anyway, before we get too deep into the weeds of planning and whatnot, let's go ahead and just cap it off. All done. Let's say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Fuck yourself.
True, I will actually.
Whoa.
Solid idea. I'll do that.
And your mother.
I mean,